On the first day of the weekend. That's absolutely brilliant. I've had you know what? Met up with IndyCar legend, 2004 IndyCar Series champion, Tony Kanaan, over the last couple of days. Yep. What a guy. And it's so good to have him here. Bruno Spengler's been here. I've even seen Adam Christodoulou, Mercedes custom racing factory driver.
Yeah, he was staying at our very hotel, actually.
How's about that?
I know. I mean, you know, like it's just crazy. And with regards to Tony, I helped him with the rig yesterday, and I also got to speak to his lovely wife, and an absolutely lovely couple, both of them. So yeah, great to see them here. Right,
okay, let's take you through the grid. On the front row, it is the two leaders in the championship standings, Williams Esports versus Triton. It's an all BMW front row. Then it's Unicorns of Love, the number 14 car. They're currently third in the championship on 81 points. They've got Team Racing points in the 85 alongside. Kramer Racing, West Competition, row 3. Arnage, GTWR Go Setups, row 4, completing the top 10 as the cars drop off the air jacks. GTWR Esports 2 and WPS. Yaz Heat and Veloce, row 6. Unicorns of Love 2 and Yeet Esports, row 7. Good to see David Brabham here over the last couple of days. His team starts in the inside of row number 8 with Team Ballast Esports B alongside on row 8. Now, Beaver Grease Racing, now known as BGR by OBS World. They have been in the top 10 quite a lot. They're even in the top 10 in the overall standings. They're on the inside of row number 9 with Wild Things Racing by Colex GG, Ren Velton, Corvana, Door Esports Black, Gridfinder, Burst Esports round out the top 23. SGP and SOP 24th, Rocket Sim Sports, Team Ballast Esports A, Simulation Esports, Door Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy, Sim Racing Black, Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars about to go on the formation lap in just 15 seconds time, and it's the number 35 of Geeks Energy Sim Racing Blue. 6 hours on the clock, Paul. I have been we've all been waiting. I know that Terry, Adam, Daniel and James are chomping at the bit saying we wish we were with you. But you know what, guys? We want you just as much as everybody else, not here at the Expo, but also at home, to enjoy the show. Paul, your thoughts right now?
Oh, mate, I'm genuinely blown away by the whole setup here, the experience, the competitiveness, but also the community feel of what we're seeing this whole weekend, right? And this kind of, we're at the pinnacle point. We're at the top of Everest right now. And we need to see who's going to climb it the fastest, don't we?
Yep. So teams now making their way through the AMG arena. There is the 124. Dara McCormack behind the wheel. And now we're going to keep an eye on which drivers. And for Triton Racing, it's the driver that was in time qualifying, Dominic Blyer. Unicorns of Love, number 14, have Tobias Pfeffer behind the wheel starting. Kramer Racing in the number 977. They'll have Michael Bischoff behind the wheel. That's your top 5, and we see the full regalia of the masks of each livery. And this is so cool, isn't it, mate?
It really is, yeah. And I'm wishing all the teams the best of luck for today's round. I'm sure you are too, Alex, you know.
Yeah.
We just want to see great, clean, respectful, but hard racing.
We want it to be bumper to bumper. We want some paint scraping,
yes.
But we don't want anyone being taken out unnecessarily.
Exactly.
We want this final to be fair.
And that's ultimately what we're here for, right?
Oh, you know what we've got to do? We've got to give a big thumbs up to Steve Morrow from Simracing.GP, who's just taken our photo. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Steve.
Dan is currently part of the stewarding team as well.
Yeah.
So they...
And Adam as well.
Adam, yeah, they've been doing an absolutely fantastic job. But it's about to get down to this pivotal moment. The finish is 6 hours away from this point. But now we get to the first hard part of the task. It's nailing the start. They've got to be on their best behaviour, haven't they?
Yeah, and as we said when we were doing the paddock walk, right? it's an infamous corner. We've seen
Yes.
it in many motorsports over the years, DTM, Formula 1, etc., and you can so get it wrong if you miss that braking point. And as I said, there are many different lines. You can take it tight, you can take it wide, right? Because you've got a left-hander following that. So, I mean, you just 6 hours, they just got to take it easy. Obviously, they want to make gains, they want to gain positions, we get that. You know, but, you know, losing a position isn't the end of the world compared to damaging your car. So it's kind of the lesser of two evils, isn't it? And I think, but look, we know they're racers at heart, right? They want to win, they want to do the best job they can for not just themselves, but for their teammates. So, mate, we're getting closer and closer and closer. The drivers are getting ready, they're lining up side by side. Alex, it's over to you for the start of the race.
So, Philippe Luc, bon chance. Good luck to all the drivers and the teams, 32 in total. They now make their way round towards the Hyundai N-Curve. The rolling start gets going. Williams Esports versus Triton Racing on the front row. Out of the final corner, we wait with bated breath. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are we steady? Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. Good start by McCormack and Blyer. They're pulling alongside each other. Down in towards Yokohama for the first time. Unicorns of Love keeping them very, very honest. It's three abreast. Some cars snaking under braking, but Williams keeps the lead going into turn one. Unicorns of Love springs up the inside of Triton Racing. Through into turn three. Loses out and they're pushed to the outside. There has been an incident at the back part of the field. And now, two of the title protagonists are side by side. Unicorns of Love looking through the inside, through turn number 4, but Triton still keep it pinned. But look at the way that Dara McCormack from Williams Esports has gotten away.
Unbelievable already, and great driving. As you say, a little bit of contact at turn 1.
Yeah.
But the most of the grid, cleanly, respectful. Unicorns of Love already putting Triton Racing under pressure, but as you say, McCormack is already opening up a gap, and we're only halfway around the first lap.
Exactly, we're going to break the first sector beam in just a moment, but that is about 10 car lengths. That's the lead. It's 9/10. That is how prepared Williams Esports have been. McCormack and Van der Velde, two known quantities, along with Rodriguez on Assetto Corsa Competizioni. There's Rocket Sim Sport, the team run by Jensen Button. And they're looking towards the outside of the Porsche. That's going to be very, very close indeed, but it looks like they might get it done. A little bit of a run wide, still keeping two wheels within the white lines, and they're through for 24th position. That was on the SGP and SOP collaboration Porsche in the 87. There's some side-by-side action. I spotted Brabham going through. There's Corvana in the number 7 car, and they get through on the BGR by OBS World Lithuanian crew, who have been paying tribute to the Ukrainian nation. Burst Esports in 21st position, just behind the number 68 car. Couple of drive-throughs coming through, might be for infringements on the start phase. And we've had, yes, well spotted, Paul. There's been an incident at the back. That was the 563 and the 17, and that is the Geeks Energy Sim Racing Black. We will be notified by any penalties by race control directly as they come through. But Burst Esports versus Gridfinder Racing. Gridfinder's got the nose in front, and that's going to be through the second part through turn 3. That was a nice little move there. Gridfinder have been a little bit in the war so far this season, haven't they?
They have, yeah, and I've been talking to the guys earlier on. A bit of a community team that's, you know, trying to go into the esports realm, and Tom, who runs Gridfinder, had a bit of a chat with them about the team over the weekend, and
yeah,
you know, I think they're feeling quietly confident out there. They've had, you know, like a lot of teams, have had their technical issues, but going well. I can see that potentially some penalties are incoming for some cars, but we'll wait for those to be announced officially on screen.
Oh, Tortellini nearly got a boot up the backside there. He might have had a little bit of a touch, and that's assisted him into the 100 of Arnage competition with Maxime Batifouye behind the wheel, and they are side by side. You know what? I thought this was going to be a close race. I didn't realise how closely packed. It's like the young guns are trying to run through. Like there's some young wolves in the pack, and they're trying to get their way through to the front. But so far, it has been a fairly clean start, Paul, and that's what we wanted. In the first 5 minutes, they want to start getting into their rhythm. We're going to go side by side. Wild Things Racing by Collex.GG. They're going alongside, looks like, possibly Renvelten. I'm not sure. Well, that is the 71, which is Renvelten Esports. They've got a nice Porsche Cayman 718 on their stand here at the Expo. But a great move there. So behind the wheel of the number 96. Oh, hello, Harry Phillips. How are you, mate? Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant here, Paul.
Yeah, I think the drive-throughs we're seeing on screens for car 71 and 49 were infringements at the start of the race. I don't know what race control, if they'll be doing anything about those, but I'm sure they'll let us know. And yeah, so we'll keep an eye on those.
Oh, shout out to Wild Things Racing. Unfortunately, guys, if you need to tag Paul, it's at GlovePup on Twitter.
Yeah, GLOVEP. UP.
Yes, yeah. Please don't leave him out. If you want, if you want to get involved, you can either get involved by the ADAC SimRacing Expo's streams on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. True. I have been informed, I think, as of yesterday, we're currently broadcasting live on VCR. How's about that one? And we've got Florian Hasper here tomorrow with their new development, which will be unveiled to the sim racing community live here on the main stage. But 5 minutes in, West Competition Racing and the number 33 trying to close in on Kramer Racing. Gap between them is less than 0.3 of a second as we ride on board with the number 33. You can just see the amount of work, even with how much these, you know, this is early days, isn't it? We have no inkling.
We're 6 minutes in, mate.
Yeah, I know.
You know, it's very early days, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you watch these drivers, you see how much movement they're putting onto the wheel. He's making a move on the inside into the chicane. That's great. It's side by side. It's so hard through there. And hopefully...
no, there has been a touch. Right. That, I have a feeling that might possibly be investigated. We will await confirmation in due course of any penalties, but that has really put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. So West Competition Racing have been dumped towards the bottom part of the top 20. Veloce, in the meantime, now making their way. They're looking up the inside of GTWR Esports 2. Oh, that was a near miss if ever there was one.
Yes, but they took evasive action, and that's the main thing, right? That's the main thing, is that they are racers heart and heart, but also try not to take one of the competitors out. So well recovered as we're looking at the Yes Heat 149. And you know, look at the time gap difference. It matches the number of the car. Beautiful.
Hey, well done, mate. Well spotted. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fun 6 hours. As I said, we have got some special guests lined up.
We've got to keep ourselves going,
mate. I'm going to let the first cat out of the bag. Steve Worrell from Simracing.GP is going to jump on.
Steve? Yeah, that's fine.
I think the thing is, both of us are going to have an opportunity to step away, and one of us will ask him questions about how he thinks.
He's actually quite good, but I don't want to tell him that because it will.
You can tell him. You can tell him to his face. But now the lead has extended to about 1.2 seconds. Paul, how are lap times looking right now in terms of... I mean, we're going to see a replay here. Now, this is what we saw just a minute ago. Now, this is the 563 up the inside of the 12, and that is on the Vidal chicane. Oh, the Audi's pinballed on the inside wall, and it's turned... that was the early... a big thank you to Heusingfeld for... backing us up with regards to, well, in terms of their support reference, the replays. So, at the moment, some great battles happening here. Team Ballas Esports are being reeled in. Now, we have seen great flashes of performance from Wild Things, particularly at Spa, if I remember correctly. They're now currently running 14th position, and they've got Door Esports Black, who have gone with the Audi in the 111. The sister team in the blue, in Door Esports Blue, have gone with the Bentley. And I do not see that Bentley in the top 25 at the moment, I'm afraid. But we run on board back with the number 96 car in the slipstream of the 163 Team Ballas Esports Audi Esport B car. Now backed by Gatto Chain. And both Unicorns of Love teams are in the top 10. Unicorns of Love 2 now up into 10th position ahead of Yaz Heat. So from that perspective, we're going to see another replay. Now, this is from the incident between Kramer Racing. So, Paul, take us through it.
So he tries to go through the inside and runs the other car wide. And, oh, look, there's just a bit of contact there. That's so nearly avoidable. We just hit the rear quarter of the car.
Yeah.
But, I mean, as I said before they went into the chicane, it's very hard to go side by side through there. It is possible, but you have to give each other enough room, and you have to sacrifice a lot of speed to make it happen as well.
Yeah, Sebastian Apostol was behind the wheel of the number 33. Marco Bischoff was the other party involved. So coming up towards the 10-minute mark, and we have got some penalties coming through, I believe. Absolute Motorsport have just been hit with the penalty, and that is for, just looking right now, that's a 15-second time penalty, and that is for, I believe, contact and spin of the 563. That was from earlier on that we saw just a moment ago. So, yeah, the teams will get warnings. They'll also get racing incidents called on certain situations, because they've got what Dan and Adam are doing in race control here, Paul. They're looking through a lot of different camera angles, aren't they, in order to get the full picture and make the right decision accordingly. Yeah,
that's right. They'll look at the driver inputs and different angles, but not all.
Right. That was probably Simulation Esport. No, that was Geeks Energy SimRacing Blue, I believe. That was just had a little bit of a touch with Ballas Esports A. But yeah,
2 into 1 doesn't really work, does it? There?
No, it never does.
No, but the guys are doing a great job. I've done stewarding. It's not easy, and you're affecting people's races. So people are often going to disagree with those decisions, of course. But
yeah,
they'll look at every single angle. They'll look at the inputs, and sometimes if you can't make a decision because it's so tough, then racing incident for me, right? If you're sitting there deliberating over it for so long, then racing incident, right? Because it's obviously so hard to make that call. It's not easy to determine straight away off the bat.
Yeah, so we are riding on board with Veloce, the number 66. And Veloce, well, they've used it once again. They've used it before. They used it at Mount Panorama. They're now back in the trusty Honda NSX GT3. It's a car that I feel is rather understated in the ACC world. A bit like Godzilla. You hardly see any Nissan GTR GT3s. And then when they come along, it's won a race. Oh! Now that was very, very brave.
Yeah, and he's going to come into the right hand. Is he going to have the inside line? No, unfortunately, he didn't make it stick. But yeah, the Honda, but it had some fans out there. I mean, I know fans in sim racing that are in Discord servers. Absolutely love it. He's flashing the lights behind the Porsche. Just as if he didn't know he was there. But
well, you know what? Eamon Murphy's fired up right now because he's behind the wheel. he's like, hang on, don't you dare do that to me. But this is the thing. This is how there's a lot of friendly ambience. But now that we're in race mode, everyone is in their own camp. They're tunnel visioned. So someone's calling the strategy. Someone's communicating with the driver. And that's going to be the key point. Communication above all. Rocket Sim Sport, pardon the pun here, Paul, they have rocketed up to 18th position in the BMW. They were down at 25th just a handful of laps ago. And the number 22 currently being piloted by Kieran Prendergast. He's partnered with Alaric Enslin and Luca Burke. Alaric Enslin known for quite a long time. But Paul, just give an update on what's happening with regards to lap times. Who's got the fastest lap at the moment?
So the fastest lap actually goes to the Triton Racing team. We were 1:53.775, but the fastest for Williams Esport is a 1:53.822. So, I mean, that's going to come down as the track rubbers in and the fuel eases off towards the end of the stint. Well, we might see that beaten, but yeah, I mean, you can see on the live timing that I've got in front of me. And thanks to Dan for that SGP. He's streaming it for me in Discord. We can see Veloce are right on the back as we're looking now, and Eamon Murphy's in the car, right on the back of the GTWR esports team. So, and the field is very closely bunched together. I mean, even between Williams Esports and Triton Race, it's still only a second. I mean, admittedly, we're approximately 14 minutes into the race, Alex. We're still 5 hours and 46 minutes to go, but that first 15 minutes has gone pretty quick as well from where I'm standing.
It has, and especially when we're jacked full of adrenaline. It's a completely different feeling sitting in your chair. We are going to be sitting down later on, folks, don't worry.
Yeah.
There are more panel talks to come here on the main stage, but the top 31 out of the 32 teams are covered by Paul, 44.3 seconds as of now. We're getting close to that crossover point where there are going to be those teams such as Renvelten, who are all the way down in 31st position in the number 71 Mercedes, and Corvana have dropped a couple of places as well. So we're now seeing the race really get into its rhythm. So now what we can talk about is strategy. Now, with any endurance race, there is always a maximum stint time before the timer gets reset. A driver can still stay in the car and then go out for another stint.
Correct.
This is a circuit that is going to be, I think, quite high in terms of fuel consumption. And the reason why I say that is you're doing a lot of brake deceleration, accelerating out of corners. The car might get a little bit sideways going through different apexes, your approaches. You know, if you're trying for overtakes, okay, you're going to use less fuel when you're in the slipstream.
Correct, yeah.
And speaking of that, Triton Racing have started closing that gap. It was 1.2 seconds. It's now been halved.
It just shows you, sometimes I'm more of a driver that likes to, I don't know about you, Alex, when you race, but I like, if I'm doing an endurance race, I like to double stint. I find that it keeps my rhythm going. If I come out of the cockpit for a while and get back in the car, and I'm sure that's the same for many of the drivers behind the stage right now in their respective teams. So it wouldn't be surprised if you see drivers double stint, but then if you've got somebody who's potentially half a second or 2 tenths quicker a lap than the others in the team, you might put them in first, and you might put them in last, you know, to strategize that way. But we're 44 minutes-ish away from like the first. Who's gonna blink first when it comes to pit stops? That's always interesting as well. What we don't see, what we don't get from the game, is okay. There might be always, as we're coming alongside now.
Oh, here we go
Into turn 1, and Eamon makes the move nicely, cleanly, and I hope now that he can close the gap up to WPS Racing Team. So yeah, great stuff. But he's got 2.5 seconds to find to get up onto the back of them.
Yeah. So Eamon Murphy doing a really, really good move. That was on the 38. Wojciech Fiala behind the wheel of the number 38 car. Also, good to see that I finally, this weekend, managed to actually talk to Luke Whitehead. He was like messaging me on Discord and going, yeah, are we going to meet up at the Expo? I'd be like, yeah, just make sure you show your face, buddy. That's the thing that I've really enjoyed, rather than talking to people on the other side of a Discord server, like us actually being here on the commentator booth, 15 feet in front of the main stage that Luke and Matze have been on all weekend so far. I've yet to I stood on it when I got here on Wednesday, despite there's a little bit of a story, and I'm going to tell it now. I haven't really told this to the general public. I flew from Heathrow to Frankfurt, got my connecting flight here to Nuremberg, and then was told my baggage had already arrived in Nuremberg. And I thought, what the hell are you talking about? I haven't landed yet. And there we see that Rocket Sim Sport have got the recovering Kramer Racing Esports hot on their case. Now, the good
hot on their case, I see what you did there.
There you go. They're on their case. We're going to keep an eye on them while I just tell the rest of this story. Yeah, so I had I didn't have a bit of an argy-bargy. I had a very, very stern email to the logistics company, and my bag arrived, thank goodness, yesterday afternoon. Well, not yesterday afternoon, the day before, at 4 in the afternoon. But again, this is now showing, I think the Porsche could be the dark horse here, because 15 teams have selected it from when I last checked. And that car around this circuit is the perfect mix of power and poise.
Yeah, if you could drive it, I'll be honest. My lack of skill means that it's not one for me. But it's a very popular car, and many say the engine's in the wrong place. You know, as the car loses fuel, it can get a little bit unstable for me. And when it's heavy on fuel, I love it. But as I say, that's not the car's fault. It's the lack of skill within me. But as you say, recovering, putting the Rocket Simsport team under immense pressure, who are in, the BMW. We've got a couple of BMWs high up there at the moment, and they're faring well against the Porsches.
Yeah, well, considering the fact we've still got a BMW 1-2 at the moment with Williams and Triton, and yeah, and the reason why Paul says that, and he said about the imbalance, where do you refuel the Porsche? It's on the bonnet. It's not on the traditional fuel, like say on the BMW. It'll be on the right-hand side, rear quarter window. That's where you put the nozzle in.
Yeah.
On a Porsche, you have to, the mechanic who has to put the fuel in has to jump on the bonnet. At least in a virtual sense, we don't have to worry about that. But Triton Williams has started responding.
Mm-hmm.
The gap was about 6.5 tenths a few laps ago. We're now coming towards the end of the first 20 minutes of this 6-hour race. Yaz Heat closing in on Yeet Esports. And that was a bit of a wide moment there for Tortellini. Magic Malinowski.
The Audi behind.
And that's Door Esports Black. Good to have Maurice Lerner with us for the last couple of days before he headed back to Munich. And the Audi's got the slipstream down the start-finish race. Pulls to the outside. Now is Yeet Esports going to send it round the outside of Yaz Heat. They're going to try. Yaz Heat blocks the door, going through into turn 1. Now into the AMG arena. Looks a bit feisty, does the number 111 of Door Esports Black. Yeah, this is getting very, very close. There was a nose up the inside. There was a slight touch. And now the accordion effect has reared its ugly head, I'm afraid, folks, because we're going to have a bit of a train. And this always happens at around the first 20, 30 minutes, Paul. It's where everyone's still, they're getting into that rhythm. They're getting into that groove. But they're not 100% confident yet, because everyone's putting the feelers out. This is the 5th different circuit. Everyone's got free car choice. No one knows how things are going to react over the next 5 hours and 40 minutes. And as we said earlier, we can't pick a winner. We just want a really, really good, hard-fought, close-quarter exchange when it comes to an endurance race. There's now Door Esports Blue closing in on Grid Finder in the number 8. They've gone with the Audi this time. And listening to the roar of that naturally aspirated 5.2-litre V10 engine, mid-mounted, rear-wheel drive Audi, sharing the same underpinnings as the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. Looks to have the measure on the Bentley. As they roll through Advan. Then it's going to be hard onto the brakes, into the Vidal Chicana. West Competition Racing now also starting to recover. Behind, well, they've got Wild Things Racing by Collix.GG and Arnage Competition. And they've got the Audi in front, which is Door Esports Black. West Competition Racing going defensive. A little bit of a touch on the back bumper. Now Grid Finder has got Door Esports Blue to the outside going into the opening corner. Did you see that? How the Audi's nose just literally just went. It was like Jim Carrey in The Mask, wasn't it? Like when his chin drops down.
Yeah, I love the Audi. I'm a big fan of the Audi personally, as we were looking at the 977.
Yeah.
The Kramer Racing team, making a nice solid move. A little trio there going on.
Yeah, you've got the SGP and, SGP stands for Simracing.GP, and Symphony of Pistons is the collaboration there. Grid Finder.
Still under pressure.
Yeah, still under pressure. Doing a good job, though.
Yeah, like I say, a good bunch. I was chatting to them earlier on, and they're hyped for today. And not many Audis out there, but it's good to see it. I'm a bit, like I say, I'm a big fan, but the Bentley's clearly got a bit more pace right now. And I do find that with the Audi sometimes, that you feel like the car is not coming to you, and then suddenly, bang, you get it back. I mean, as we look here at the Arnage guys, Arnage competition, BMW 100.
Oh, side by side behind them.
Behind as well, yeah, there is a battle behind. I think that's
Wild Things in West Competition, and Wild Things have got the advantage through Advan heading to the chicane. Turns 14 and 15. Still, I can't believe this. It feels like we've been going for an hour and a half, mate. we're nearly 25 minutes in.
I think that's because it's day number 3 here. That's what it is, right? It's taking its toll on our delicate bodies.
Well, what was it you said to me? My voice might be struggling last night. But you know what? The thing is, the adrenaline takes over, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And that's not for the drivers behind us, behind that stage. It's for us here in the commentary position. But it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, Paul, what do you think so far?
Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely loving it. And great race. We haven't seen too many penalties either. A few teams are getting warnings here and there right now. A little bit avoidable contact, and I'm sure, you know, it's still early days, as you were rightly saying, Alex, and it's now getting into halfway through the first stint. And you know how you were saying not too long ago how close it is right now? We often see pit stops tend to kind of mix it up a little bit, kind of breaks up the field, and then each pit stop, it kind of brings them back again and then splits it up again. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects the race at the moment. Do people make gains? Do they lose positions? Do you undercut? Do you overcut? It's decisions that need to be made, and we don't know what fuel the guys are running. Obviously, each car, as we're looking here, a lovely battle between Yazheat and Yeet Esports riding on board with Yazheat 149, 2 tenths back. And that's another thing here at Nürburgring. There aren't many overtaking opportunities, are there? It's normally in the big braking zones in T1 at the end of the straights as well.
Oh, battle for the lead. Battle for the lead. Battle for the lead. Triton Racing really closing in on Williams Esports. That gap was at 1.2 seconds. Triton pulling to the outside of the 124. They have got to keep this clean. Above all, that was by a whisker. I mean, like, Dominic Blyer was right over the back bumper of Dara McCormack, and McCormack has responded in kind. And the good thing is, McCormack's got the advantage here, hasn't he? Because he can park the car on the racing line where he is entitled to do so. But, folks...
Unicorns of Love are not far behind, are they, right now?
That's exactly what I just spotted as well. We're on the same wavelength. Brilliant stuff. This is brilliant. This is absolutely fantastic, what we're seeing in the first, the first 35 or so minutes. Because now it is really about how the teams are going to strategize. Right, so myself and Paul are going to be commentating with some special guests, but let's hand back over on the main stage. Take it away, Matze. We've been sitting down below the desk. This, I mean, like...
Oh, we got a spinner. We got the 17
That's
car,
yeah.
Geeks Energy.
Yeah, Geeks Energy SimRacing Black, and that car is looking rather second-hand. But Williams have recovered, Darren McCormack's recovered very, very nicely from what has happened just there. So, but West Competition Racing got a 15-second time penalty. But for those wondering, when are they serving these time penalties? At their pit stops. They won't be needing to serve it within 3 laps. If it's a drive-through, you have to serve it within 3 laps. Oh, wild things. Harry Phillips getting his elbows out with Team Ballast Esports B. And BMW versus Audi in West Competition Racing is just behind them. Mate, this is absolutely, I'm going to say it as it is, as I see it, this is absolutely mid.
Yeah, it is, and we've got, you know, they're pros, right? And they're showing why they're pros. Yeah, that's, I mean, obviously we got the community qualifiers that we had, you know, but these guys are kind of, they're up there, they're mixing it with these pro teams, and we're seeing great quality. Yeah, we're seeing mistakes happen, but we see it from the real life pros as well. So it's going to happen, right? And for the guys winning esports, I mean, to have that moment and then to mentally get back on it, I struggle with that, but that's what separates them from me, right? That's why they're another level, which was a great 90s boy band.
The musical references are coming through right now, bloody hell. And that's the first time I've said that all week. So we're going to have a look here. Now, this is BGR by OBS World, Yeats Esports getting a bit too overzealous in the chicane.
Yeah, that's not for the first time, right?
No, but the thing, I see what their strategy is to try and straight line it. But it doesn't work, because that curbing is so rough, there's undulation, you're going up a slight incline as well.
Yeah.
But now, folks, we're once again seeing Triton Racing closing in on Williams Esports. So the battle really, really is on as we speak for the race lead. But the good thing is here, Paul, we have the top 3 teams in the top 3. Now, Yaz Heat. Now, when I spoke with George Boothby a little bit earlier on, he said, you know what, we're going to do the best we can, but I think the fact that the teams are here makes this round ever so much more special.
Yes. Yeah, he touched on it, and I think it's hard, if you're not here, it's a bit like when you don't go to any motorsport event.
Yeah.
It's hard to get everybody that's sitting at home watching it on TV or stream what the atmosphere is like, and I've absolutely loved being here. I've got to meet so many esports drivers, I got to meet so many streamers, and then when they got spoken to you, every time they walk past you, they give you a little wave. Like Tony Callan's wife, she saw me later in the day and was like, hi, because I had a chat with her. Like,
it's brilliant, isn't it? I think with this gathering, when I mean, like, poor old Tony Callan. I mean, if you guys don't already know, his Twitter account got hacked last week, and it's now got some kind of crypto BS on it, which is, I'm sorry, you don't do that to the man that is going back to the Brickyard in 2023 to the Indy 500. I mean, the man, I mean, just to think of it this way, all right? This is how weird the real life and the motorsport racing worlds are. Last week, I was at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. I meet Rubens. This week, it's Tony.
Yeah.
I never in my wildest dreams would I see such a huge crossover. And Rubens, funny enough, Rubens and Eduardo Barrichello, you know what brand they're ambassadors for? Cube Controls.
Okay.
Along with Esteban Guerrieri, Augusto Farfus, Bruno Spengler, just this morning, now announced as a Gomez Sim Industries ambassador. You know, you got to get him in.
Yeah.
You know,
it's happening more, isn't it? In the realm of sim racing. You know, we've seen it here. You've got Grosjean on posters. Who's the
you got Magnussen at Haas
as well.
You got
I'm just watching this battle in front of us, and it's just like Triton just can't at the moment get close enough to the Williams Esports guys. But Unicorns and Love are also just kind of like just sort of sitting and waiting. And I don't know if that was me in the car, I'd be like trying really hard to catch up to them. It's where I go wrong. It's all about just nailing that entry, nailing the apexes, nailing the throttle, concentrate on what you're doing rather than what they're doing, and hope that what you're doing is better than what they will do. And it'll be interesting to see how the cars evolve over the hour stint. We've got 23 minutes remaining of this stint. Does the BMW start to struggle, or does the Porsche start to struggle, or does the Porsche come into its own, as we're watching a move here by the 977?
Yeah, Kramer Racing Esports, that was on the Yeet Specialists, let's say, Yeet Esports. They got a fantastic stand. I mean, the best stand, I think, there's two stands that really do make you look and stare. And two of them were Geeks Energy, who I said yesterday on my walk around on the paddock with Corby, I said, we've got the disco, we've got the nightclub at Door Esports. You go round the corner, and then all of a sudden what you've got is a set of deck chairs. And I said, look at Geeks Energy Sim Racing. All we need now is sand, we'd have a bleeding beach. You know, I love the fact that now here in Hall 8, we're not only just talking to each other, but we're hearing the panel talks where, like, saying, are we at the peak of racing simulations? But you know, this first 38 minutes has just been so captivating, and I knew, I mean, when you think about who Williams Esports are, you know their credence. You know, the first ever winners with the likes of Nikodem Wisniewski to win the first ever 24 hours Le Mans virtual in the LMP2 class. Yeah. You know, they've got a crack iRacing squad, and they've got a couple of cars running in the ADAC Digital GT500 tomorrow, and one of them just so happens to be the defending champion, Louis Naza, who was running with Urano Esports last year before he signed with the team at Grove. And it's great to see the guys here in person. And I'm gonna make him, he's made a rod for his own backers, Louis Naza. He said, hey, I've just dressed up like this. He was in some sort of like Nike hoodie with an Under Armour cap. I was just like thinking, hang on, mate, Williams Esports is sponsored by Umpro. Come on, get with the program. He said, hey, it's just so no commentators can find me. I said, right, Race Control have just put in, the number 88 has a 15-second time penalty. That's Absolute Motorsport for a penalty on contact with the number 563.
I can see that car 33, which was awarded a 15-second penalty with car 977, has submitted a protest.
So, so that penalty will not be issued unless it's rescinded by Race Control. There, folks, are the new graphics for the maximum lap speeds, so the top speeds, and it's Wild Things Racing, 249 kilometers an hour. That's close to 155 miles per hour. So we're now watching the battle between Ren Velton, Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the 53, and the recovering Corvana Gaming. But look at how Veloce have been getting on here, Paul. Oh, right, warnings coming through. What are they for then, Paul?
So we've got Race Control saying 14, 149 and 71, and one final warning for avoidable contact with other cars out on track. So already, I mean, that's
that slaps on the wrist, and if you're unlucky,
I mean, the stewards don't take any rubbish. I'm telling you now, right? And I think you've got to do that. You've got to set your stall out, and then we've got 15 seconds for 977, but I actually think that's supposed to be for car 33.
Right, okay.
So I think that's wrong in the text.
Sorry, Veloce just sent it up the inside from absolutely nowhere through into
the Porsche is cutting back
Yokohama.
there on them, so gained the position back again. And then we've got a 15-second penalty for car number 1 for contact with car 35, second warning offence.
Well, Veloce had just literally sent it up the inside of Team Racing Point just now through Yokohama, and the 85 Porsche got back at them. GTWR East.
He did the Alonso.
Or he did the good old Nigel Mansell dummy.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see all these teams just really pushing incredibly hard. 35 has now got a final warning. That's Geeks Energy Sim Racing Blue for contact with the 563 of Gatto Chain Team Ballast Esport A. And this circuit, I know why it's one of your favourites. It's one of mine. It's just literally, there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Right. Kramer Racing have just been given a final warning for unsafe car placement parking it on the apex. Oh, dearie, dearie me. That just goes to show how they are coming through thick and fast, folks. I didn't realise, Paul, you remember Kota was an absolute cluster in the first hour. I'm just going to have a look, and I see like 46 incidents have already been like.
Yeah, but a lot of those could be just scrapes.
Yeah.
And also the way that the application works, if there's two cars close to each other and one spins, it takes that data to just to have a look at it. It might not actually be contact, and that's the way the game outputs some of the data. So the developer of the app added that functionality just to kind of give the stewards another tool in their armour, just in case that there is contact, but it isn't necessarily. So, yeah, I tend to focus on the ones where the stewards actually write something in the text box and have a look. So, but like I say, I think I spotted an error in one of the messages that came out. So I just reported that back to race control, just to ask them to check. Yeah.
Oh, right, moment there as the number 71, Ren Valton, gets it all crossed up going through the chicane. So, as Geeks Energy Sim Racing and the number 53, really closing in on them coming out of the Hyundai N curve. But you can just see that these drivers are really, really pushing. I mean, this has not been, by any stretch of the imagination, to be as he's just been smiling at the camera to get his beauty shot.
It's my mate from the Logitech stand.
I know. I recognise the T-shirt, and I need to get a free cap and a T-shirt later on, I think.
I'll get you a cap, does that? I'll get you a cap.
I'm sure you can sort me out a T-shirt as well, eh?
Oh, no, I can ask for you, sure.
I'm sure they'll be obliging, considering I'm going to go and have a play with the pro setup tomorrow afternoon.
Do you know what? It's actually really impressive. But anyway, we're here to talk about sim racing.
Exactly.
Race control are checking what I think might have been an error from race control. They'll get back to us on that.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, we've got Veloce closing in once again on Team Racing Point. This is a battle for fourth. Now, you know what this would mean? That we would... Well, the thing is, Veloce and Yas Heat, we all know that they're in some ways aligned anyhow. But Yas Heat are in limbo land at the moment. They're still in 10th position. And they're, what, 5.8 seconds behind Unicorns of Love 2. Eamon Murphy getting his elbows out again. This time round the outside at Yokohama. This could give him a good run if he makes it stick through the AMG arena. He's going to go
now, though, isn't he? Which he's got a little bit of advantage, but he's not quite where he needs to be. It's tight, isn't it? But I just like the way that the move he made was really aggressive. And
38
now under pressure.
GTWR Esports 2 made the move happen. They looked up the inside, and now they're going to do so. And this is coming down into turn number 6. And there's a bit of paint swapping.
There is.
And the GTWR Esports 2 car gets through on Team Racing Point. I'm wondering, is the Team Racing Point car a bit of a wounded animal? Is there any damage that we might not know about?
Yeah, it's potentially, yes. But the thing is as well, right, when you're racing around here, you might feel like you have the advantage, but you actually got to think about the next corner. And then, okay, when I make my attack, if I go wide around the outside of the car, but actually the next corner is a right-hander, then that very quickly becomes the inside line, and that's really where I want to be. And that's what I love about Nürburgring. It's hard to defend that kind of approach right here, and it's really, really great to see. 14 minutes left of this shit, and it's going to mix things up a little bit as they're looking to make a move into the chicane. As we've seen around here, it's hard, but if you're under pressure, you tend to take a little bit. So you go. They tried to make a move, and now they're potentially going to come under pressure themselves. From behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a case of just sort of really exercising good control. And through that chicane, okay, so 33 has just received the penalty. That was avoidable contact.
So,
now there's
it was announced it was the 977, where it was incorrectly announced.
Yeah, exactly, because it had both. It had the 977. Yeah. Oh, GTWR go setups, gets all tail happy, and that was through probably Team Racing Point that has just got through on them in the Porsche. So at the moment, with 5 hours and 13 minutes still remaining. It's Williams Esports leading now by 1.59 seconds ahead of Triton Racing Unicorns of Love, who ran out also the top 3 in the race, are the top 3 in the championship standings. And if it stays as it is right now, Williams have won it, and they've won the €2,000 prize. They are 10 points ahead of Triton Racing through the 5 points they gained in qualifying. The top 5 score points, so we went 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And no, that does not sound like a dodgy commercial advert by me saying it like that. However, Arnage Competition recovering. Door Esports Black in the 111. Closing in on them. Now the 100 looks to the inside. Door Esports, they defend. Keep the Audi in front in that 11th place. What that's also going to do is help give Yaz Heat a bit of an advantage. Now, one of the things that I would like to see...
Oh, as they had a bit of a wobble behind in the BMW, they caught that. That was very close.
That was nearly a Code Brown.
Yeah,
right
that was...
Clean up on aisle 3, sir.
Yeah, probably a little bit of a sweaty moment there, but yeah, trying to refocus and trying to get onto the back of the Audi, one of my favourite cars in game. And here we go. There's another close battle between P7 and P8. So the half a second is the gap currently between the GTWR WR Go Setups and the WPS Racing team. And but also the WPS is closely following the team Racing Point guys. So we're now on board with Arnage Competition, the 100, and they're 0.2 behind the Door Esports. So, and this is the car that we just saw a moment ago having that little bit of a moment. So they're really trying to apply that pressure, but that pressure could turn into a moment, as we saw, and then that kind of sets you back. But also, what we also see around here, Alex, you are the attackee, but then you can very quickly turn into the defendee.
I like your terminology there, mate. I really, really do. I always find that, you know, when you get these really, really close quarter battles, and you know for a fact that it's like putting the unstoppable force against the immovable object.
Yeah.
And that's what we've got this situation in. But as I say that, again, Triton Racing have now started to recoup a little bit of that time back. And it's the ebbing and flowing of endurance racing. This is where these drivers now are fully into the groove, in the words of Madonna. Hey, I said it, there we go. I'm talking about the classics, mate. You know, I'm all about the classics. I've been nerding out all over the last 3 days.
I'm sure you have, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is...
Checked out the classic cars, I'm guessing.
No. You know what? The funny thing is, one of my friends, Tanya Yildiz, has got an exhibition booth in the Retro Classics Bavaria. He collared me at Race Room last night after I finished, and I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "I've got an exhibit." I said, "I'll come and see you, but it won't be." Yeah, see me tomorrow. I said, "Mate, I'm on the booth all day." I mean, it's great.
We've had a brief walkthrough, but we're not being able to actually spend too much time looking. But there's some amazing vehicles in there. So anybody that's on site, then by all means have a look at the classic cars, because there's some great stuff in there. There's even tractors, there's coaches, there's buses, there's everything. It's fantastic.
You know what the funny thing is? We are also, at some point, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the man, the myth, the legend, whilst one of us takes a little bit of a break. Actual Vision Luke Crane, who's been wanting to get into the comms box. We're going to get him in and get him interacting with you guys and girls out there in sim racing land. But we're less than 10 minutes away into the completion of the first fifth. And you know what? These chairs we've got on the stage are really, really... I know this sounds really, really weird, folks, but the thing is, we've got... I mean, I could put my feet up and no one would tell a dicky bird.
Yeah, it's great. For somebody that's been standing on their feet for the last 2 days, this is a luxury.
Yeah.
This is an absolute luxury. So, yeah, whoever supplied the seats, thank you very much.
Yeah, we have to thank Arnold from one of the stage, like the stage director, and he's been absolutely brilliant. The crew that have been helping all the way through. I have got a little surprise. I'm going to surprise Luke first.
Oh.
I'm not going to tell you because I'm going to do it when Luke gets here. But I've got to surprise Matt still later on, folks. So you, I mean, it's pretty cool. But you know what? I like the fact that now where have Williams... Right, you need to tell me where Williams have just got that time from.
I don't... Yeah, that's a really good question. So, Triton Racing did a 1:55 in the last lap, and then...
Yeah.
But Williams Esports did a 1:54. And then Unicorns and Love are in the 1:55s as well, as we're Veloce behind them. I mean, they're 14 seconds back from Unicorns and Love right now, but they're in the 1:54s as well. And as you can see, P5, 6, 7, they're all in the 1:55. So the Williams Esports and the Veloce last time round were setting the pace. Admittedly, the Veloce lap was invalidated, so they must have done track limits at some point. But, I mean, that's interesting now, because you've got Veloce, as we know, are in the Honda, and you've got a BMW setting what is the current pace right now, and then you've got a mix of 1:55s and 1:56s lower down the order. So the gap has started to open up a little bit, and Unicorns are low, but the gap to Triton Racers also opened up a little bit as well. As we currently look at the battle for I would say P5 there, because you've got 5, 6, and 7, is that? No, that's 6, 7, and 8 even. I can't count for some reason. So, we're going to look at maths isn't my strong point, I'll be honest. My teachers would be disappointed to hear that. But we're looking at we're looking at WPS Racing Team, the 28th car. This is, you know, the closest kind of battle out there at the moment out on track. There is a bit of a battle for P11, 12, and 13. But again, this is, you know, we've got Porsche and BMW. Not surprisingly, really, actually, if you think about it. And here we go, we're looking at the battle for P17s. This is the BGR by OBS World, applying some pressure to the guys at West Competition. So Porsche versus BMW once again for you, Alex.
Yeah, I mean one of the things that I have to say, I have to give credit where credit is due to BGR by OBS World. There has been a Ukrainian colourful flair all the way through. The Lithuanians and the Ukrainians are good neighbours. One of my friends in karting, Martin Stankiewicz, actually had the, because he runs a Birol ART chassis, he had the Ukrainian flag with the Ukrainian language on there saying Slava Ukraini on there to show support and solidarity. You know, the Ukrainians are going through a very, very difficult time at the moment. And we see another great livery, and I also spot on the left-hand side door there are some names. Can't quite make it out, but it looks you know, they've really,
and on the right-hand side as well, so left and right, yeah, on both, yeah. That's a really good spot there.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, from that perspective, now, you know, you want to know what's funny? I've just peeked the stream. We're in the bottom right-hand corner, mate. Hello there.
Hi.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So
we're still here.
Yeah, we're still here.
We're still here.
It's just
chatting absolute rubbish sometimes, but yeah, we're still here.
Well, that's what we're paid to do, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, don't tell anybody.
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't tell anybody.
Right.
Yeah, that's the secret.
So, I mean, the good thing is that we're coming up to that first, like, real crux point where, as you said, there are people that are going to have to blink. We don't know where that's going to be.
No, we don't.
We will see that play out, just like you all will do at home.
They do have a stint time at play as well, right?
65 minutes.
Yes, exactly.
65 minutes is the maximum allowed time per stint. So if you're on the bubble, like say you're about 60 minutes away, and Brabham Esports looks to be one of the first ones to blink.
Potentially, we can't see the rest of the list, so we're gonna hazard a guess.
I'm gonna. Well, don't forget, if you haven't already, click on the Pitbull Live link. It should be in the chat. Right, we have got our first casualty. It's Luke's favourite team that he calls Blast. Burst Esports are out. 3 laps.
Right, yeah.
3 laps, so we're down to 31 cars. BGR by OBS now blinks and goes into the pit lane. They've won the last 3 races for the qualifier class, and what's more, they've been in the top 10. And if I remember correctly, they were 8th in the standings coming into this. So not only are they the lead qualifier, they are on the verge of actually earning some coin.
Yeah, not bad, eh? Not bad going.
I mean, you know, when you look where we had, you know, Simware Pro by VDES, like Igor Ogorodnikov. I mean, Igor I followed for years, like with SimGrid and other competitions. And, you know, he was quite an aggressive driver, sometimes making the unusual, unroutine mistakes. So, but still at this point to have 32 cars, okay, we're down to 31 with Burst Esports now out. From that perspective, it means that we have a chance to see other teams flourish where they haven't so far in this season been able to showcase that, have they?
Yeah, you're right. And I'm watching this, right, and I'm loving every single moment. Everywhere we turn, and you can tell now we're getting towards that first pit stop, right? Because things are kind of evening out a little bit, aren't they? We kind of. Do you find when you're doing joint racing commentary? I know we've done a few of these together. There is a bit of a lull. It tends to come, and that's what allows us to do to chat our chat, you know, and talk about other things. And
I mean that's why for the final round of the professional trophy, and I am looking into the camera when I say this.
Yeah.
Hello everybody. Wave. Oh, there you go. I think really from my perspective, it's more a case that you see the first sort of roll of the dice.
Yeah.
You don't know how that's going to play out. You could get snake eyes, you could get lucky number 7. But then it's also dependent on how the other teams react to what you played. Veloce have just jumped in. Yaz Heat have just jumped in. Arnage, Wild Things. Now the floodgates, as we're just having that conversation, everything has started to open.
What do you do if you're Triton Racing? You've set the fastest out. You're 1.3 off the lead right now. Do you blink, or do you wait to see what Williams Esports do?
I think it's going to be a cat and mouse game between them, 100%. You know, the closest qualifying session we've had all season long.
Yeah.
2 1,000s, and no matter what Dominic Blyer did, he got close. He got that close. Dara McCormack was like, hold my beer. That's how it is. And these drivers are that ultra competitive that you know 100% that they are going to push and they're going to go for broke. And
they're already lapping cars.
Yeah. Like, I mean, just looking...
And the gap has come down ever so slightly, and the Unicorns of Love are dropping off a little bit at the moment, not really got the pace right now. Maybe the BMW, you know, over a full stint, towards the end of the stint, is the better car. It's really hard to say. And we'll see if we see other teams, you know, in the same boat. But we're waiting for the race leaders to show their cards, really, aren't we? And then do you just follow them in? Another thing is, you know, pitting in ACC, it can be a challenge, as we all know, right? You know, it's hard to stop right, and then the car maybe gets moved, and it gets jacked up, and then we don't know what little bit of contact they've got, and do they decide to repair the 5-second damage they've got?
Yeah.
As more and more cars decide to enter the pits.
Oh, right. So it is going to be a bit of a who blinks first. And, I mean, well, Williams always comes along with a great livery. No, it looks absolutely awesome on that BMW M4, doesn't it?
It does, yes. It really does. The half and half is a really good look. I love a half and half car.
You know, one of the other things that I like is the fact that Unicorns of Love are one of the only sim racing teams that I know of that have had their actual livery put on a GT3 car, and that was with Halp Racing Team. I mean, I spoke with Michael Chervinsky, who's one of the bosses at UOL, and of course their venue. You know, I was having a really nice chat with René Sievert, funny enough, because I'd emailed him because I'm part of the editorial team at Covana for Sim Racing Unlimited, and René said, "Alex, did you get my questions?" And I went, "Yeah, I've just been so busy, I haven't had time to." I've tried. And the thing is, we've all been busy. The logistical effort of getting the PCs, the simulators. I even spoke to Dara McCormack and I said, "How's everything going?" He went, "Yeah, everything's fine." And now, as I say that, Triton has blinked.
There we go.
So first, the pawn has been put into position. He's waiting to use the bishop on the chessboard.
And it's whether the undercut, you know, getting the new boots on the car is the way to go. Time will tell. It'll be interesting to see how long they're in the pits for. And Unicorns of Love have continued on, so they're currently now in the P2 spot.
Yeah.
Which Triton Racing Team, you know, vacated as they entered the pits. And I can see that Team Racing Point in the 85 Porsche also now jumped in. So Unicorns of Love are currently sitting P2 and P3 because of that. So they're both, yeah, they're both up there. So waiting for it to update on your on the screens in front of you. We've got a bit more accurate information.
Oh right, I've just seen now. Simulation Esport has copped a 15-second time penalty. We'll wait for it to jump onto our screens. So at least, yeah, that could be for a contact, I think. But we'll wait for race control to confirm that in due course. And now Williams Esports have a nearly 5.5 second advantage over Unicorns of Love. Triton Racing returning in what will be now possibly 4th. Yeah, because Team Racing Point have also just exited out of the pits, but yeah, we're seeing more pit stops. Corvana in the pits, Ren Velton in the pits, but at the moment, as now Williams, they've done a Red Bull on I've so wanted to say that all season long. They've done a Red Bull and they're trying to do the...
so here we are, we're keeping an eye on Triton now, and obviously keeping an eye on the Williams Esports. Do they change driver or do they stick? We'll find out. We'll get that information into us. As you can see, on the leaderboard as part of the broadcast this week, because there's a mix of onside and offside drivers, the guys have had to use we've had to use the team names on SGP to make it work, and we'll get manual updates from the team behind the scenes in race control that'll be provided by Adam, who'll be walking around to all the booths and just making sure the information we're being relayed is 100% accurate, and we'll be able to relay that to yourselves who are at home, and also those who are here as well. So
yeah,
it's been pretty clean since the last few. There's been a couple of little bits of contacts and some warnings to teams, but they've stopped now. They're stationary. That's the bit. That's the killer. It's the stationary bit. I'm like, I want to get going again. I want to get going again. When am I going to get going again? And
it's
game
like
will let you go.
It's like being a kid in the back of your mum's car going, "Are we there yet?" But you know what? And now the floodgates have opened. Unicorns of Love 1 and 2. Dort Esports Black, Dort Esports Blue. You know what? Dort Esports Blue. Who knows? The Bentley could spring a surprise here as well at the Nürburgring, Paul.
Could, yeah, could well. We saw it attacking the Audi earlier on, looking, strong. It's a car that I really can't drive. Again, I think that's a lack of time in the car, but also maybe a lack of skill. So, here we are, the Williams Esports, back in spot of P1, and looking pretty strong. It looks like, I think they've opened up a bit of a gap during the pit window there, so it'll be interesting to see how this unfolds. And we can see the current wins and from the rounds. So the BGR by OBS, round 1 got 20 points, round 2 got 25, round 3 got 21, and there's the rest. It's all too much to read on screen for you, so we'll let you guys peruse that at your merry level. But we can see the Williams Esports are currently leading with 127 points, and Rocket Sim Sport there down in 21, and all the way down in 14 we got Burst Esports. So there we go, we're looking at the Triton Racing car, who's just completed their pit stops, their first round. The gap opened ever so slightly during that pit window, but it's still under 2 seconds. So yeah, that's pretty decent, really, in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
it could be a lot worse. It could be 6, 10.
Yeah,
could have had a catastrophic pit stop.
It could have been an absolute mare, because I mean, especially if you got damage in the car, you don't want to repair it, and you forget to press the button to turn it off. Then you were sitting duck.
Yeah, I've done that.
And I've seen that in ACC. I've seen that in iRacing. I've seen that in R-Factor 2.
I put dries on mistake in a wet race. And your pit strategy's not right, and you're in the heat of the moment. You don't notice.
Arnaud, sorry to cut across you there, Paul. Arnaud's competition. We're looking to the outside of Unicorns of Love 2 in the number 4 car. And that was through the chicane at Vidal, now through Hyundai N. This is the battle for what is going to be 9th position, and they have got Yaz Heat closing in. So, yeah. So, yeah, we'll hopefully be able to give you some recap very, very shortly of what's been transpiring over the past hour and a bit. We are going to, hopefully, after his next appearance on the live stage, which you can see behind us on the cameras as we're still on camera, they're still on camera. So we've got the racing stream, we've also got the panel talks, and if you are here at the Expo, you can actually come over and say hello.
Yes.
They can actually, if you haven't met us before, I know I've had people wanting to meet me, and I said, look, Saturday I'm on the commentary box. What else can we do? You know, I'm not Arnold Schwarzenegger. We're not in the 6th day. We're in the Nürburgring Messe at the Expo. Now we're still on board with Arnage competition. Look how close Yas Heat is. So it is it's the BMW meet in a Weissach and Alfata. Now this is going to be, you'll be like saying, where is all this?
Yeah, I know. You're bang on with your German.
Yes.
So.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I avoid trying to do all kinds of pronunciations. It's the safest way.
You know what? I have to give credit to you and Adam for trying not to butcher people's names, especially when Adam D. I'm going to call you out when you said oh, that's a shame, Mr. Pronunciation is leaving the building. You remember that one?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And it was like, yeah, Tadas, I'm not going to pronounce his surname because I'm probably going to butcher it.
Yeah.
And you know what? The thing is, I would rather someone be honest about that than try it and fail.
Yeah.
And make a complete hash of it.
If it was my full-time job, I probably would spend a lot of time just kind of pronounce, you know, trying to do a bit more research and everything else. But I have a full-time job that I do alongside this, so it is a challenge trying to find that right balance. But I spoke to a couple of drivers earlier on around pronunciations.
Thank you, Wild Things.
Thank you for the tag. That's absolutely fantastic.
Okay, I'm going to give you some specific Twitter handles. So for Paul, it's @GlovePup.
Yes.
For me, mine's a little bit longer, but it's A Goldschmidt. That's GOLDSCHMIDT 77. If you want to interact with us on the Twitter sphere, we've got our phones on standby. And you know what? That's brilliant. I love about the fact that mobile technology allows us to have social media. And Wild Things, you're welcome.
I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. So, yeah, giving that a like. Thank you very much, Wild Things Racing. Absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I've got my iPad, I've got my MacBook, I'm such an Apple fan like yourself, right?
Mate, yeah. I mean, I've even got my Apple Magic keyboard, my mouse.
Anything else in my rucksack, so I went nice and small, nice and compact this weekend, so to keep the cost down. So, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to interact with us, ask some questions. I mean, we haven't been keeping an eye on chat. We'll have to go and look at chat at some point on the YouTube stream.
To be honest with you, Luke Crane is going to come and do that. So,
okay, great.
So what will happen is that, Paul, you'll have a little segue off, get a little bit of a breather.
Yeah.
I'll get a little bit of a breather later on, but after the next panel show that Luke has done on the stage, he's going to come over and give Paul a little bit of a respite. We're going to have a little bit of a chin wag, but we're going to carry on with the racing. 4 hours, 40, well, let's call it 4 hours and 50 minutes. Well, Kramer racing with one of the best moves of the day so far. That was doing an M&M round the outside. And now we've got Arnage competition side by side with UOL2 down the start-finish straight into turn 1 at Yokohama. And they got through, but do they get the switchback? There was a little bit of a cheeky assist.
But they got the inside for the next one.
And Yas Heat is right on the case. Side by side again. And now UOL won't have the inside line. They could be opening the door here for Yas Heat. Oh, sticks the nose through. So, yeah, it's going to be... So, well, you know what? That was a bit of a shock, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The first hour here at the Professional Trophy finale. At the moment, it's been an absolutely big dogfight. Williams Esports currently leading after 36 laps. We're now on lap 37, 1.4 seconds. The battle that you might be seeing on your screens at home is between Yas Heat and Unicorns of Love 2. There's been a tag. Unicorns of Love 2 in the Mercedes AMG get a tag from the 149 Porsche. And that allows, well, Wild Things Racing by Collex.GG have managed to get through, but I think we might have a little bit of a recap of what's been going on so far. It has been between Williams Esports and Triton Racing so far, but the battling has been pretty clean so far. Wouldn't you agree, Paul?
Yeah, I would with that. Yeah, it has. I mean, a couple of minor contact a little bit here and there, as we just saw live on stream just a moment ago. But it's been respectful. We've had some drivers trying to go side by side through chicanes, which isn't always going to work, let's be honest, until you give each other room. But yeah, I mean, you were saying you felt like the first half an hour felt like a couple of hours, but,
yes.
But since then, I feel like there's been a lot of action out on track that's kept us focused. And we've had the pit stops now, and that's kind of, as I kind of predicted, shaking it up a little bit. We've still got a little bit of battle here as we look at the Wild Things Racing team in P11 going down into T1, chasing the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, so at the moment, the top three are the top three in the standings. And at the moment, with the way things are, Williams Esports, based out of after time qualifying, are on 102 points, not taking into consideration the 25 that they currently also have. That puts them on a pretty big score, 127 points. And if it stays like it is, Williams Esports will follow in the footsteps of last year's, and I'm going to say this in a very particular term. Last year, the professional trophy was a single driver competition, which was won by two-time SRO esports champion and also the FIA Motorsport Games gold medal winner, James Baldwin. So they're on 127 points. Looking at it from this perspective, Triton will wrap up second, Unicorns of Love will wrap up third. But really, this has been a very competitive race. We saw the top 23 covered by, what was it, 1.2 seconds after time qualifying.
Unbelievable qualifying.
We've already had our first retirement with Burst Esports after just a handful of laps, but again, we go back to Wild Things Racing from Collex.GG, battling away with Unicorns of Love. And the good thing is, Wild Things actually, with Harry Phillips behind the wheel, really did the sportsmanlike gesture.
Oh, just had a moment, the Porsche behind there.
Oh, yes,
had a moment, yeah, the As-Heat car just had a moment, so we've seen a bit of that today. We saw that earlier on in the BMW, didn't we?
Yeah.
And these professional guys really pushing hard.
Professional guys and girls, I might add,
yes.
as well, especially when I've caught up with Alexa Gates from, she's with Brabham Esports. Also have to give a shout out to Denise Pope, who's the Wild Things team boss. You know, so there's a lot of people, of course, SimGrid, one of the pioneers in the sim racing community with Morpheum races by Thrustmasters, which is now heading into another season. There's more events coming on SimGrid, like the SimGrid VCO World Cup, which will be in a couple of weeks' time after this event. And they're doing the 12 Hours of Kyle Army. Funnily enough, that was the last round we had 6 weeks ago for the professional trophy pool.
Yeah, indeed, and you know, and all of this event you're seeing here is all being run by Simracing.GP for your pleasure, and the guys behind the scenes doing race control, Dan and Adam, are all from the team. We've got the Logitech G Challenge currently taking place at the moment on the platform as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on around in sim racing at the moment, and it's really great to see a lot of teams taking part and a lot of drivers taking part too.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, the way that Williams Esports are just running away, 4.2 seconds now is the lead. We're going to go to replay courtesy powered by Hoisingveld, and this is the moment from earlier on. That was a double tap there from two love taps from As-Heat on Unicorns of Love 2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the stewards see that. I'd imagine there's a penalty incoming for As-Heat, but we'll await that decision, won't we? We won't try and preempt that.
Yeah, it's down to Dan and Adam behind the scenes. They are looking at so many camera angles. I saw Dan this morning. He went, "I'm just stressed," because he knew what was going to happen today. That he was going to be looking at every single camera angle. As Wild Things now closing in on Unicorns of Love 2, and oh, that was a bit wide from the number 4. Wild Things up the inside through the final corner. They're going to get the move done. There's going to be a little bit of paint swapping. But fair play to Wild Things, now up into P10. We're going to have a look at the replay here. Oh, massive tank slapper from As-Heat right there.
Yeah, he was. And now, as we cut away to that replay, we were just seeing that they were having a little bit of look on the Unicorns of Love into T1, and that's exactly what's happening. They've taken the position, but the Unicorns of Love are trying to attempt the cutback, which they've tried a couple of times today, but they've not been able to make that successful. I think the Porsche just off the line is pretty strong. The Merc is great in a straight line, but it seems pretty good.
Social media. Sonic is in the house, people.
Sonic is in the house.
Go to the Team Forza stand.
Yeah.
It's like literally right across the way, because they've got the new P1, which is actually the car that was designed by the sim racing community and now is being used as a sim. The car on there is the Ford GT.
There you go. Right, so the stewards will look at the contact that Yas heat, so we'll wait for the update there. But as you pointed out a moment ago, the William Esports have kind of opened up that gap to Triton. It's a 4-second gap.
Their wheelman, that guy. I mean, we all saw him in action, and he came back from what was probably one of the most dramatic moments in the VCO ERL Spring Cup. Yeah. Against Veloce, dropping it whilst trying to celebrate coming out of the final corner, and you were on the commentary team. And before I forget, we've mentioned the fact that we've had one VCO Simi Award winner on the commentary team. This man is also nominated for that award. Yeah, zero chance of me winning that. It's a stacked field. Well, no, I mean, it's nice to be alongside some of those names. Exactly, and I think that just goes to show. I mean, I had a chat with Florian Hasper, who will be with us tomorrow for the Carus unveil of the new car. I'm so excited about that. Virtual garage, right? Exactly, and I had to stop Florian from talking about it on Sim Racing Unlimited. I said, no, Florian, stop right there. And that's the good thing. We love to keep surprises, don't we, for people? Yeah, of course, 100%. But now we go back to the racing action, and it is Veloce versus Team Racing Point with GTWR Esports 2. Esports 2, GTWR looking towards the inside. Very, very closely indeed. But on that particular occasion now, who have they got behind the wheel at the number 38 car? That will be... Summer Cup champions as well from the VCO. Yeah, indeed. GTWR came out of nowhere. It was their first appearance, and they weren't able to qualify for the World Cup, which is happening in February, but they came out absolutely flying, and they are effectively the sister team, aren't they? The academy team of RAG. And while they taught RAG how to do ACC when it came to that competition, it was incredible. But you can see the pace they've got here. Oh, to be running anywhere near the top 5, you've got to be absolutely exceptional. We're looking at the times at the front there. Triton now closing up the gap as well. 1.1 second behind Williams Esport. Unicorns of Love about 13.4 seconds back, but they've got the flyer in the car now, so that gap could come down. But that's the beauty of this, right? Because one of your drivers may be a couple of tenths off of the pace of, say, your fastest driver, so you might lose out in the early stages, but as the race develops, you can also catch up, because every team has this, and I use this term so loosely, a slower driver, but it all is going to ebb and flow by the time we get to the end of this. It's a bit like having a Pro-Am team where, like, say, you've got Paul Dell'Ilana as the gentleman driver, and that's how I look at it from an in-real-life perspective, because... It's like Mercedes-AMG, who will be in Le Mans today, Virtual Le Mans. They've got Bonnehouse, Graham Carroll, and their pro drivers, James Baldwin, who's probably, pound for pound, the best sim racer in the world. And who's also a British GT winner as well, to boot. I mean, the good thing is we're really getting into a lot of action. We've got 4 hours and 25 minutes still remaining on the clock. Kramer Racing, after their dramas early doors, are starting to fight back. Ballast Esports B are in front of them at the moment by about 2.5 tenths of a second. What's more, Triton Racing are now 1.1 seconds away. Luke, I know Paul's going to come back in, mate. I've got stage duty to do now. Stage duty I'm going to go take my shirt off for the fans. Oh, dearie me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll probably be back a little bit later on as well to come and say hello, keep an eye on what's going on. But yeah, I'm going to leave you now in the capable hands of Paul Glover. Thank you very much, Luke Crane. So, as the action continues here at the 5th and final round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. It's Alex Goldschmidt and Paul Glover back in the saddle. Mate, Hi. Good to have you back after a little break. Yeah, that was a nice little comfort break. Are you not getting a comfort break? Well, Luke's got stage duty, so I'm going to do the first long stint, mate. You know how it is. You are such a machine. I am the machine, in the words of Bert Kreischer. Sorry. I had to get that one in. But yeah, we've seen. I mean, the thing is now. Can I just quickly say before we get into that, it's so much busier here today than it has been. I know. I know. And the queue for food is ridiculous.
So hopefully you're not hungry. I'm not hungry. I had a big breakfast purposefully.
Mate, you know
I
what?
saw your image that you posted. You tagged me in.
Oh, mate,
I think you went big as well, knowing that was going to be a thing.
I did my Matthias Ekstrom food version. Go big or go home. And they said, do you want some scrambled eggs? And I went, yes, please. I did not expect a plate. I was expecting them to bring out the tray. So that just goes to show when you say, yes,
also,
please.
Could I, you know, we had that little technical hiccup. I don't know if you've been told what happened.
No, I wasn't.
So what happened is the broadcast and the stewarding are on a different network to the drivers. The drivers didn't drop from the server didn't drop. It was a local network issue which affected the stream. And that's what happened. Yeah, that's
fine. Thank you very much. I mean, the main thing was at least
I did a bit of digging after I relieved myself.
No. That's fine. Right, Team Racing Points and GTWR Esports 2 side by side through Yokohama. Now the number 38 is going to get the inside run. This is a change for 5th position, but more importantly, Paul Glover, I spy with my little eye the gap between Williams and Triton has gone down to under 7/10.
Yes. So I'm guessing you know that Murphy's out of the car. Eamon's out of the car. Do you know this?
Eamon Murphy.
Eamon Murphy, you know he's out of the car?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so I saw him I had a quick chat with him. He's very happy with that stint. But that gap, that's interesting, right? And Unicorns of Love are 14.5 seconds back.
Well, yeah, well, you said, you're saying Eamon Murphy with regards to the car we're seeing on our screens, and Jardier's behind the wheel now.
Yes.
Marco Pejic is there. Well, no, that's for Veloce. My apologies there. So, right. And
sometimes reading a line is really difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's the green one that we have on our spreadsheet here.
Yeah.
As everyone's getting a good view on the stage of Danny Gusa. The man, the myth, the legend. He's been like a whirling dervish.
He's been everywhere. People ask him where he's standing. I'm like, I don't know.
He said to me this morning, before I even got in, I had 8 phone calls at the same time. I went, how is that humanly possible?
Yeah, because I was getting here prepped and someone came up and said, do you know where Danny is? I was like, well, I saw him outside the hotel, but I haven't seen him here because he's staying in the same place that I am. So, actually, a lot of the Cavada guys are staying where we're staying. I think beers were had last night as well. So I went to bed being sensible. So,
mate, I was dropped off by the lovely Louisa. Now, Louisa, you will have seen her on the ADAC social medias. She is actually one of the presenters for the RCCO World EX Championship. We had Thomas Foote and Mike Rockefeller, 2013 DTM champion, on stage earlier on this week. Yeah, I mean, there is live timing available, guys and girls out there. It's pitbull.live/timing/SimRacing-GP. I unfortunately can't put a link in there, but I'm sure that our broadcasting pair of Steve Proudly and Mike Yow will be able to oblige. They've been absolutely brilliant bringing the racing action to you at the moment as we are fast approaching the conclusion, Paul. In 20 minutes time, we'll be a third of the way through.
Wow. Can I say wow once more? Wow. I mean, that is absolutely flown by.
You know what? We're riding on board we're riding on the Trojan horse. It's Triton Racing. That gap is now down to 3.7 tenths of a second. The Freudian slips are in full abundance. You know what? This is I'm so gutted for the rest of the comms team, because if we had everybody here, it would have been an absolute mess.
It would be carnage.
It would be like a mosh
with
pit.
a capital C as well, you know?
Yeah, it would be a mosh pit from Metallica happening right here on the commentary box. Everyone would be like saying, no, you go on for that half an hour. But the good thing is, we are past we're past the half a century mark, and hopefully in the next 20 minutes we'll get an understanding of where everyone is at the moment, and hopefully we'll get some well, you know what I'm going to do, Paul? I'm going to try and have a look to see what the current updated point standings might be, because if we have that, that's going to tell us exactly what we need to know.
Yeah, I believe we get them every hour anyway. On the hour, I think when you were distracted earlier on, we had to come up on the screen. I don't know if you spoke to them.
I didn't see them, to be honest.
You were talking to Luke at the time, so they came up on the screen and they nicely scrolled through. So yeah, every hour they will be updated and accurate. So you don't have to try and sit there doing the maths in your big brain. You can rely on the team behind us as supporters on that. So we'll have them in approximately 18 and so minutes. They'll come up with the screen. Keep everybody, including ourselves, up to date, because there are there are a lot of moving pieces. Things are changing all the time. I went and went back over to the Logic stand, one to get some water for my teammates, but also to see how Beaver Grease Racing, who are now remind me, sorry, I forgot.
They're number 68. BGR by OBS World.
Yeah, that's it.
They're 26 at the moment.
They had an issue with the keyboard during their pit stop, so they couldn't get out of the pits, so they lost a minute during that. You know, and bless them. I mean, you can tell that, like, it's just. I said that's just one of those things. I'm sure up and down the grid where there are stories like that happening all the time, that we're not necessarily aware of. So,
right, okay. Concentrating on the on-track action, I was about to say something before this caught my eye. Rocket Sim Sport have again just been showing really, really good pace at the moment. They kept it consistent, and that's quite important right now, Paul, because. Unicorns of Love 2.
Unicorns of Love last time did a
156. Side by side between the two leaders, and they have just had a little bit of a touch. They've had another touch again. I did say this at the beginning of this race. You've got to keep it clean. Triton to the inside. They give Williams a little bit of a squeeze. Side by side once again for the two leaders. Into the next.
He breaks early there.
Yeah, I think you know what?
I think he let him have that.
He did.
Yeah.
That was, and you know who's behind the wheel now? Brazil's Igor Rodriguez. So McCormack out, Rodriguez in, and one of the things, so Luke was, so at the moment, Triton Racing, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 53.775. We've got brand new graphics for this round. Boy, do they look slick, mate.
They do look good.
They do.
Yeah.
They're mustard.
Great work, great job being done by the production team as always.
I think, and now we're seeing the top speeds. So Wild Things, 249 kph, 247 for Unicorns of Love 2, the number 4 car. Doy Sports Black and the number 111 Audi, 247. West Competition Racing, 247. Team Ballas Esports B, 246. So I see in there, that is going to be, well, basically 3 out of 5 are Audis.
It's a great car. I keep saying it's a great car. I keep saying it's a great car, and there's proof.
I mean, I love the 5.2 litre V10 naturally aspirated lump. I mean, it's an inline 6 turbocharged engine. But now, Yaz Heat. Oh, they are. Well, that car's just gone rallycrossing.
I'm guessing we haven't had a decision made on the contact that we saw before I took my little break. Have we had anything back? I don't think we have we?
To be honest with you, I've not really seen anything because I've got. I hate to think how many windows I've got.
Yeah, I know.
It's
a struggle. I normally. So this is the thing about commentating from home, is I've got 5 screens. People don't realise what goes on behind the scenes, right? And here I feel a little bit restricted. I don't have the same amount of retail space.
But you know what I think makes up for that? What we're feeling right now.
Yeah, you're right.
What we're feeling right now. And I'm sorry that we're not going to be what we want to concentrate on is having a lot of fun doing this. This is the professional side of things, but one of the biggest things I think is that the atmosphere we have. Again, you can hear. We've got Yvonne Huflar, who I've caught up with her and her partner Sophie. Great to see her over with us as well, to talking about so many different things within the sim racing community. I'm looking forward to getting myself an opportunity. I'm going to try out the new, and I don't care if you love me or hate me, I'm going to try the new SimuCube active pedal system tomorrow afternoon. I mean, you got to do it. You got to do it.
Yeah. Well,
if you are
where
here,
else are you going to get a chance to do that?
Nowhere. I mean,
exactly.
Never in my life would I get the opportunity to put my feet on a $7,500 pedal set.
Exactly.
But we now turn our attention back
in 2018, when I was at the Expo, I got the chance to sit in a 50,000, 60,000 euro simulator.
Yeah.
when would I get to do that? I wouldn't. Only in places like here. So, yeah, it's you know, fantastic. So.
Yeah, I mean, so far, a big thank you to you all for tuning in. I mean, it's been an absolute hoot so far. Myself and Luke have had like a little wave fest with Seb Hawkins. There's a lot of love in the Williams camp at the moment. Luke was like saying, say nice things, and Luke has already got his little present, which was a little Hoisingfeld keychain and a Hoisingfeld bottle opener. If you are here at the Expo, you can grab them, and they've got like a little. I mean, mate, you know what I've done? I said yesterday at the race room experience stand that I was going to put it on my car key. No. This will be my sim racing commentary charm from now on.
Okay, yeah.
And you know what the funny thing is? It's relevant.
Yeah.
It's completely 100% relevant.
Oh!
Unicorns of Love. Now, Michi Tauscher has got a little bit sideways.
Bit of drifting.
Yeah. Stuttgart sideways, I'm going to call that, considering of where Porsche is based, even though the motorsport competition.
So now that Triton have got the lead, they've opened up the gap already, just beyond the second.
I mean, you've got to look at it from this perspective. Igor Rodriguez would be physically here if he did not have to have shoulder surgery. And when you look at it, he is, and I'm not going to refer to it as the weakest link. He's basically the driver that is not here.
Yeah. And
that would have a completely different emphasis. And with surgery, especially on the shoulder, you're not going to travel
it's going to take its toll, right?
At home.
So he's not going to be 100%.
No.
By any means.
And you know what? I have to give him absolute thumbs up. Well done, Igor, for deciding to do it. There could have been a change of driver, somebody else within the team. But now, I mean, I just don't know what to say. I mean, I love the fact. Like, I've seen the guys and girls from Renvelsen, and their livery matches their team wear. It's absolutely...
no, it's great. And like the way they decorated their area as well, it all matches. While I was watching that, just something we haven't really discussed in the last sort of hour and a bit is track limits.
Yes.
And I don't know about you, but Nürburgring, especially when you go through the Mercedes section, it's quite easy enough to get a track limit cut here.
Yeah. And
for those who are familiar with ACC, you basically get 3 of those, and then 4th one is you are going to get a penalty. Unfortunately, as broadcasters, you don't get that information. The only way we can get that information is actually, which is very unusual because we can't normally do that, is somebody can walk around and look at the screens to see if they've got any track limits on their their screens.
Like I say,
need a roving reporter.
Spy in the past.
Yeah.
It's like hopefully they're not bumbling along like Inspector Clouseau, like, we must find this woman. No, it's none of that. But I think because in the comfort of your own home, you are enclosed. You're in your own cocoon.
Yeah.
You come here.
There's distractions everywhere. There's noise going on. There's people standing watching behind you.
They'll be like us talking on the stage when the lights come on again.
Yeah.
There is so much that can really put you off.
Unsettle you potentially, right?
Yeah. And I mean,
I wouldn't be able to deal with that.
You know what? Doing this is fine.
Yes.
Doing that.
Yeah. But then I think some esport drivers would be like actually doing what we do. They might look at us and go, "That's really," it's just talking rubbish for a few hours. The way that I see it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, as commentators, we're here to help tell the story.
That's right.
But the story has got so many more layers. So it's a bit like a lasagna.
It's like an onion.
As a reference, like an onion.
Yes.
You cut into it, you have layers.
Yes.
And we've got layers here. Excuse me. Yeah. So from my side, it just it's just a case of what we then have. But from that perspective, all right, Team Ballas Esports now in for what's going to be their second pit stop on the 563. And I mean, directly in front of us, we've got the Mercedes Ultimate Racing Experience powered by D-Box. D-Box are also here, Vasaro also here. We've got the Monster Energy stand. I've got to pick myself up one of those cans, but here's Brabham Esports.
Under a bit of pressure for Brabham here.
Yeah, Yeet Esports, well, they've yeeted themselves over the chicane a couple of times earlier on, but Brabham Esports are really, really putting them under the kibosh.
Yeah,
so
BMW looking very planted at the moment compared to that Porsche ahead.
I think that Porsche's had a little bit of damage after... Oh, right. Hopefully, David Brabham, you are watching. It's good to see the Brabham livery on a BMW.
I saw him yesterday. He was in the vicinity. I didn't get a chance to talk to him, but I've had a chance to talk to a lot of people. So, I tell you what, when I woke up this morning, when I first spoke to my colleague Adam, and I was like, oh, my voice isn't sounding great. So.
And here I am having shouted at the community trophy, the exhibitor races, and doing my roving reporting.
Oh yeah, I know, but I haven't. Also, like, because I've been working on the stand, I haven't stopped talking, and my lips have been drying up like anything. So I've been lip balming, you know, trying to keep myself hydrating rather than the beer and the coffee, and you know. So
I did have a cappuccino this morning to kickstart my system.
Yes, I did as well.
I did. But we now concentrate back on the third place car, Unicorns of Love, in the number 14. Race 1 winners at COSA. So just really a recap of the season so far. 4 different winners, 4 different manufacturers, 4 very different circuits. Circuit of the Americas, the number 14 crew of Unicorns of Love with the Audi R8 won the opening round on the 23rd of July. Bathurst, Mount Panorama, Triton Racing back with the BMW M4 on the 20th of August. 17th of September, unfortunately I was looking forward to being part of that one, but Arnage, in the meantime, trying to go up the inside of WPS through into Yokohama, and that is a beautiful move. Arnage competition, they did the ultimate round the outside. They lined it up through the Yokohama curve, and then into the AMG arena, kept it pinned, and WPS could do nothing, absolutely nothing. And that just shows to me straight away confidence in the car, belief in themselves as West Competition Racing. You might remember Bathurst, they were the ones that nearly rolled it.
Yeah.
But to be honest, this is really, really starting to kick up a notch, because after the best part of over an hour and a half...
There's battles coming back to us again. Yeah, like I say, ebbs and flows.
Yeah, Grid Finder looking to hopefully have their best finish of the season in 18th place. What's more, yeah, so we've... oh, you know what? We've got another FIA Motorsport Games participant here. Michael Teichmann from Geeks Energy Sim Racing Blue. And you know what? He didn't represent Germany, he represented Mexico. Oh, Renvelton getting the elbows out there.
On the Grid Finder car as well.
Yeah. You know what? I like the fact that I still remember Grid Finder got so many turnarounds, it was not even fun. It really, really was not. But when you've got the top 20 cars battling away for a share of a €10,000 prize pool, 10,000 euros is up for grabs tomorrow in the ADAC GT 500. But one thing that we haven't mentioned yet, the rig fastest lap. Whoever sets the fastest lap of the race is not for the team. It will be the driver that we know who it is that has set the fastest lap of this race. They'll get a rig headset, might even get it here. I hope they get the cash for the €50, because it would be a travesty, because they'll be like, can I have a headset, 50 euros, please? No, we'll send it to you in the post, and then it gets lost. Don't want that happening here. We'll make sure that happens.
But a little look on the Unicorns of Love car too, but thinks better of it. This would have been quite a lunge, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would have been a Danny Rick send.
Would have expected it either.
Sorry, sorry, folks. I did get the big bottle this morning. The good old Mezzo mix. If you've never had this stuff, it's absolutely golden. So that's my hydrate.
I've never heard of it.
Well, it's orange. It's Fanta mixed with cola.
Oh right, okay.
But it's very much a German acquired taste. But I do say to anybody, you give it a go at least once.
Yeah, so the West Competition Racing team keeping the Unicorns Love under immense pressure. You're hoping that as you go through the next section that you're just where you need to be in order to try and make a move into the final chicane, because it's a heavy braking zone.
Yeah.
And you know, you're trying to get the overdrive into the slipstream of the car ahead. And as you know, T1 is a very big opportunity as well. But as we saw a moment ago, moves are possible elsewhere. As you said, if you've got the confidence in the car,
Yeah.
you're able to make that. And again, great camera work from Mike and team, because that is a lovely shot that we just got there as they went through.
I still remember commentating on Fabian Piffet from Team Fordzilla, and we had the roof cam that swivels on the 360 degree axis, and it was absolutely brilliant. Like, we're just getting, and now, you know what I'm seeing here, Paul? Look at the light, 6:02 p.m. server time. The finale's going to finish under the floodlights, I think.
Yeah, it's coming. The sun's going to start to drop, isn't it? Nicely, and it's and that's a whole different ball game, because we know that the track temperature's going to drop.
Yeah.
The conditions will change a little bit for the drivers, but you know, like we said before, their process is making a move on the inside into T1, but Unicorns again going to try and look for the cut. No, they don't, and they're just going to. I think they're just going to settle for it. I think they know that at the moment that they're faster, and sometimes that's knowing when to pick the battles, isn't it?
It is, and also from the strategy perspective, they say, like, look, we're not racing that team.
Yeah.
This is racing. And like you said, being, you know, there will be
a momentary blip on the network there, I think, like we saw earlier on.
Yeah,
I don't think what we're seeing is affecting the drivers. I think it's like to my point earlier on, that is because the broadcaster and the stewards are on a different network. So and people complain about being remote and having connection issues. Well, unfortunately, there are challenges wherever you are in this day and age.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's been a lot of hard work. I mean, okay, teams will have been a little bit miffed, is the term I'm going to use, for not being able to fully use the booth.
Yeah.
But when you look at the scale of what Corvana, Michael Vamsa and his team, who I'm a part of, I'll be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
The amount of hard work from like Danny Yusa, Vincent, Yannick, the whole team, Nadi, Alex, everybody that's been involved with this project has done this for the community, done this for sim racing.
Yeah.
And for us to have this here, next cycles of pit stops, Door Esports Black are in, and so are Wild Things.
So both Door Esports cars have been in by the looks of it, the blue and the black.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we can have a look here as well. GTWR Go setups are in, Wild Things. We're currently looking down the leader, I've got the higher end of the leader, so the leaders haven't been in yet. So I can tell you that much, but the two leaders are in the 154s again. Unicorns Love are hitting the 155s, but I think at the moment the Unicorns Love are kind of the slowest of that kind of top 6. Or top 5 maybe, the team racing point, not quite on the pace of the others at the moment.
I think once Williams get Tinko in, they've got a really good opportunity to start.
Oh, that man is quick. He is quick.
He is the AC, I class him, along with the likes of Jonas van Voort and Chris Hartveld, one of the many flying Dutchmen in the ACC community. And, you know, I've worked with Tinko, I've worked with Dara, I haven't worked with Eagle yet. But they're great guys. You know, I still remember when Dara sent me the first message when I was commentating on. He said, "This is how my name is said. Don't look at it." And I've seen it before where someone has accidentally mispronounced the name. But we're concentrating on the teams.
Yes.
Because we feel it's a lot more important. Oh, was that a little wiggle from that Heidi?
Yes,
that was indeed.
It was.
That was indeed. So Yaz Heat into the pit lane.
Time can be lost and gained on these pit stops, you know, like practicing. I don't think it's sometimes, it's something that drivers don't do enough of. They don't practice, or certain drivers might not practice the entry into, the problem is you've got to do a whole lap to be able to do that. You can't just program the game just to do a pit entry every time. So, and there's quite a few more cars in the pit stops now. So we've got an Arge, Veloce, WPS Racing Team, Yas Heat, Team Badass Esport B, Rocket Sim Sport, and West Competition Racing are all into the pits.
Yeah. So Triton Racing now leading after what will be the 63rd lap of this 5.1.
That's the biggest gap we've seen yet. It's before pit stop, right?
Yeah.
5 seconds.
I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do my lovely little stats, which I know you love. I've been nerding out all week.
Go on.
Right? So 63 laps. That equates to a total distance of 324.32 kilometres covered by the race leader so far. And what's more, I think, right, I'm probably basing it on pit stops. I would think we could be anywhere between 180 to 200 laps as a round guess. You know, considering, you know, we're now 2 hours in, 4 to go. But I think hopefully one of the other things that we'll see here is that we should, Paul, see plenty of track evolution.
Yeah, it will. And also, as you do a stint, you tend to naturally just sort of improve over time anyway. And so you tend, and as the fuel comes down, but obviously the caveat to that is, you know, your tyre wear will be affected because they're going to lose life. So there is generally around about mid-stint where, you know, where you've still got a bit of tyre life left and you've got less fuel in the car. As we look at the Enarge competition guys in the 100.
Yeah, they were up to 9th place after that nice little robust move around the outside.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm so pleased. I mean, the driving standards, we've had that on one of the panel talks, and I'm not going to talk about what they said. I think the way that everyone has come here with the same thought process, like, if we do something stupid, then that person's going to come to us. Yeah. We're not able to hide.
Yes.
And that, to me, and like, the atmosphere is so pleasant. There's no toxicity. There's no, you know, go like, on your keyboard. It's like, if people have got an issue, they'll tell you. They'll tell you directly to your face, rather than sort of like having to go behind, you know, it's like send you a Discord or Twitter DM saying, yeah, well, so, you know, and being like a little snitch saying like, someone stole it. And I'll be completely honest with you, I like the fact that I'm able to speak to like Boothby, Jardier, all those people.
Yeah.
It's absolutely brilliant.
I just bowled up to a lot of the team this morning and just went, morning, and they were like looking at me like I was crazy. Like, and then they might have probably noticed that, you know, I'm wearing an SGP hoodie. They might know that, and I'm like, oh, I'm commentating on today's race. My name's Paul. Just want to, like, how things are going. Yeah, and I can't. If you want to do that when you're remote, you've got to send messages on Discord. Hope they see the message. Hope they want to reply. But I've doorstepped them, like we did with the interviews. Like, I've doorstepped them. They've got no choice. I'm there. They have to deal with me.
I mean, at least George didn't have either a mouthful of drink, because he could have spat that all over me. Before I forget, I've got a...
Oh, we've got an SG30 for car 88. I'm guessing
that'll be for speeding in pit lane. Yeah, that'll be speeding in pit lane if that's happened.
Yeah. So, yeah, you don't want that, do you? And that's gonna hurt. I mean, they're already P26, so that's gonna, unfortunately for them, gonna push them further to the back.
That's gonna put them 3 laps down on the leader.
Yeah, and they're already into the pits.
Yeah,
so that's quick. I wonder if they've.
Yeah, stop go 30. You've got to serve that within 3 laps.
Yeah, you have. Yeah.
I think it's very, very wise from Absolute Motorsport. I mean, they had a bit of a shocker at Spa. They were turned around at Pouon and into the barriers, but now we've got this battle. Oh, right.
Audi versus Audi.
Kramer Racing. I have just spotted they have just been hit with the 15-second time penalty.
The contact with 163, but it hasn't. But the race control hasn't announced it yet. But so 970 as well, plus 15 seconds for contact with 163, second warning.
Yeah, that's why I just had a look on that particular occasion. But Renvelton in the number 17.
I think there are a few of them that they need to. There's a few contacts they need to look at. So we'll see if there's more penalties to come.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from that perspective, again, that mental and physical fatigue.
Oh, unsettled the car as they went into the chicane and into the second part, lost it even. Oh, no, the other Audi's off as well.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, the Audi can be easily unsettled.
Can I just use a little bit of music here?
Yeah, sure.
So they were doing synchronized spinning. Team Ballast Esports. And that's the leader that's just tagged them.
Oh,
That's Triton. That's Triton that was on the inside of them. I do not believe my eyes right now.
Oh.
Now, if they get hit with a penalty, you know what?
Well, we only saw the end of it, so we didn't see the whole. We didn't see the build-up. So it's hard to judge. So we're hoping we'll get a replay of that, so we can actually make it.
I know we will do.
Yes.
But my worry is that if Triton were
They've
not
just come out of the pits, haven't they? Because we're in third.
Yeah.
So we've missed the pit stop there.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking here is that if, and this is a very, very loose if the fact that Triton were trying to get past on them, and this is the golden rule of sports cars. There's a touch, and that's the number 4.
Oh!
Unicorns of Love 2. Unicorns of Love 2 having a clash with one of the back markers, and Veloce's not too far behind. Neither is Team Racing Point.
Oh!
Folks, you wanted drama, you've got it. As Unicorns of Love in the number 14, as the number 1 gets out of the way of Kramer Racing Esports. Unicorns of Love number 14, currently sitting now in the pit lane from 2nd position on the road. So this is going to be crucial. Now here's the
Audis having their moments.
Yeah, this is the synchronized spinning. So
they're both going pretty hot, don't they?
Well, yeah. Simulation Esports was sideways going through into the first part of the chicane, and then goes onto the grass, and then there's the other one going through the bottom of the shaft.
They used its opportunity to pit. So
yeah, it's like here we go.
Could have been a hell of a lot worse. That, couldn't it? They could have put it into the barrier, perhaps.
Yeah. There's Triton. And they come out of the pit lane, and I think that's going to be investigated.
It will be investigated,
but
I'm not sure how that will be seen.
It depends. It depends, because all I'm going to say are 2 driver names and 1 track.
Right.
Verstappen, Hamilton, Monza. That's all I'm saying on that one. And think of it this way, that, as we both know, that more than likely will be investigated.
Yeah.
And if that happens, that Triton get a penalty, first of all, they'll probably say, well, we were coming out of the pit lane, we were trying to keep our position. We've got cone gate here as well, have we? I've just seen one of the bollards go flying. So we will see what happens over the next few moments. Unicorns of Love 2. Now in the pit lane, here is replay of the contact with the number 38. So go through, and the 38 squeezed the number 4.
Oh.
That was a squeeze. That was a squeeze. I will give the 38 a little bit of a benefit of the doubt there, because they were far enough alongside to facilitate that.
Yeah.
That's the only saving grace.
Oh, Triton off.
That was not.
I mean, that's a questionable re-entry.
Yeah, so that was coming through the.
But we saw that earlier on, didn't we, from the Williams Esports?
Yeah, and there's Williams.
Yes.
There's Williams.
Oh, suddenly they're under pressure. And they're amongst back markers as well, which... Is that the grid finder car behind? I think it is, isn't it?
Well, Dominic Bly's in for a 2nd stint, so...
Yeah, a man that we know that's got amazing pace. Again, had an opportunity to speak to him when he came over to the stand the last couple of days. Yeah, so it's just now head down, focus, and trying to not let that affect you.
You know that gap was about 5 seconds. They lost 3.
Wow.
That's when you're under this kind of pressure cooker situation, folks.
Yeah.
What were their last lap times, Paul?
So last time round, Triton did a 1:56, but the Williams Esports guys did a 2:49 because it's the outlet for their pit stop. So it's not representative, but the gap's down to 2 seconds. Also, Unicorns of Love would also clearly been in the pits and did a 2:51, but we did see them, that was the second car that had the contact, wasn't it, rather than the first car. Yeah, Unicorns of Love at 22 seconds back from P2 as things stand, but you can see there's a battle which we're not looking at the moment between P8 and P9. The team racing point are very close to Veloce. Veloce are only 3.5 seconds now behind P4.
Oh, Veloce have got Jardier behind the wheel, I believe. Let's have a look. Yep, Jardier's in the house. Marco Peix yet to do a stint. Kramer Racing closing in. Ah, right.
There was quite a, you can imagine there was quite a gathering of people watching Jardier while he's in the rig, but I don't think he realises he's there because the rig is quite far forward, which is good, and people are keeping their distance and not going into the team's area and not, interfering. So that's really important, that you let the drivers do their thing. So yeah. Did we spot the 15-second penalty for car 38?
That's just
up on screen.
That's just what I was about to find out. So car 38, avoidable contact with car number 4, and
gained position.
So it's what we call in karting advantage by contact, ABC.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't have anything for GEF. But Kramer Racing very, very hot coming through the Vidal Chicana at turns 14 and 15.
It's very easy to go in hot there, though, isn't it? You're carrying so much speed.
Yeah, esports found out the hard way and nearly ended up in the barriers for good measure. So it's like, yeet. Sorry.
We've all done it, though, because you think, like, you think you could take, you go through it and you're like, oh, I can go through there faster and more aggressive.
What on earth was that from Team Racing Point? That was a wiggle. I didn't know whether it was a wiggle or whether it was a bit of a
glitch in the matrix.
My name is Neil.
We're bringing out all the music and film references. So, if you're here for that, stay.
Look, what we can say is, and this is a running gag that Luke and I have got going all week long, we're just nerding out. And it's not, it's cool to be a nerd, isn't it, in some respects?
Yeah, it is. I use the word geek rather than nerd. I call myself a geek. And I was explaining to someone.
Right, okay. Sorry, we just had a little bit of a touch between GTWR Go setups and WPS. So the Porsche was nearly right up the
Jaxie?
Actually, I haven't used that word in years. I was about to say...
You were trying not to use a bad word. You were really thinking hard about a clean word, and I got you one.
Well, Luke's been ever so reserved this week, and everyone else...
He was telling me earlier on, actually, yes.
Right, okay, Cavana Gaming's got to really watch out now. There's Yeet Esports. They could end up in the Shadow Realm if they're not careful, but it could be... Oh, Yeet Esports gives them a little bit of a rub on the right-hand side. Cavana car, number 7. It does keep its... keeps its purchase, but then again, we've still got this battle here between Yaz Heat and Kramer Racing Esports. Yeah, like I say, I mean, we can be, we can be astounded by something that, we just have that love and that passion, like you say, being a geek, being a nerd, or just being infatuated with the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah,
because that's what we've got here.
And when you say, right, I'm going to a SimRacing Expo, people look at me like crazy.
Number 17, 15 seconds penalty for contact with Yaz Heat, and that is Geeks Energy Sim Racing Black. I do have to give a shout out to one particular lady who's not here this week. She's absolutely missed. She's not here. Laura Luft. She was on the Expo ADAC stand last year.
Yeah.
And
she caught COVID a couple of weeks ago because she's been doing a lot of work with F1 Paddock.
Right, okay.
And she went to Brazil, came back, two tests. Oh, WPS racing sideways and off. Oh my goodness, what on earth happened there?
Don't know if it was contact. We're obviously riding on board with them, so it's hard to see.
I didn't see any initial impact.
They do look a little bit slidey.
Whether the tyres have gone.
Well, you can't already. Surely they would have pitted recently, surely.
What if?
Maybe they've done a different...
Exactly. That's what I was thinking, probably boots. Put a new set of boots on, fill the tank up on the first stint. And the next one just fill up the tank.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
It's
quite a brave move, though, around here. That's a brave move around here, because I think to your point earlier on, with like fuel consumption, you're doing a lot of braking and squirting.
But also, like, say, for example, you need to do a little bit of lift and coast.
Yeah.
Like, through into the chicanes. You don't need to, I mean...
Again,
Team
those
Balance
curves.
Esports B, keep your hair on. And Rocket Sim Sport, that's going to be 13th place.
Yeah.
You know what?
They're climbing and climbing, aren't they? Slowly but surely.
Yeah, I mean, Rocket Sim Sport have done an absolutely mega job.
You know, in 42 minutes, we're going to be halfway through this race.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I can't believe that.
But we say it every single time, though, when we do these things. We're like,
well,
mentally, you're like, oh, you got like a 6-hour race to do, and you're like, oh, that's long. And then we chat, and then we chat, and then we chat, and we continue chatting, and then we're like, oh my God, how much time has gone by?
I mean, the thing is, when I did, which round was it? Was it Spa? Was it? I can't remember. I don't think it was Spa. No, it was Bathurst. And I said I was good to do the final 2 hours as well, because I'd done the whole thing.
Yeah.
And today, with how I'm feeling right now, folks, I'm going to be completely honest. Those highlights you saw earlier on, I was voice-overing them at 6:30 this morning. I've been up since 5, not nervous, but because it's race day.
Yeah.
And I just got the goosebumps. I just went, I needed to go for a morning walk, so I went down to the local petrol station where I'm saying...
Try to just lap the second Unicorns of Love car.
Right, so that is going to be all
they've just lapped P17. And the gap between P1 and P2...
It's coming down.
It's coming down.
It is coming down. I think also...
Slowly but surely. And also, when we were watching the Williams car earlier on, I did notice, and you can see that the latency is a little bit high on the bar there, because obviously the guy's at home, because of his shoulder. But I did see the Williams esports car moving a little bit funny, and I wonder if that was the reason why they let them by. Because they might be having a little bit of a connection issue, but one of those things you have to deal with in sim racing.
Well,
but here we are looking at the Williams esports car.
You can see the ping's quite high because of Eagle. It could be Eagle's location.
Yeah.
And we've seen this on a lot of, like, say, SRO Esports Asia, with, like, say, Europe, where you've got, like, Philippa Bakida, Aonori Rose, Mia Rose.
It's under a second. Where did that just come from? So we did a 1:53.8.
What?
Last lap. As where the tri race did a 1:54.1. We could, yeah.
You know what?
So as they go across the line now, Tri did a 1:55 and Williams did a 1:54.3. Right on the back of him. Like ebbs. I'm going to say it again. Ebbs and flows. Ebbs and flows.
You know what? You know what I'm thinking here. I think Williams have set this car up pretty well, and the way that I mean this, folks, so give me a chance and opportunity to explain myself, that when you look at how Williams set up their cars, you know, Williams had a time with BMW, and it wasn't just Formula One, it was the 1999 Le Mans car that Yannick, you know, that was an absolute beast. But they'll have set this car up to be a little bit more compliant.
Yes, they've got to, surely.
Not too compliant, but raceable. And then for the next, let's say, 20 minutes, so you get, let's say you get 63 minutes out of a full tank. The first 40 are going to be you in that car just pushing it. The next thing that you'll find is that you'll get something else.
The 38 car,
yep,
which got the 15 seconds, has submitted a protest.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know. I felt that was pretty clear cut, but they'll try anything, these teams, right? They'll try anything.
Anything that helps filter
I don't know if it's on screen yet, but there's looks like a 15-second penalty coming in for car 17.
Geeks Energy.
Did we have that one? The one with contact 149?
Yeah,
I don't know if did we announce that?
Yeah, we did have that just on the screen not that long ago, I think. But now, right, this is going to get interesting, folks, because we are 3 hours and 38 minutes away from the finish line. But more importantly, 3 minutes, well, 3 hours, and well, I would say probably about we're going to be just over 38 minutes until the halfway point. And
okay.
You know what? I'm going to have to stand up for a minute because my left knee has just gone, hello, are you here?
I'm just trying to race control, so...
Yeah, so Paul's just finding out some information as we speak.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
That gap now is under half a second.
So, I'm being told
that gap's down. Oh, that gap's down. That gap's down. 3 3¾ tenths.
I'm as you're standing, I'm going to stand. I actually quite like standing. I don't know if you've seen that on there, but somebody needs to take a look at that. But yeah. So the penalty for car 38. They've had a penalty. They've had the penalty removed. Successful process, but I'm being given a different instant number, so I'm just double checking that with race control. That they mean instant 165.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's just going to be quite ridiculous how
also
this race has gone. I mean, we're so close to that halfway point.
Yeah,
right
we are.
Now.
Yeah, we are.
I just like still Yaz Heat. They're all trying to do their level best to move up the order. Like we were speaking with George Boothby earlier on, it was a case of, yeah, we're going to do the best we can. That's all we can do. We're here in this situation. It is what it is. Fair enough. And you know what? I admire the man's honesty.
You know the contact we saw with car 10 coming out the pits?
Yes.
Being put down as a racing incident, which I thought it would do. It looked to me like a racing incident. You might, I get the feeling you disagree with that.
No, it wasn't so much of disagreeing with it. It was more a case of, I'm not 100% sure how it's going to be classed.
Right.
So that's why I was a little bit like, I'm not 100% sure about this. You know, I wasn't like going...
But exactly, that's the point, right? This is my point earlier on. When you steward, if you're not 100% sure, you're unsure, it generally then is a racing incident. So, yeah, so it's generally a racing incident. So, for me, I'm quite happy with that, and for me, it's the right decision. So, just looking at the sheet as well. Like I say, car 38 has had their protest accepted, and the penalty's been removed. So the stewards are looking like they're up to date now on all the incidents that have been captured. So
okay, that's really well. That's good. Hats off to Adam and to Dan. And the good thing is, folks, joining Paul after we've been heard here all day, we're going to have Steve from Simracing.GP joining Paul on comms.
Oh, I get to do it with Steve. Oh, no.
Mate, you know, I thought, you know, I got Luke, you got Steve.
Oh,
everyone's
brilliant.
happy.
Yeah.
Everyone's
you know,
happy.
happy's a loose term.
Absolutely
Joking.
ecstatic is probably the superlative.
I've you know, spending all week with the man. Yeah, an absolute delight. Steve was on stage earlier on while we've been commentating on this race. So, but yeah, I mean that gap's, look at the gap now. Like, visually, it's
Mate,
tiny.
yeah. Oh,
Timing-wise, it's tiny. I mean, it's something to behold, right? And these guys are going toe to toe constantly. And I've said it again. I've said it twice now. I'm going to say it for the third time. Ebbs and flows.
If at first you don't say it once, you say it again and again and again.
I'm going to keep repeating myself. I'm a man known for repeating myself.
I admire you for doing that, because everyone has a point to put across. Hey, it is what it is. It's no problem at all. But we are coming towards 33 minutes. 33 minutes towards the halfway point of this season. And right, have you been? I know you've been communicating down at Race Control. We're going to have a replay here. This is West Competition, Ray. Oh, what on earth happened there? That car,
I wonder if that's a technical issue.
I was thinking either that's going to be I would say that's possibly technical. That could be either hardware or software related.
Yeah.
So that was West Competition Racing, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Now, the biggest crux of the matter is West Competition Racing, folks, are not here. But leaders, we're back to the leaders. The pendulum ebbs and flows once again, Paul. 2.5 tenths, and Igor Rodriguez is not letting.
So we've just got some stuff going on. So But yeah, there's some stuff going on behind the scenes. So
yeah, no, that's fine.
We'll let you know when we can let you know about that. We'll wait confirmation.
Exactly.
But this is the thing, right? I don't think people appreciate is trying to keep an eye on what's going on in the action, but also there's action behind the scenes. Do you keep going cold and hot? Are you okay to the hand?
No, it's just because
the cable is pinned to your collar. Are you doing it?
Oh,
so we don't unpin it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. I'll pin it to your jacket collar instead. All right.
Yeah, pop
cool.
your collar like us.
There you go.
Said.
Right. There you go. Look. I mean, look. We dress each other.
How you
doing? Okay. Right. Excellent. So, we've seen a lot of them today. They've been involved in a lot of action, and they made that amazing move around the outside
yes, they did.
Not long ago. We're 2 pit stops in. We're already halfway through now. We're heading towards the end of the third hour. How are you feeling about the race that we've seen so far?
I think we were waiting for something special. And the way in which I mean that, folks, is because of the intensity of competition. You know, when Simracing.GP decided, or SRE decided, we're going to open this up. We're going to invite people. And you know what? Over 30 teams responded. Some of them haven't been with us for, some of them have not joined us for the final round. We understand that. The qualifier teams, I think, was a nice little shout, because there were teams that you would have expected to have that invitation. They had to earn their rights.
Yeah.
And now what we've got here, and this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a straight out, pardon my French here, balls to the wall dogfight.
Yeah.
And that's what we're getting, because these two teams are some of the best in the world. And what this means to me, you're going to see now, it's a bit like Captain Kirk versus General Chang. No, think of it this way. It's a strategic battle. And what that means from that perspective is that the level is so high. These two teams have been on you know, I think, well, Williams have definitely qualified for the E-Racing World Cup 2 at Arcadia, just so happens to be the home of Unicorns of Love in Hamburg. And I spoke to René Steward, and he said, yes, it's actually a hotel on top of the facility.
Oh, wow.
So people won't have to, and I said to him, that'll be good, then you can go to the bar, have quite a few drinks, and then go up via the lift.
Crawl up into the lift or the stairs or whatever you want to get to your room.
But this is what I wanted to see, and this is what the audience expects, a close battle.
Yeah.
Because we saw that Triton blink first, Williams came in the very next lap.
Yeah. A moment ago we saw on ours, didn't we? I think they lost that position.
Yeah, they did.
They're now behind GTWR Go setups. Yeah. Also, I know we're looking at the battle for first, but I think Veloce is slowly but surely closing that. They have been closing that gap down. The timings are pretty similar. Yeah. So again, it's kind of ebbs. I mean, last time round, GTW Esports 2 did a 154.700.
Yeah.
And then Veloce did a 0.705. That, I mean, you know, we saw it was close in qualifying, but it remains close out there as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, from that perspective, it is a case of, you know, you know what? I know for a fact that Steve is
waiting in the wings, isn't he?
He is waiting in the wings.
He's excited to be involved, I think.
You know what? It was. I talked to him about it this morning, and he said, you know, kind of, yeah, you know, him and Dan have done such a fantastic job of getting this together.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, Simracing.GP, folks, if you haven't been on the website, it's like 50,000 leagues on so many different platforms.
Oh, it's amazing.
I mean, you have to have
as somebody that's had the pleasure of using the platform.
Yeah.
You know, when you set up a server, normally you have to do the text file, but it allows you to set up championships and then people to join that said championship.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, and you can sign out and you can select your car type and everything else, because it has to build the entry list in order for you to be able to join, and it just takes a lot of that hard work that, you know, you don't need a server specialist anymore, and the service launches at the time of the event, and it's fantastic. It's great stuff. Love it.
Oh, right, we have got a yellow flag out on track, but the leaders coming into turn one, we're on lap number 80 of this race here, round 5 of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. Here at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, the venue of last year's ADAC SimRacing Expo. We're about 150 or so kilometres, quite a few more kilometres away than a kilometre and a half. But the battle has been absolutely closely fought over the last 3 hours and 34 minutes. And to see these two teams, Triton leading, it does, and you know what, in terms of the points, even if Triton take the win, it will not be, from my reckoning here, Paul, it is not going to be enough to take the title. Right, folks, 80 laps in, it's a titanic battle at the front of the field. Triton Racing and Williams Esports have been literally inseparable, Paul. The gap has been fluctuating. We saw Triton take the lead after the first round of pit stops, opened up a gap of about 5 seconds, but Igor Rodriguez has been closing in. Dominic Bly's done, you know, partway through his, most of the way through his second stint. I don't know where the space from Williams is coming from, but they are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, as you say, it's unbelievable how these two titans within this race and this championship are just going toe to toe. And as I've said, I think this is going to say it for the 4th time now, ebbs and flows. You know, we've seen the gap expand, we've seen the overtakes being made, we've seen that gap slowly but surely close up, and it's been absolutely fascinating to watch. And we're heading towards the end of the 3rd hour already, which leaves us with 3 hours remaining. And we've got more pit stops to shake things about a little bit.
yeah, upsets the apple cart, if you will.
Yes.
So the running order at the moment, it's Triton Racing leading by 1.2 seconds ahead of Williams Esports. So Williams looks to have lost a little bit of time just a second ago. We've got GTWR Go setups being chased down by the number 100 of Arnage competition. So Unicorns of Love in the number 14, 19.2 seconds behind the race leaders. GTWR Esports 2 in 4th, Veloce 5th, Team Racing Point. And then the two on your screen at the moment, GTWR Go Setups versus Arnage. Wild Things and WPS Racing Team ran at the top 10. Yaz Heat in 11th, Kramer Racing, Rocket Simsport, Team Ballas Esports B, SGP and SOP, the number 87 Porsche rounds out the top 15. Renvelton, Unicorns of Love 2, Team Ballas Esport A, Gridfinder Racing, actually having one of the best races they've had all through the SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP, and they are ahead of the number 42 of Brabham Esports, who currently have behind the wheel Alexa Gates, who I caught up with the other day. Haven't seen her in a little bit, but really, really good to see a lot of people that I've worked with and also people that I've worked alongside in the virtual sense, and now here we are. BGR by OBS World, our top qualified team that has won the past 3 rounds on the bounce, sitting in 21st. I think, to be honest with you, it might have been just a little bit too much for them in terms of the situation.
Yeah, as I said, they had a bit of a technical issue during their pit stops where the keyboard wasn't working, so they couldn't get out of the pits. They lost approximately a minute because of that. I'm sure there are other technical issues going on that we're not aware of.
Then we go to Corvana Gaming and Yeet Esports, Arnage competition again, trying to put the pressure on GTWR Go setups. So they make their way through the chicane. It turns 14 and 15, the Vidor chicana, and then into the Hyundai N corner. And that is another 5.148 kilometers completed. And the sun is starting to set, Paul.
Yes, it is.
The server time, 6:43 p.m. And just like Kyle Army 6 weeks ago, we're going to finish under the floodlights here at the Nürburgring. And you know what? These cars are going to look absolutely filthy. The paint's going to be scuffed up like a good one. But you know what? To get to this point now and be just over 20 minutes away from the halfway point of the race, there's going to be a sense of relief from all the teams, first of all. Second of all, there's going to be like a wave of euphoria, as if to say, we all got here, we all did it, and wow.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm sure it's something that these guys have not experienced like this before, you know, getting their equipment to the site and having the challenges of getting it. I mean, there was, earlier on I was talking to one of the teams and they were under the ring trying to sort out technical issues. And I said, this kind of makes me think of Max Verstappen standing there on, you know, in pole with these mechanics taking off the covers.
Yes, because he had the tie rod, the track rod, they had to put a new front wing on it, they got it done, they said, you got 20 minutes, they did it in 13.
Yes, exactly. They had a bit more time than that, but yeah, there are challenges left, right and centre for these teams, and the quality of the racing that we've seen, as throughout all the previous rounds, have kind of been up to the level that we would expect from pro drivers. Yeah,
exactly. But Corvana Gaming, got a real good toe down the start-finish straight towards the outside of BGR by OBS World in the 68 Porsche. Was not, if they were ahead going through into Yokohama Kurva, I wouldn't believe there, Paul. They might have had they could have done the over-under on them.
Exactly.
And it's getting a bit closer going through into the AMG arena. And
no, I got a bit of a wobble on.
That was a big
and I think that's because they've taken a slightly different line there, and then applying the throttle. And you see it when you have to take a different line, and it unsettles the car ever so slightly. But it's great to see the AMG out on track. But here we're back on for the battle for P1. Williams Esports currently in P2, following Triton Racing, and that gap is just over a second.
Would you like to know who's behind the wheel of particular cars at the moment?
Oh, go on then, give us the details.
Max Voigtner now behind the wheel of the number 10 Triton racing car. For Williams Esports, it's the Flying Dutchman himself, Tinko van der Velde, behind the wheel. Go on board with Yaz Heat in the 149, rounding out the top 11 positions. And it is Tortellini behind the wheel, Magic Malinowski. George Boothby has done his turn behind the wheel. So, again, it's a three-car battle. Because well, not exactly a three-car battle. There's a couple of cars in front. West Competition Racing not having a good day in the office. I think they had a bad day in the office of Bathurst, putting through the S's and the Dippers. I mean,
that gap has really come down though between the top two, and it's now just over half a second. So, just looking at the lap times, yeah, I mean, in the last time round, Williams Esports was ever so slightly quicker. And it is just the small margins that we keep referring to. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we end up repeating ourselves again and again, and again and again and again. But that is what it is, right?
It sounds like we're a pair of old school 40 LP, like 45 RPM LPs. But Tinko van der Velde last time, 1 minute 54.725. Max Voigtner, 1 minute 55.017, 3/10. And it's nearly 3/10 between the two leaders. Now, what did we see at Kyalami last time out when we were underneath the South African nighttime sky? All hell broke loose because it was pitch black. And Kyalami was never known for its floodlighting, even though that is now a circuit owned by Porsche South Africa. The Nürburgring
is pretty much the same.
It's pretty much the same. So what we are going to see in probably the next hour and a half, depending on the server time, and that will probably be around about 8:15. What we will see is braking points being adjusted.
Yes.
Apexes being missed. Out braking? Yes.
But especially if you've been in the car in a previous stint and it's daylight, and you're not there during the transition. If you're racing during the transition, you get to adapt, right? Because it's forever changing in front of you. But if you do the first stint and maybe the last stint, I mean, you know, if teams are doing that, then you're going to get into a completely different situation with the conditions, aren't you? And as I mentioned before, the track temperature is also going to drop with that as the sun.
Oh, right, Yaz Heat. Yaz Heat just sends it, a little bit of a touch between them and the 28 of WPS Racing. That was for 10th position. And now there is West Competition unlapping themselves on that particular occasion. Well, when we saw that car a few laps ago, that was a bit crumpled at the front end.
It was, yeah.
It was crumpled, but the gap between Max Voigtner from Triton and Tinko van der Velde for Williams Esports, that gap now is just under half a second. And you know what? Igor Rodriguez has done a standout job. You know, after the shoulder surgery, and is still racing in this competition despite it being remotely.
Yeah.
And you know what? As I said earlier, I've got no qualm with that whatsoever, because the way that, like with Seb Hawkins, the entire team of Williams Esports, Stephen English was the director of Williams Esports, who, funny enough, had just announced that they're opening up the doors of the Williams Experience Centre to the public properly now.
Oh, right, brilliant.
Which I just saw quite recently, so good on.
That's good news.
That is very good news, and it's also nice to have somewhere where you can actually go into a place that you're right next door to where next year's car is being made. But again, this is now where the ultimate cat and mouse game is being played out, and it's being done at over 240 kilometres an hour, going in to turn one. And you can, one of the lovely little details I love about ACC here, Paul, the amount of pickup that you can see. Like that bumper on the front of that Williams BMW makes me sound like I'm commentating on Formula One all over again. Or makes me feel like I'm commentating on Formula One, but that car was pristine. Now, 3 hours...
Ye be dirty.
Oh, ye be very dirty.
Yeah.
But Brabham Esports, I hope that David's watching at the moment. He'll have his leg in the air just to get some pressure off of the knee of his. as he's attending the Autosport Awards tomorrow night. Oh, OBS, BGR by OBS World. And still, Triton Racing hold on to the fastest lap, 1 minute 53.775. So that would be more than likely Dominic Blyer as esports gets through on Covana.
There.
And that is a genuine battle for position. And the driver behind the wheel of the number 7 Corvana Gaming Mercedes AMG is Samuel Hatz.
Slotted straight behind by the Brabham car.
Right up the exhaust pipe.
Yeah. Oh.
Now there were some sparks flying.
There were.
Now that probably might have been from the BGR by OBS World car.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything in the background, any dust, and I don't think anything's happened. I think it's just a few, little fireworks. Chinese
fireworks. Only they all went off at once, not like bang, 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 like they're meant to. But with just under 3.25 hours still to go, you know what? I love that livery. And the thing is, we've got all the liveries in person, just like showcasing how nice it is, you know. Never would I say the following thing. A BMW M4 GT3 with the... Alex Agates just overcooks it into the braking zone, I'm afraid. Manages to rejoin, Samuel Hatz gets through. And still, Tinko van der Velde, you know what he's doing? He's playing the I'm no fool game right here. He's saying, like, don't forget, I'm behind you. It's like a pantomime, isn't it? Well, we're getting close to Panto season. It's like, he's behind, he's behind you.
Well, we're in December now. I think it's already begun. But
well, it did begin with Luke's Christmas shirt on Thursday.
Oh, I don't think I got the pleasure of seeing that.
That was actually quite nice. It was quite understated.
He was wearing one with dragonflies every day, I recall. Is it dragonflies?
Yeah, that was yesterday, and today it's autumnal leaves.
Yes. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Kramer Racing Esports.
At WPS.
WPS into T1. We're seeing a lot of action into T1, but that doesn't surprise me, really.
Well, especially with the amount of drag that you get coming out of the high-end curve. Kramer Racing, you better be careful on your track limits because that was 4 wheels out of it.
That's using a lot of the track, isn't it?
Right, now we go back to the battle. Voigtner versus van der Velde. And, yeah, you can tell that Voigtner is really feeling the pressure. As they say, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. In this case, you're going to have to get out of a race car or your simulator. These drivers will be sparring, folks. This is not easy. These are professional teams. They're here to race, but they're also here to win. One of these teams will win a title at the end of it.
Has a little look, thinks better of it. Gets a good drive out of turn 1. Oh, I think there was a little bit of contact there between the two. Luckily, didn't unsettle the Triton Racing car. Oh, has he now started to push? Because a moment ago you were saying, oh, you know, just sort of sitting back, but I think now he's switched that up.
I think he's been given the go sign. It's like, right, go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it, but don't muck it up. That'll be the key thing that Tinko van der Velde will be told by team manager Seb Hawkins. Tinko, you got my go-ahead to push, but there's always that fine line, Paul, between pushing and then just being a bit haphazard.
Yes.
And the latter always gets you in trouble.
Yes. Oh, of course. Yeah. And also, it's kind of like reading the situation, right? It's learning as you gain experience. Because there are guys out there who are very fast hot lappers, when it comes to actually getting on the track with other, 30 other cars, don't necessarily have that experience. But that's not the case here. These guys understand how to give each other room and respect to avoid situations, but sometimes you just miss a braking marker, sometimes just have that moment, and they do happen, and we very nearly, I feel like, had one of those there between the two leaders. But they're coming up on a back marker here as well as they're coming into the final corner, so this could make things interesting as they go down into T1, because they're going to have to navigate the Porsche head. I didn't quite catch what car it was, but let's see if the back marker has a hasn't acknowledged that they're there. So oh, he has. He's pulled over nicely. Brilliant, great stuff. That's fantastic. And not to interfere with this amazing, as we got the shot back off the rear spoiler of the Triton racing car. One of my favourite shots. That.
Yeah.
One of my favourites.
Right, folks, we're going to go to a brief commercial break here for the fifth and final round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy for 2022. We'll be right back. Eight minutes and 50 seconds until the halfway point of the fifth and final round of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.GP. Alex Goldschmidt and Paul Glover in the commentary position just in front of the main stage. Battle is waging on, and it's two titans within the world of sim racing. Triton Racing still leading after 88 laps, but it hasn't been all their way, Paul, because who's on their heels? It's Williams Esports.
Indeed, and we've seen a bit of contact with Triton as they exited their pit stops for their second pit. So they've had a bit of a moment, but the stewards decided that was a racing incident. So it's not all been smooth sailing for these guys, as Williams Esports are applying the pressure once again as we go out of the final call. We've got the rear spoiler view there, and we've cut now back to the TV cameras. And again, as we're going down the start-finish straight into T1, I don't think the Williams Esports car is close enough.
I don't think they need to be close enough. They know that they don't have to win this race.
Right.
But
and here comes the big but, don't they? Yeah.
And I'm not talking about anyone's posterior, don't worry. The big but is, if you want to win a championship, what's the one way you want to close it in on? You want to close it off in style. You want to win. And they know. They know. I mean, the thing is, since round two, Triton and Williams, don't forget, were tied on points. They were tied on points, but based on count back, Triton were the championship leaders. And now we've got Kramer Racing again breathing up the boxer engine of WPS, who both were quite
They must be really bored of each other right now.
Oh,
a bit like the top two. I'm sure they're bored of each other as well.
I'm just sort of like thinking, yeah, I'm just waiting for that whoops moment. And that could, I mean, to be completely honest with you, it's been brilliant so far. But looking at it from this perspective, you know, with regards to the championship itself, Williams are pretty much there. At this moment in time, we know that they, as I said, they know what they have to do.
Yeah.
But they want to go that one step further.
Of course they do. They're pro esports racing drivers. Of course they do.
It was like when I spoke to Corby last night. I said, they're not just here to race. He said, yes, they'll be here to race. So, yeah, but they want to win. Every team that's here wants to win this race.
Yeah, of course.
They want to get bragging rights. And you know what? I don't blame them. But then at least there'll be banter in the pub or the restaurant that they're in, having drinks, having dinner together. And that is the big... I know that I'm talking about this so much, but I cannot get over the fact that you are seeing what we are seeing with the drivers in the paddock. And it's just such a glorious sight to see. But we're 5 minutes away from the halfway point of this race.
563's in the pits, the Team Ballas
Esports
A.
car, yeah.
They're in. So I don't know if they're the first team to blink, but they're into their respective pit stop.
Yeah. So again, we're getting that cycle of pit stops coming through. But what's really, really important is about how these teams react accordingly. And WPS a little bit wide coming out of the final corner. Kramer Racing, you know, this is home turf for them, as it is for WPS. Sorry, I just had to do an ASMR moment there, when you could hear the exhaust backfiring as they blip down the gears. Wonderful.
The sounds in this game are remarkable. One of the best things I like about it.
Yeah.
As well as many other things, of course, but
yeah,
you can't beat the sound. I bet, you know, when you're there and you hear a proper race car, you're like,
yeah. But we run on board now with the number 4 car, Unicorns of Love 2, the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, closing in on Brabham Esports. The gap is just under 3/10 between them. As that sunlight is fading fast there. Still going through the AMG arena. Now through into turn number 3. And into the right-hander here at turn 4.
it's a very quick part, that turn 4 and turn 5. And it's all, as you see, the cars running kind of, I was talking about track limits earlier on, coming out of turn 5 is often where I find I invalidate my laps. It's very easy to run wide there because the tarmac is available. So you try to use as much of it as possible without getting all 4 tyres across the white line.
Yeah, no, 100. Yeah, I completely agree there, Paul. And the shadows now surrounding the Nürburgring. A little bit of a touch on the grass by WPS. That's going to give Kramer Racing Esports, again, right up the exhaust pipe there for the 977. And you can see that WPS is just trying to move from side to side to break the slipstream. Worst pace scenario onto the back wing.
Yes.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there. And Kramer going towards the outside.
Yeah, making them round the longest way round.
Yeah, that didn't really quite work out, I'm afraid.
But we have seen that work, haven't we?
We have,
We have already this race, so it is possible. But yeah, it's good bit of racing between these two. Because the defensive move, you know, he made the move early to break the slipstream, but then he didn't make any further moves following that. So
yeah,
he kept it clean, but he plants his car in the middle of the track, and that's difficult because that's basically making the car following you go, right, okay, are you going left or are you going right? It's forcing them to make a decision.
Yeah, well, now that they've got back marker traffic again. Now, we know what back markers spell.
Challenging.
I've got another word.
Go on.
Trouble.
Well, in some cases, yes. In some cases, because they're running their own races, right? And they don't want to lose out to the car ahead. So
yeah, it's
a fine balance between doing that, but also being a good back marker and letting the car through it.
Shout out to Wild Things Racing, Colex.gg, 9th position. They, you know what? They showed great prowess in the Honda NSX at Spa, didn't they?
Yes,
the midway point of the season. But due to incidents through no fault of their own, they just got caught up in a couple of things. I mean, I still remember them coming through out of Malmedy, following on from Licom and the Kemmel Straights. They were 3 wide, and I think it was the Door Esports blue Mercedes that was on the inside of them. And they had a clash coming through into Bruxelles, and the Honda just went off. Then had the massive moment at the top of the hill of Hadillon.
We saw a lot of that race, though.
Yeah, we did.
We did. We saw that a lot.
Ah, right. GTWR Go setups now in the pit lane.
Yeah.
And we are, what, 7.5 laps away from hitting the magic century. But Triton Racing still being kept very honest by Williams Esports. Getting over the curbing. It was a little bit messy from both teams there. I must be honest there, Paul. But they're trying to, you know.
They've got quite a few back markers on here. They've got 4 cars in front of them right now, not just the one. So this is where, but we are coming up to a pit windows. They might all suddenly disappear and into the pits, or 1 or 2 of them might do so. Yeah. But we can't guarantee that. What a lovely shot, camera shot there of the front wheel of the Williams Esports car.
I love that kind. You know, that's what I love about sim racing. The immersion is so much more in depth.
Oh,
Unicorns of Love, the number 14, have dropped the ball. and they're now in 4th. So GTWR Esports 2. Now,
yeah.
I hope we can get a replay of that,
I'm
because,
sure we will.
folks, we're now halfway through.
Wow.
We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Sorry, Smokey, the Bandit reference. I used that one last week in Portimao. But development. The Unicorns of Love, number 14, now has dropped behind GTWR Esports 2.
And look who's close behind.
Veloce, who's in the car? Who's in the car?
Veloce are close behind. Unless you get a flag for car 100 at the moment, dropping down the order. That's the
Arnage
competition.
Arnage competition.
Oh.
And that was the moment. It was through the chicane. Well, behind the wheel of that car, number 14 was Dennis. Oh no. You know what they say about lightning striking twice? It's done it for Dennis Schoeninger. He was one that had the brake pedal failure at Bathurst, and now he's had that through the chicane here at the Nürburgring.
It's Jardier in the Veloce car.
I was just about to say.
Yes.
So, and he's literally right with him. As now, Williams Esports.
We've got this battle going on as well, and I just want to say, like, the gap between Williams and Triton went up above half a second. It
Yes.
came down again, and it's I'm going to say it again, ebbs and flows.
It's the, you know what? I'm just going to call you Mr. Pendulum from now on. But no, I mean, you're completely right. You are 100% accurate on that observation,
Yeah.
Paul. And now, there it is.
Oh.
There's the move. Jardier up the inside of Unicorns of Love in the
Oh,
Veloce
he's been
car.
tagged.
They come together. They come
Oh,
together.
no.
Well held, Jardier. Well held.
Okay, so he's decided to pit. So, I mean, that's, you know, would have been a roundabout now, but it would have been
Yes.
great to have made that move stick and not have the kind. It'll be interesting to see how the stewards view that one.
Yes, that's going to be the biggest question. How are the stewards going to interpret that?
Yes.
Because, I mean, Jardier was on point. We know when he always brings his A game. He's Mr. Positivity.
Oh, he's
And
unbelievable.
And now, Team Racing Point are in the pits. Here's the battle for P9, WPS versus Kramer Racing. And now Williams have extended their lead over Triton Racing, as now both of those go into the pits. Now look at this for a camera angle. And this is off of the rear diffuser. You can see all the pickup from
Yes,
the
you
rubber,
can.
all the dirt from the circuit, any bitumen that's been laying on it. The attention to detail here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We have to give a shout out to Kunos and also 505 Games for bringing this car, you know, bringing this
Sim.
this sim,
Yes.
this ultra realistic sim.
Yes.
I'll be completely honest with you, is one of the ones that I really like. Want to know why? It's easy to get behind the wheel and drive.
I love it. I
Yeah.
love it. I love the detail. I love the, I mean, now as the sun is going down,
Yeah.
and that's the thing, like, when I'm driving around tracks where the sun is going, I find myself squinting even though it's not real.
That's the thing, your eyes play tricks on you, don't
Yes,
they?
they do.
Especially in the virtual.
And I'm like, I can't, like, now we're on board, and you can see the reflections on the windscreen of the car, like, and it's dreadful. Again, that gap had opened up and it's closed again. I'm sure now when
Yeah.
we, you know, like, it's, these guys are going toe to toe, and they have been for this close racing, what, for the last half an hour, would you say?
More than that, more like 90 minutes.
But it's just, I mean, but the gap had opened up a little bit by that point. But yeah, I mean, it's great. It's really great to see. Like GTW Esports 2, who just got past Unicorns of Love, and now into the pits. And the SGP team, Car 87, are also into the pits as well. So the interesting thing is, when are Williams Esports and Triton Racing going to make their stops?
Well,
They left it quite late before, both
Yeah.
of them, didn't they?
They did. However, folks, another commercial break. We'll be right back. virtual standings as they are right now, as Triton Racing have blinked again. Their earlier pit stop, they are on an alternative strategy to Williams Esports, and that could be a very, very different, that could be a telling sign. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go round there at some point and have a look at certain things.
Like track limits and things?
No. Traction control.
Right.
ABS. And the most crucial one, fuel mix.
Right. Yeah.
So from that, so those are three things that we've not really talked about at all in this first, what was it, over 3 hours.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's the thing, right? And each driver's going to want different ABS settings, different traction control settings. And, I mean, fuel mix, yeah, I mean, it definitely comes into play if you want to extend your stint and make it and be as effective as possible in that regard. So, yeah, I just sometimes wish that we had a bit more information, like have the tyres been changed on cars, you know, but looking, if we had the pit stop times in front of me, we'd have a kind of an indication whether we think they've taken on new rubber. Grid Finder, car 8 have entered the pits. They're up into P13 currently, so as the pit stops are shaking out, so I'm expecting them to fall back down into the order, so it's probably a little bit miss.
Right, okay, now, I have just looked on some live points calculations. So, Williams Esports, well, we're going to go through the race control thing on the front. 88, that's 15 seconds penalty for contact. I think with car, that would have been with car 14. That would be Unicorns of Love. But Williams Esports, 124 points. Plays Triton Racing on 117, but that will be updated. So that will mean that Triton Racing will effectively, I think, be on, we'll take just a second, there were 4 points. So that was 92 after time qualifying. Add 24, that's 116 points. Williams would be on 127. Unicorns of Love, well, I think they may be resigning themselves to the fact that their race for the title has abruptly been, well,
Extinguished?
Yeah, extinguished. I mean, you could say that just an unfortunate, unforced error.
But there's still 2 hours 51 minutes. Any technical issue can still develop, right?
Yes, exactly.
There are, so you can never say never. You're probably right, but there's always a chance that something could happen and change, of course. There's an incoming penalty for car number 4.
Oh, that's the other Unicorns of Love car.
Yes. Looks like they've had contact with car 42. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah. Well, now, because of their pit stop, Unicorns of Love have now in the number 14, and that is Tinko van der Velde. He's grown his hair over the last couple of years, he has. I asked him once, and I said, why have you not gone to get your hair cut? So I can't bother to go to the hairdressers and see what channel.
Fair enough. So, look at this shot behind the Mercedes grille.
Yeah.
Fantastic work as we ride on board with the Unicorns of Love 2, car number 4. Like I say, there's definitely an incoming penalty for that team.
Yeah, exactly.
Going through the final corner. And we're now back with the Triton Racing, got car number 10. So, Williams Esports still out there, haven't done their pit stop yet. So, which pits Unicorns of Love into P2 for the moment. So we're waiting with bated breath to see when the Williams guys decide to pit and see how that unfolds in front of us, Alex.
Yeah, indeed. So with 2 hours and 50 minutes to go, we're going to go to a brief commercial break and then we'll be back to Matson on the main stage.
The work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want a TRX track racer, yeah, definitely, please.
Getting into 100 laps, and there is Triton Racing. They're going to be going into the chicane very shortly.
Where are they?
This is going to be the case that Triton will retake the lead. They'll get the undercut done, and from that perspective, we will see that you know this. I mean, he's. You know, Tinker van der Velde has been in the pit box for over 25 seconds now, and that's not including rolling down the pit lane. They're at the end of the pit lane as well. So the beauty of that is, as
final corner, in the final corner now.
Yeah, so as Triton comes around the final corner...
They're not moving yet, but they're right at the end of the pit lane.
There we go.
There we go, they're off.
Okay. Oh, I really...
Oh, there they go, there they go, there they go. Oh. Here we go, alongside.
No,
they've got him, they've got him.
They got him easy. The thing was, Williams knew there were sitting ducks anyway, so they just let it happen organically.
But they're going to have, I mean, I know it's only a couple of laps difference, but they're going to have fresher tyres, right? So hopefully they can make that make a difference, of course. And yeah, so the Triton Racing guys take the lead back after the Williams esports team. Car 124 decided I just had a bit of a brain moment there. Did their pit stop. Again, these guys are going to go hammer and tongs for what might be the next hour, 45, well, maybe 46 minutes. But surely they've got to be sick and tired of each other a little bit right now.
Yeah.
But like you say, the Williams esports team don't have to win the race, right? They don't have to get maximum points.
That's the whole thing. It's all about making sure that you exercise the right amount of caution. And sometimes, okay, Ricky Bobby said that if you ain't first, you're last. Fine. Williams know that they, as I said, they can finish in the top 5. Well, no, they can finish in the top 3, and Triton won't be able to beat them. It's only if Williams have a massive drama, or Triton has a massive drama, then what does that do? That brings Unicorns of Love back into the top 2 positions. Might even, let's say for instance, hypothetically, and now I am not wishing any bad luck on any competitor at all here or at home. If you had the top 2 teams, one has a technical defect on a part, like say a pedal goes, like we have with Dennis Schoeninger, or you have a server disconnect.
Yeah.
Straight away, what does that mean? You'll probably get several laps penalty for the disconnect.
Yeah.
And what does that mean? Unicorns of Love, if they are in 3rd place, they are now, even though Veloce's right behind them, the underdog and the fan favourite could still win this.
Yeah.
I'm saying this bluntly now. We said it on the paddock show, didn't we, Paul? We cannot pick a winner because it has to naturally unfold in front of us, doesn't it?
And Veloce are currently putting themselves into the mix. I mean, the gap to Unicorns of Love is quite something.
Yeah.
But they also, you know, they've made some good progress during this race. I think they'll be, you know, overall pleased with their performance if they continue doing what they're doing. So yeah, it's great to see. But the gap between Triton and Williams esports is slowly opening up again, Alex. I mean, you know, like it's just the story of this race, isn't it? Where we think that the gap's gonna stay where it was, or we're gonna see a battle. But the Williams esports cars only just come out of the pits, and it does take a couple of laps for those tyres to get into the right window, into the right pressures that we all know and love in ACC.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no. Okay, no, that's fair enough. I'm just waiting for Steve. He's a little bit delayed. You know what? I shouldn't have done the long first stint. I'm kind of regretting it now.
Yeah, are you having instant regret?
Yeah.
He's having instant regret, everybody. He should have. He should have taken a break sooner rather than later. Right. Okay. So we're looking at the battle for P8. So that is between Wild Things Racing and WPS Racing Team. As he tries to make the 28 car tries to make a move up on the inside, slots in behind to get the slipstream, and
yeah. So, oh god, WPS, what are you doing? Two wheels in the kitty litter.
Yeah, I think the 28 they're sliding around a little bit, but has managed to open up a little bit of a gap. So I think that's given breathing room as we go down the back straight.
Yeah. Sorry, mate, we're going to need to move over because people can still see us. Hello. Yeah, no, I think realistically, you know, now it's getting dark. The headlights, you know, the daytime running lights are now becoming LED bulbs.
Yeah.
Front fog lights.
Less visibility with braking markers.
Being switched on.
You know, and that's the challenge of racing from an early afternoon race into an evening race, right? As we touched on before, the conditions change. So.
Right, okay, replay coming up. This is Arnage competition. Oh, what on earth? That was Door Esports.
Oh, that was avoidable.
I think that is I'll be honest with you, that is a slam dunk penalty. I'm going to call that one there.
Yeah.
That was outbreaking, and I think probably that was misjudged. I did say it didn't. When the darkness sets in, what goes out of the window?
There is a penalty coming in for car either 66 or 14. I'm waiting to see. 14's about to get a penalty.
Who has?
The 14's about to get a 15-second penalty.
You know what that means?
That changes things immensely because the gap between Veloce and Unicorns of Love is 2.5 seconds currently.
Right.
So
let me get my thinking. Let me get my
thinking.
I can see
on the Steward sheet that is changing things.
If that means that drops Yaz Heat, if that means that drops Unicorns of Love
down to 4th, maybe. I even lying on that actually. I think.
I think
I put them into 5th because Veloce are 2.5 seconds back, Team Racing Point are then 2.5 seconds back, and then GTR Go setups are 18 seconds back from them.
Yep.
So it puts them in between Team Racing Point and GTWR Go setups. So yeah. So what's happened is apparently 66 overtakes 14. 14 then hits 66, takes the position back. Now it could be protested. There is a possibility, but that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt, especially with how close it is right now.
Well, considering the fact that between Yaz Heat and Unicorns of Love, Yaz Heat didn't score any points in qualifying, did they?
No.
So you look at it that way, it's a 10-point differential between the two. So if Unicorns of Love won are 10 points behind, which basically means effectively 10 places, or make that 11, Yaz Heat secures 3rd in the championship.
Like I say, it could be protested and it could be rescinded, but I'm sure they'll look to do that. We haven't seen the incident, of course, and maybe Race Direction will give it to us at some point, or TV Director even, not Race Director, but you know, hopefully we'll get that at some point. And there's also Car 21.
Car 21, that is GTR Go setups.
They've got a penalty coming in.
Oh!
There's a second warning, avoidable contact with car 42.
Well, Paul.
Yes.
It's now
you're gonna love me and leave me, aren't you?
I am, because I need a breather, because we're going to get in the one, the only, Mr. Actual Vision, Mr. Luke Crane. The floor is yours.
Here we go, and away he goes.
Probably my favourite thing today, watching Alex try and limbo through a cable there.
Yeah.
That was great.
I think my favourite thing is your shirt, actually.
Thank you very much.
You're wearing one with dragonflies yesterday, right?
Certainly was.
Yeah, okay.
It kind of takes away from the fact I don't know what I'm doing here as my job, so...
Oh, okay.
Never remembers
So
the shirts,
it's a
they never remember my
distraction.
mistakes.
Is that why Paul Jeffrey does the same? do you think?
Probably.
Right,
Probably.
okay.
Don't quote me on that.
I always take the mickey out of his Lego hair, you know, like it's very, very 90s indie.
I've heard he pays people to kneecap them for saying bad things about my broadcast, so don't quote me on anything here.
I'll surely text him in a moment and let him know. The battle for P1 has been immense, and as you can see, it has allowed... Oh, trying to race it, losing it through the final chicane. They've done that before, and we've seen it from Williams Esports Day, and they've given the position up so easily, and I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves right now, but... Have you been keeping a tabs on the race while you've been away?
I've absolutely been keeping tabs on the race, and that incident there sums up their battle. It was patient. It was a patient mistake because there was no urge to get back on circuit, to hold on to the position. It was kind of like instantly, right, take my medicine, I'm off, let's recover, we've lost the spot, but let's just get back involved.
Last thing you want to do is a poor re-entry, right, and take both of you out, right? Which, to be honest, we've had a couple of instances where that's nearly happened. But yeah, I mean, that final chicane, because you try and straight line it, and you get take a little bit too much.
Yes, the
You're
initial curb, if you hit the initial curb at the wrong angle, it bounces your car, so you lose traction through the middle of the corner, and then you just can't set the car, and then you're off onto the grass, you go over the curb. Once you get two wheels over that curb, it just drags your car out further and further. So yeah, effectively one small mistake can become huge, but in all fairness, we're going to come back to that, I reckon, in 3 hours' time, and Triton may have just have save of the season.
Yeah, you're right. So while just before you arrived, we were just talking about there's a couple of penalties incoming. One of them's for Unicorns of Love. 15-second penalty for car 1, which is going to push them down the order. As you can see, the live timing in front of you. That's going to push them down, I think, into 5th, because GTW Go setups are 19 seconds back at the moment. But also, car 21, which is the GTW, have also got a 15-second penalty incoming. The Veloce team have been slowly but surely sort of bringing themselves into the picture, and they're really into the picture now, and they're looking like they're going to get 3rd today.
Well, I had a chat with Eamon, actually, and he gained 12 positions in the first hour. So, yeah, he was absolutely flying, and he was actually speaking to me about how it was very clear that teams had just focused on qualifying. And it was a straightforward hour of him.
I'm not a great, I don't know about you, I'm not a great qualifier.
I'm terrible, yeah.
I'm not fast, but it's about consistency. And you can I might qualify top 30, but I can tell you now, I'll get near that top 10 by the end of the race.
This is how bad I am at qualifying. We do endurance racing on iRacing with my team, Team Woo, if you know, you know. And I accidentally pressed qualifying, and I'm not the qualifying driver, for the Le Mans race 2 years ago. And my team basically said, it's not even worth bothering, let's just start from the back. Yeah, they didn't even let me do a lap there, so that's how bad I am at qualifying.
Pressure. Right, okay, so Team Veloce then.
Well, I was just about to say, sorry. Yeah, Eamon was saying that the first couple of hours, he's able to just gain a load of time, and he feels like there's performance of the team. He's taken Jardier, a couple of laps, and they're taking him a good 15 minutes to sort of get into the rhythm of the car. And Jardier is one of those kind of drivers where he's a rhythm driver. It doesn't always necessarily hit straight away, but once he gets into that groove, very unstoppable. Yeah, and I think he would say as well, like, because I've been working on the Logitech booth this weekend. And he comes over and goes like, I'm not as fast as those guys, the guys that were setting the fastest times, but yeah, he's Mr. Consistent, and he knows how to race against other drivers, like he gives people that space, and he's just the happiest man in sim racing as well. Yeah, it makes me sick, to be honest. I get that. I'm not as fast as these guys. Okay, mate. Yeah, so it's all relative, right, to your level. Oh yeah, no, it is. Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, I fell off the leaderboard. Not fast and being that quick, that's unbelievable. Yeah, okay, so, and also, I mean, these haven't been applied yet, but it looks like there's another penalty coming in. The car 111, and I'm trying to remember who that is. So I'm going to look at... They're definitely not in the top 23, so no, they're not. Sure there's going to be too much to be worried about there. The comm sheet that we have available to us, and that is Door Esports Black. I'll tell you what, this is shaping up nicely here as well. The actual battle here. We've got Team Racing Point behind Veloce, very close, and even closer than actually the battle for the lead of this race. About 0.3 of a second between them. A back marker just in front of them as well. Back marker getting out of the way there nicely.
We've seen a lot of good back marking today. Yeah, it's been really good.
We're here for a 6-hour race. I know not all of the drivers are here with a paddock, but as soon as they would have seen that, you know, how impressive the surroundings are, and also knowing that someone could go and tap you on the shoulder and go, come on, mate, sort it out.
Yeah.
You'll
But
find
I'd imagine that's what team managers are doing, right? They're communicating with each other.
Of course, yeah.
Because obviously people can miss a Discord message and bother not to reply. You know, like just ignore it. They can't ignore you here.
I think people find themselves being maybe a little bit over-aggressive in a Discord message as well. Oh, there's nearly a bit of contact there as we come down in towards turn number 1. The Veloce team there would have puckered up for sure. Luckily, there's no contact and they're all good, so Veloce can keep going towards that potential podium here. But yeah, I think there's a bit more jeopardy when you're in the same room as everybody else. Everyone's a bit more relaxed, but ultimately, they know that later on tonight, they're all probably going to go for a beer together, and the last thing you want to do is have a sour beer.
Well, this is it, and I think that's the thing. Like, it's getting to have those face-to-face with people, which is really, really important. So, look, you can see now the Unicorns of Love and GTW have got their penalties applied, right? But also the other car, unfortunately, also had a penalty applied, the Unicorns of Love car. So they're not having a great event right now. They can, of course, as I said on stream before, they can protest it, and we've seen one decision so far be reversed today. So it is possible.
Yeah.
But, you know, Dan and Adam do a fantastic job in doing it. And I'm very impressed with the whole setup here. I mean, I was impressed with the team setup. But you've got some that have gone balls in, 3 rigs, and you've got some teams that just got a rig. They've got nothing else. They've got no cans of energy drinks or anything else to keep them going. And it's just the difference in each booth is just brilliant.
It's mind-blowing. I've been in sim racing for too many years that I care to talk about, to be honest. And I've never really seen a paddock atmosphere. Working in the real world of motorsport is obviously quite normal.
Yeah.
But this is legitimately what you would see at a racetrack.
Yeah, that's what I referred to when we were doing the paddock walk earlier on. That's exactly what I said. It reminds me of like the buzz before an F1 race, like people walking up and down getting in the way of the cameraman, which is what you see when Martin Brundle was trying to do a paddock walk, you know? Like,
of course.
Yeah.
I will say one thing. I think the team managers will have a newfound respect for how things are done. So we've got a replay here then. Looks like we have, Triton Williams.
Yeah, the moment we saw a couple of laps ago.
Just bounces over that curb. Yeah, there we go. There's
the second one.
As soon as you lose.
It just takes too much speed into the first. Doesn't hit that first one, but just carries too much momentum, bang, you're not going to miss it. You're heading straight towards it.
But as soon as you're airborne, your wheels start to over-rotate, and as soon as it hits the ground, then the rear's just going to be all out of shape. And realistically, that was the best outcome for that at all.
Yeah.
Almost take the hit, take the mistake on the chin, if you like, and almost drive into the mistake to then get out of it.
Yeah, because sometimes what you see is when people do that, they go wide, and the next thing you know, they're sliding, they're coming back across the track towards the pits, and we've seen that today a couple of times. But
I'd be really interesting actually, because I was wondering if Williams do get ahead of Triton, have they got the pace?
Unicorns Alive have clearly protested their penalty because it's disappeared. Yeah, so it hasn't updated on the spreadsheet yet, but so I told you, it's like I've got a crystal ball. So.
Perfect. I was wondering whether Williams had a bit more pace than Triton, and it looks like that is the case.
Yeah.
But they were so patient. They had to wait for a mistake. They didn't want to force anything, which, of course, is great for us because, in 3 hours' time, well, how many hours are left now?
2.5.
Oh, okay, 2.5.
I mean, that half an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mad. We say it every time we do one of these. I've got to do commentary for 6 hours, but I'm doing it, and I'm like, there's so much to talk about. That it just, I'm sure you find the same when you do yours, it just flies, right? It just does. And this battle is not easing up either. I mean, it's a great battle for P4. Team Racing Point doing an absolute sterling job. And as you say, I mean, Veloce have really made great progress. If you were racing this, what car would you go for?
Oh, what car would I have chosen here? I'm a sucker for the BMW.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a boat, but I just like the stability midway through the corner.
Okay.
To be fair, I do like having oversteer, and it's not the best car for that. It's very much an understeery car, but I like to be able to pin the power down and not necessarily light those rears up, but then it gives you enough grunt to be quick out of corners. But I would never be anywhere near this anyway.
Me neither.
Maybe
me
if there was
neither.
like a split 74 or something on my own.
Nürburgring's one of my favourite tracks, though.
Nürburgring is where it all began for me, actually. Well, not where it all began, I guess for streaming-wise. We were playing Project Cars, the original, the Z4 GT3, that's how long ago it was, Nürburgring, control pads, there's like a group of 16 of us, and it would be that combination, Nürburgring and the Z4, because it just provided the best racing. It's one of those circuits that's very similar to Spa, that you can just run side by side through sections of it's not just one corner, it's sections of the course.
Yeah. I mean, there are also points where you can't run side by side, like the final chicane's a bit risky. I mean, but you can do it, but you've got to give each other that room. But I just like the way that the track kind of flows nicely through the middle section, and it's all about keeping that momentum up. And I for one, I'll be honest, when I first raced Nürburgring, I was like, but it's one of those tracks that's grown on me, and it's definitely up, I think, in my top 5 of tracks that I like racing on.
The biggest challenge is because it's not flat. It's not a flat circuit. You've got a lot of downhill braking zones and a lot of uphill braking zones, especially going into that final chicane. I'm very much used to the slower chicane from back when I used to race. You know, I don't tend to race as much as I used to. I love it. I just don't have the time.
I get that. I hear that.
This version of the circuit is brilliant. And I love the Nordschleife. So you don't really tend to see many overtakes to that chicane when you've got the Nordschleife coming up as well. You're kind of mentally preparing for the whole GB layout for the next attempt at that. So we're looking here, it looks like a back marker being overtaken as P10 Rocket Sim Sport then dealing with WPS. Oh no, that's for positions. That's P9N's WPS Racing Team have indeed just dropped down a position that will sort itself out once they cross the line next time round. We've still got the battle here with Veloce and Team Racing Point. So Jaroslav Honzik had just driven away ever so slightly, but as soon as he got a bit of a gap, this closed right back down again. And I said to the first time I come in and helped Alex fill in for you for a little bit, Team Racing Point have been a real surprise for me today.
Okay. I'll be honest. I don't know much about the team itself, Team Racing Point.
If you're ahead of GTWR and you're ahead of Yaz Heat, you're doing
you're doing well.
well.
Yeah, I mean that, you know, like they're names you recognise, right? Exactly, and they're. I mean, to be fair, I mean you got the Grid Fighter team out there who have been having probably one of their better races today, and you know they're trying to make a name for themselves. As Tom is behind us, who runs Grid Finder, is behind, you know, on the stage behind us, and it's quite hard commentating on this. So you've got all that going on behind you.
To be honest,
there's so much going on here, and it's so great to see the hall much busier than what we've had the last few days.
I will say, if the stewards can hear me, could Grid Finder Racing be given like a 20-second penalty because Tom is very rudely doing a podcast behind us.
Yeah,
and
I think it's horrible.
It's a disgrace, to be honest. If we're going to be honest about it, Paul Jeffrey wouldn't put up with this.
I love it.
He'd be kneecapping everybody. It's back to his battle then, official P4. So Unicorns of Love, they would have had a penalty, right? But that's been taken away. So this now is the battle for P4. It would have been for P3. But ultimately, they've got away with one here, although GTWR still got that 15 seconds. So that will be served against the people watching at home. That'll be served in the next pit stop.
Yeah, that's it, and...
unless there's no pit stops left to go in the race.
Exactly, and they'll be added to the time when their race finishing time. There's some interesting stuff obviously going on behind the scenes. There's been some issues going on. I've seen teams being given laps back, and I think there's been some disconnects and other things going on, but yeah, I can just see that team managers are being messaged and all sorts. So I guess this is what you get when you already want to go. And I don't know if you saw, but we lost our broadcast momentarily.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, which the separate network that we're on dropped, but luckily it didn't affect the drivers at the time. So, you know, people. I was saying to Alex, you know, people bemoan being at home on their internet connection and things go wrong, but it just shows you things can go wrong anywhere, right? And but that's
I've never done a LAN event where it's gone correct in sim racing or any esports, so yeah, this is relatively normal.
Yeah.
If you go through, well, it's never happened to me, but if there's ever a sim racing event where it runs perfectly, and if there's ever a motorsport event that runs perfectly, let me know, because it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's like that. You know, the old thing where you have like the duckling, but their legs are going nuts, but on the top they're like smooth. And that's what a lot of people don't see is the hard work and the effort. People think people just turn up, and you know, and to some degree, sometimes that is true. But a lot of time, people are preparing behind the scenes and the amount of work that the Simracing.GP team have done, and working with Koana and Alex. There's been immense work going on behind the scenes. And this battle is just not going anywhere. I'm just noticing that the gap between P1 and P2, it's opened up a little bit. The biggest it's been is 6 seconds. So
I think Triton are kind of sticking around now, because it was about 1.7 seconds 5 laps ago. And now it's down to 1.6. I think Triton might have just taken a step back and done, do you know what? Let's see what we can preserve in terms of tyre wear towards the end of this stint, and maybe try and attack Williams later on. So they obviously got the pace, right? It was 2 thousandths of a second between them in qualifying. Of course, they've been running pretty much bumper to bumper the whole race. I don't think it matters who's going to be in the car as well. I feel like they've got the most rounded squads as well. So yeah, this is going to go down to the wire. It's just brilliant.
Alex was saying when he was going to have his break, he was going to go and spy and look at the traction control, the ABS settings.
He can't stop, can he? He can't, like, go and have a coffee, chill out.
But also, you know, track cuts. We don't have that. I find it easy. I was saying, turn 5 for me is where I get my track cuts, because it's got tarmac and you want to use it, but you just go that little bit too far. But it's sometimes when you're in the car, it's hard to judge where your 4 tyres are. You think you hear it in Formula 1 all the time. I didn't go over it, but when you're in a car of any sort, it's hard to judge, right? And
it's a fine line.
Yeah.
Like, specifically here, actually, the first sector, you've got to use the curb, you've got to use the bottoming out of the car for turn 1 to help rotate the car. You almost want the car to leave the ground, especially with the rears, so it can scoop around to get the maximum out of the corner. But specifically, turn 4 would be 1, 2, 3, actually, turn 3, the left-hander. There's a little groove on the inside of the curb, and you wouldn't know it unless you've been there, I guess. So I'm kind of cheating a little bit, so I apologise for that. There's a little groove there, and you'll watch any GT3 car. GT4s weren't doing this when I was doing DTM Trophy, but the 3s, which we've got right here, they were just getting the left wheels on the inside of that help to rotate the car, to open up the corner that you're struggling with there with the tarmac on the outside. And ultimately, you don't get to see that sim racing. It's not really as efficient, I would say.
And it's just so, I love that section you're referring to. I love the section that comes after it as well, when you go
right,
down.
It's incredible. You get it wrong, you've lost a lot of time.
So something Alex was obviously mentioning earlier on as well is we're getting into night time, and you can see now how much darker it is out on track. So track temperature is going to change. And we've seen it before in the last round where things got a little bit crazy because it got dark and people losing their braking points. There are no lights at this track. So, like there aren't many around the world, but you're gonna be just headlights only.
Yeah, shout out to Eamon Murphy again, who I asked him about the tyre wear situation, and he did 2 stints in practical practice before he even came to Nürburgring. And he said the setup was too aggressive, he had to change tyres. And the setup they've gone for is a little bit more based on keeping the tyres in good nick towards the end. And he says the tyres aren't great at the end of a stint during the hot conditions, but there is the opportunity of a double stint. And it's slow, it'll be very slow by the end of your second stint, but when teams get a little bit desperate with an hour to go and there's a chance to catch up some time, you might see a couple of gambles, because like you said, track temperature's going to drop down, less chance of tyre wear, and also the lap times become a little bit quicker as well. Yeah,
that's the only thing. We don't have that information of where drivers have or haven't
it's a shame,
changed tyres. And normally when I'm streaming from home, I have 5 monitors. So I have...
It's the weirdest flex I've heard today.
But one of them
do you use those monitors for when you're not doing sim racing?
Most of them are off.
Right, okay.
I see where your mind's going. Dirty man. But the top one, I have a live timing app, and it shows me the length of the pit stop. So I kind of get an indication if tyres have been changed or not. Purely, I feel I feel a little bit blind. This is new to me,
right?
So okay. I feel a little bit blind. So if I could lug all my stuff here, I would, but it'll cost a fortune.
But I think that's the next step. And I've spoken to the developers at Kunos, and they kind of don't like to give too much information because it's certain information drivers wouldn't have in the real world. But as we progress with technology, like every driver knows everything about every other driver, right?
Yes.
It's getting to that point now. So I think with the development of a new game, I think we're going to get a Assetto Corsa 2 at some point in the future. And not just, Kunos, not just Assetto Corsa. I think we're going to see the development of just information. We're nerds, right? Sim racers are nerds. If you could give us information, we want more. It really is as simple as that. And for a commentator to have all of that information, I would love to know finding out. I'd love to have a cool graphic next to their name that says exactly what tyres they're on, how many laps they've done, and all that kind of stuff. Projected, you know, tyre wear.
Yeah.
I want all of that.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, I think we can't be given the exact tyre wear, but kind of given an estimation, because obviously the teams could then use that as a bit of a margin.
Even the teams don't have the exact,
it's a fine line, right? And we have to kind of keep it towards realism as best as possible, right? I think that's fundamentally really important. But yeah, this battle here is just raging on.
There's an opportunity here with the back marker, because coming up towards that final chicane, it's not easy to really get out of the way, because you've got the kink here. It's all flat out, but there's a kink, so it's easy to misjudge this and slow down the Veloce cars. And come up towards the chicane now. We're on board here with Team Racing Points. Yeah. And again, the Audi just up ahead. Yeah. So a little bit too far ahead to really cause any issues.
But now, as we get towards like down the back, the start-finish straight, I'm hoping they'll just be able to easily get past. And here we've got the Koala Gaming guys challenging the Grid Finder Audi.
Oh, this is lovely.
Into the chicane. See, that is how you do it. But he's got to give them room on the outside, which he does. But this has led them susceptible here to the Unicorns of Love on the inside. There is contact, but they both escape. I don't think there'll be any punishment there from the stewards.
But
the car's already had a penalty, currently got a penalty, so they're making a move, knowing they've got a 15-second penalty. So, which, as you rightly point out, they will have to serve during their next stop, right? But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You're suddenly battling and you're having a battle, and then you make yourself susceptible to the car. It's so quickly, like a seesaw switches round, doesn't it?
Split-second decisions there. For me, the initial battle was really, really good. And then Unicorns of Love came in like a wrecking ball. It was like Miley Cyrus behind the wheel there. And it was scrappy. I'm actually surprised they haven't given that position back, and I would be very surprised if they don't have more time added to that penalty there, because I just think it's a little bit naughty.
Yeah, you're probably right. They probably did push them out a little bit out of the way to get through.
You're battling for P17, P18, like, it's just a bit unnecessary. Here's a replay.
Here we go. Yeah, it's up to the chicane. Grid Finder in the inside.
Oh, that's lovely.
Game on the right. That was great. I mean, that was great. And even the Koala car didn't move over too far. He gave them respectable room, but unfortunately, yeah, I think you're right. I think that's a penalty incoming.
Yeah, 100%.
That whack was bigger than I actually originally realised.
So don't get me wrong. I think the Grid Finder car squeezed as well, and it might have been a little bit of a reactionary move, but not enough for them to be at fault for that. The Unicorns of Love has seen a gap and just tried to force themselves in there. But let's talk about the positives there. The Grid Finder car having some side-by-side action there with Koala. It was delicious from the both of them, and also proving what we know, because we both said you can't go side-by-side through the chicane. Within 2 laps, we see a move side-by-side through the chicane.
You can if you both, but you have to really sacrifice your speed to make it work, right? Because you place the car in an unnatural position. You're not necessarily on the racing line. So what you'll see is when somebody's defending or making a move and they're on a different line, they put the power down, they have a squirm because they're not in the right place for the car to actually cope with what you're trying to ask it to do.
That's why it gave Unicorns the opportunity. Of course,
exactly.
They checked up, and then there's the open opportunity.
Exactly. That's why that door opens.
And racing drivers are always going to send it, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I guess it's probably even more reason if you're outside the top 10. So, yeah. It was naughty, but here we go. Well, Koala have just run wide here and won a battle of the pinks. It looks like we're going to have some lovely...
Did that look? Was that closer than it looked, or...?
Yeah, that was close. Koala had to back out of that situation. Unicorns of Love, I'll tell you what, they're through 3, they're going to give it a go here.
Yeah.
Down towards 4, it's going to be a bit of a better run here, I think, for Koala. And as you can see,
AMG versus AMG as well.
They're going to run a little bit wide here, then are the Unicorns of Love. But actually, by the looks of things, they are all good. They're down in towards 6, then into 7. You'll see that they don't have to run too far left to open up this corner. Although Koala did a good job initially, but the second part wasn't that great. Unicorns of Love has got into what is now 17th position. And actually, no, it's got up into, 17th position. Koala's moved down into 18th. It looks like Unicorns of Love at this stage of the race have got a lot more pace.
Yes.
But I think they're going to be, it's kind of like a case of 1 step forwards, 2 steps back. They've got 1 penalty already, probably going to get another. They're going to end up maybe 20 seconds behind this battle. But the good thing about that is if they are quicker, we'll probably see this again as Koala have a load of fun through the Schumacher S's. Well, this is just spectacular stuff.
I know it's not on stream right now, but I can see that the gap between the 2 leaders is opened up to over to 3.5 seconds.
Right.
So that they're really, last time round, they pushed it around about half a second difference. So, really stretching their legs right now So, but we've seen that before, and I keep saying it to Alex. I've said it about 6 times now. Ebbs and flows. Like the old pendulum swings one way and then swings back again. So
you offer Triton right now, you know, 1 stint to go, 3.5 seconds to chase down. They're going to bite your hand off, I think.
I mean, Williams only have to finish in the top 5, and they've won it overall anyway. So, I mean, you know what racing drivers are like.
Still, no, so they're going to push for this. They will, because it's the first LAN event we've had for a long time of this magnitude. Williams were one of the teams that were around back then as well in the sim racing space. Triton Racing, albeit a big organisation, weren't really around the LAN events back then. So this is a big opportunity for them, but Williams are kind of in a position to go, do you know what, I want to reassert my dominance. This is what we lived for many years. We had to deal with the global pandemic, but Williams Esports is still a big deal. Battle here, by the way, for 4th position. Not sure this is going to stop with what, 2 hours, 30 minutes to go?
What I would love? I know what the drivers wouldn't love, but I'd love a bit of rain right now.
Well,
to mix things up.
The sky is darkening.
Yeah, but it's the sun going down.
Because of the time, it's just, it doesn't look like
if I was in spectator mode, I'd be able to see what is happening. So, yeah, I think Alex might be back to.
He's off
to relieve you.
We've got an incredible battle for the lead, 3.5 seconds between Williams and Triton. And then we've got Veloce and Team Racing Point battling ferociously for that 4th position. Unicorns of Love and a bit of no man's land in that podium spot. Well, I'm going to disappear now and give you to the capable hands of Alex Goldschmidt.
So, yeah, as we go, you wanted to come in?
Thank you very much, Luke. Well, we're gonna actually have a full change up of the rotor. So what we're gonna do now, Paul. Fist bumps ahoy here on the stage. Well, Paul, what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring in the man behind SimRacing.GP himself, Steve Worrell, who's gonna join me. We're gonna talk about SGP, we're gonna talk about the professional trophy. So, Steve, thanks for joining me. Wave to everyone, because they can actually see us on the stream.
Hello.
So, as Luke was saying, we're on to our 118th lap. Did you think it was going to be this awesome being here at the SimRacing Expo, or has it just exceeded expectations?
Oh, massively exceeded expectations. I mean, I always knew it was going to be a lot of fun being here. Every Expo is. But to have our competition here running as well, and the live paddock in the back as well, is just unbelievable. Really busy. You can see the drivers racing. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we have got some penalties that Luke and Dan may have been talking about just a moment. We'll wait until they pop up on screen, but SimRacing.GP, you know, 50,000 leagues, and like the amount of, like, did you, when you set this up, and obviously when it became like your live now, you know, you've been all over the place, did you expect that it was going to be such a game changer in terms of accessibility and how the sim racing community would react to it so positively? Because SimRacing.GP's ethos, from what I take from my perspective, is to make it ease and convenience for the user to join a league, any platform, and there you go, job done.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it was kind of built with people like me in mind, which is to say, not very technical.
Yeah.
Anyone that's got a passing interest in motorsport, they know what makes a good race. They know what cars are needed, what tracks, and the race formats. But managing the servers and everything sometimes can be a little bit complicated, and then tracking all the results and then finding drivers for your leagues and stuff. It's always been, a problem. And so SimRacing.GP brings all of that together, and yeah, it's been good. It's been really good so far.
I think also the fact that we've got the 2 title protagonists who've been battling door to door. You know, Unicorns of Love in the number 14 started off so well earlier on in the season, had the brake problem with Dennis Schoeninger, but it really, 4 different winners, 4 different manufacturers out of the 7 we've got here, and like 40% have gone with the Porker. Okay, fair enough, it's a good car around this track, but you have to give Veloce a shout out with the likes of Murphy and Honzik, to, Jardier. I mean, Paul caught him mid-bite on the paddock walk earlier on. It's just so nice to have that real interactivity where we're able to socialise and talk to members of the community without having been stuck behind, the 4 walls of our very own home, mate.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's incredible to see these guys racing in this championship and getting to meet them in person as well. We've obviously known Jardier for quite a while. He's used his SGP with his community, but actually getting to meet him in person has been brilliant. And you know, seeing him in a competitive environment is the thing that I've been really excited by. Is you know, we see obviously watching online and seeing him on stream and everything, but seeing it in person has been really special.
Yeah, so we're looking at Veloce now. Team Racing Point and the 85 Porsche are really hustling them. I mean, the Honda is an unloved, doesn't get much of a love. I mean, you know what? Let's take a seat, shall we, Steve?
All right, well, while we're doing
film.
that, should I be able to hear anything in here?
Don't worry, we'll keep it as it is, so at least we can both hear each other.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I think from my perspective, when you know, you, me, and Dan and Adam doing a fantastic job on the live stewarding. You know, we're getting updates every so often, whether there's a racing incident, no further action, 15-second time penalty. Also having Rig come on board with the fastest lap of each race. They get a Rig, that driver gets a Rig headset, 50 euros in their back pocket. But to have a prize fund of 10,000 euros, the top prize 2,000 euros to the winners. I mean, I love what you've done with regards to the with the format. You know, changing it into a team event rather than what we had last year, which was a 60-minute race, which James Baldwin, well, we know what he's like. He's an alien, that bloke.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then to switch it into a team format, I think you've really sort of like revolutionised this competition to make it a bit more demanding and to really test the drivers, because you really want the best of the best competing against each other, and having the fact that the logistics to get this done, the amount of rigs that have come here, because we've not only got the professional trophy, we've also got effectively, should hopefully, you might be able to hear me a little bit now, it's just one of those things where you just have a lot of, you know, we have a really good, strong, well, funny enough, for those wondering what's going on, well, Virtual Le Mans is actually being broadcast on the screen behind us.
That's the commentary I can hear.
Yeah, that's the commentary you can hear, so I will turn that down so you can hear me a little bit more. So Chris McCarthy and Lewis McGlade. Lewis won another VCO Simi Award winner. He was the inaugural Best Commentary winner. Arjuna Kankapati got that last year.
I nominated you for the best commentator.
Mate.
Yeah.
You know what? I think at the end of the day, what Florian Hasper has brought to the sim racing community through BS competition. We've had Bruno Spangler here, who's just been announced as a GS Gomez Sim Industries ambassador. And then the exciting development we're going to see tomorrow morning with Vicaris, with Munich Design, partnering up with VCO, who've got automotive experience. I'm really looking forward to seeing what that might bring to the sim racing community. But to have 5 different tracks, to give open car choice, no balance of performance, it's really given us an opportunity to have a fair race.
Yeah, I think that was the thing. When we looked at this, we were like, we can try and manage it with the bomb. But we thought, you know what? Let's give everyone an open car choice.
Yeah.
Danny Gibbs just trying to distract me, and he succeeded.
I hate to think how many kilometres he's walked over the course of the past few days.
Hardest working guy at the moment, but yeah, the open car choice was quite a brave decision by Dan, the guy who's really sort of been bringing this together, and the Cavana team, of course. But as you see in the racing here, we get a nice mixed grid, that nice bit of cars that don't always see throughout the championship. So yeah, it's I think a good decision in the end.
Well, just to recap what's happening, there are a few more penalties coming in. Door Esports Black, 15 seconds. Absolute Motorsport, 15 seconds. Down in 29th position. And also Unicorns of Love 2 in the number 4. So we're getting a great battle here. Again, West Competition Racing, their front end has been mullered more times than the Titanic, because they had an incident earlier on in the race, and that's the battle for P20 on the road. But to have David Brabham's esports team as part of the field, I mean, what was the thought process, you know, because we had the 2 qualification races at Monza and Donington Park in the last week of June and the first week of July before we got underway with COTA, to invite the teams. You know, we got a fairly good response. You know, we got over the best part of nearly 35 teams. Then we had the additional 10 that joined us, and to have the team formerly known, Adam D, you have been put on notice as Beaver Juice. What was it? Badger Juice Racing was what he used. He couldn't stop changing himself and then the name pronunciations. I mean, I think for Paul Glover, breathing a big sigh of relief when I said to him, you just concentrate on the team names, I'll worry about the driver names instead.
Yeah.
But to have David Brabham's esports team as part of this field is also quite a nice feeling too, isn't it?
Oh, it's an honour, honestly. I met David yesterday in person, and you know, he's really passionate about this, and to have you know, an iconic name like Brabham racing in this competition has really been an honour.
Yeah, definitely. So Brabham Esports makes their way into the pit lane, and the good thing is we are getting updated on a regular basis on who is in the car. And for Brabham Esports, it's Tarek Adam as, oh, bit of argy-bargy. That was between Team Ballas Esports versus BGR by OBS World, and again the Porsche looks up the inside of the Audi. They are rubbing paint right now, and Ballas Esports cuts across the front. This is going into what will be formerly known as, but whoa, that was some good old switchbacking by BGR by OBS World. We got more battling. Wild Things, they've had a few problems over the course of the season, but this is what you want to see, Steve. Hard, close, quarter racing at a track like this, and I'm so glad that we've got 2 hours to go. We're nearly 2/3 of the way through the race. Server time at 8:02 p.m. and to now get the shots that we're seeing. I mean, we have to give a shout out to Mike Yao, Steve Proudley and David Christie that have helped with the broadcast all season long. And the way that we are getting these images, as you folks are watching at home, it is a true privilege to show how exponential the angles, like we even have it behind the front grille on a Mercedes AMG, and you see the three-pointed star. Like the attention to detail and the outrageous camera shots are just something else. It's nothing you get like in the real racing world.
No, absolutely, and like you were saying, this racing 4 hours in is just incredible. Steve and Mike, like you say, do an incredible job. I believe that they're probably the best in the business at the moment. They really do a fantastic job, and again, the game itself looks awesome. It's a brilliant, beautiful game, and yeah, it just means that when the night, like the sun sets and the night starts, it just it looks magical.
Yeah, it's getting a bit close between Yaz Heat and GTWR Go setups. Now we got more dramas again between Kramer Racing and it looks like Kramer Racing have got past Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg. We are really enjoying this 5th and final round, and Wild Things were looking up the inside going into the Yokohama corner at turn 1, but Kramer Racing still keeping in front. This good battle here between what is Yaz Heat, who will be very shortly, if GTR Go setups don't lose their footing in that BMW. They're coming down from turn 7 into turn 8 through the Parabolica-esque style corner. Veloce now rejoins in 8th position. But, I mean, the Expo, you know, like Michael Vamsa, the whole team at Corvana, I mean, the stage, the minute we all walked in, we've been absolutely captivated.
Brilliant.
And now, you being in the commentary box, it's another new experience as well, isn't it?
You can probably tell I'm a bit like a fish out of water at the moment.
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
The pro.
I think it's always good to get the insight from yourself, you know, because I mean, how did the actual genesis of the professional trophy to this current format, with yours and Dan's involvement, really sort of start bankrolling in a way?
Yeah, well, we've got a good relationship with the guys from the Expo. We've been working with them for a while on various projects, and yeah, Dan wanted to do an endurance championship. He'd been really keen to do something, and he had this tournament format in the back pocket for a while, and we approached the Cavana guys and said, hey, look, what do you make of this? And with the final at Expo running throughout the day, so we can dip in and out of it while all of this other stuff's going on, it's a really great idea.
I mean, it's great because you know, having for the last, you know, this is now my 3rd day. I mean, been going since about, you know, like literally we all rocked up between 8 and 8:30 this morning to get ready. I mean, it's great to see. There was a lot of doubters about the SimRacing Expo coming here to the to Nürburgring as opposed to being the Nürburgring. And I spoke to quite a few people, and they were like, oh, we're not near a real race circuit. Well, we've proved you wrong, folks,
Yeah.
because Hall 9 has been a high... I mean, we were trying to get you on earlier, and you messaged me, and you went, sorry,
Too
mate,
busy.
I'm really, really busy.
Yeah.
We are absolutely flat out. I think I've probably done the best part of a marathon's worth of walking so far. I think you've probably done the same. Danny, I hate to think he's probably done 2 or 3 marathons already. What was it? He said, yeah, I've done so many steps. I went, yeah, because you've been pacing up and down behind the stage with a headset, and he's got in constant communication with the production crew, and they've been doing a fantastic job. I mean, being able to sort of like be part of one of the panels here, you know, it's really good to see how sim racing's activation since March 2020 has just gone on that, I would not say infinite, but I would say exponential increase. And the technology we're seeing now, you know, like Simracing with the active pedal system.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Okay, yes, it commands a high price point, but for very, very good reason. But folks, we are less than 2 hours to go, and with the way things stand, Williams Esports now have a 7.3 second advantage over Triton Racing. Unicorns of Love in P3, Yaz Heat, WPS, Rocket Sim Sports, Kramer Racing, and Williams. Williams now take the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 53.742. That is 33 thousandths quicker than Triton Racing, who up until just now had the fastest lap of the race. And what a great initiative from Rig Headsets to come on board and give away a headset at €50 to the fastest driver in the race. I mean, that's another carrot to dangle in front of them as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, we any of the competitions that we do on SGP, we always encourage sponsors and partners to come up with creative ways to do prize giving. But this is some pretty cool action on track now.
Yeah, exactly. Had a race control notification. Absolute Motorsport, 15-second time penalty for contact with Unicorns of Love number 2, who are down in 21st position. I know we're going to try and get pulled back, don't worry. So,
no, it's all good.
I mean, the thing is, from my perspective, I mean, we've had some dramas across the way. I mean, doing that intro, like the voiceover for today's race, you know, when you just get those goosebumps, the hair, you know, it's like John Travolta saying, I've got chills there multiplying. Sorry, the musical references, the NASCAR references have been coming in. But it's just, this atmosphere is just simply electric, Steve. And, you know, I'm looking forward to the Expo next year and how the professional trophy develops in terms of the people who we have on board, the teams that join. I mean, as much as I like the invitation thing, I think it'd be really cool to have, like, you know, have the qualifiers, but you have everyone competing for spots.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
I think that'd be like something to look forward to for 2023. And I know for a fact that you and Dan would be like open for any sort of ideas. And I know that the sim racing community, of course, the teams here will be the ones that we go like, well, we like this bit, but we didn't like that. So there's always going to be. I mean, we always know that when you do something for the first time, such as a competition like this, where it's an endurance style event, you really have to sort of try and sort of dissect it a little bit. You have to sort of micromanage, don't you?
Yeah, I'm just to your point about feeling like, you know, the thrills of this race. Like, I had that when the race was just starting, watching the cars roll away. It was just, yeah, such an amazing moment that it's like all of this hard work coming together. But yeah, the tournament format for next year, we can do anything, right? We've got so many different opportunities and ideas, and I'm hoping that we can improve on it. We're always interested to hear the feedback from the drivers, what they liked and what they didn't, and see where we can improve.
Yeah. Cool. Well, in about 10 minutes, Steve will have pullback, so it's a good opportunity to chinwag. I mean, one of the things that before, like, we got into this kind of business, what were you doing beforehand as a full-time job?
I was working in consumer tech for my whole career, basically.
Right.
But I've always been a sim racer. From a child, I've been a sim racer, and it's just been an absolute dream come true to be working in sim racing now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was working in VR before this, so.
So you had a direct connection anyway.
Yeah. It was. I was always really pushing my company I work for, to do more with sim racing. But it was pre-pandemic. They thought, man, maybe the market's too small. But now, look at it. I mean, probably kicking themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, I was in the automotive industry for 2 decades, so when I roll off the stats, it's because of the fact I'm a bit, well, as Luke Crane says, yeah, look at Alex, he's just nerding out. But, I mean, I can't help it. I've been a petrol head since I was a dot. So, for me, being involved, I mean, because from my perspective, having come from the sim racing world to now, well, from coming from the real-life racing world, from karting, sports car, club racing, and then to come into this arena, if the pandemic had not happened, this probably would have been the year that I would have made the move, so I could look to get into sim racing. But it changed everything from me. I got made redundant, and I know we might be boring you about this, but it just goes to show how diverse us people in the sim racing community are.
It's a brilliant community. It's brilliant. It's all walks of life. It doesn't matter who you are, you can get involved. Even at the most basic level, you can still have a lot of fun with sim racing.
And like seeing the developments, the technology that's coming through. Logitech with the new Pro setup. I mean, which I am definitely having a play on tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, have you not done it yet?
I know I'm not no Charlie Crossland or Tinko van der Velde or Dara McCormack, but you know what? I really, really enjoy what I'm doing. I really enjoy doing this. And from my perspective, it's so great to finally be able to meet up with everybody at a LAN event. This is my first ever LAN event, and I'll be honest with you, to be a part of this one, it's absolutely mega. And if someone had said to me 2 years ago, you'd be doing this.
Well, how have you found this championship playing out? Is this final what we predicted, or is it throwing up some surprises for you?
You know what? I always come into this with an open mind. And right, here we go. Here are the standings, folks. Updated for you. Qualifiers: BGR by OBS World on 122 points. WPS in second on 113. Team Racing Point, West Competition, and Simulation running at the top. But there is the scores. Steve, Williams Esports, they were leading by 7 points coming into this round. They are, I mean, the thing is, if Triton Racing had got pole position, they would have had the mental advantage. But Williams, with Dara McCormack, the Irish wizard, behind the wheel, pipping them by 2 1/1000ths of a second. And then you also had Dominic Blyer, the stalwart of Triton Racing. It's been really, really good. So with the amounts of laps that we're covering, I mean, we're on lap 129, and you know what I'm like with my stats. I always like to find out the total distance that we've covered at the moment. So in terms of the kilometers, 5.148 times that by 129.
Wow.
664 kilometers, which to miles, oh dearie me. So divide that by 0.62. No, times it by. See, even I get confused. It's been a long week, hasn't it, mate?
Yeah, it's been a long week, yeah.
411 miles of this circuit. Ren Velton now into the pit lane from P8. But now, this is another thing I love about endurance racing. You know, Kota, we had the giggles because the fact we had the mosh pit and we had the strobe lights and everyone was trying to pick out which one was you in the crowd. and I think that was all Dan's fault. He was like messaging us on Discord during the race, and we were like absolutely laughing ourselves silly. But as much as this competition is hyper serious, the other good thing is we're having a lot of fun doing it. And it's about the enjoyment factor. It's about coming together, enjoying the genre that we love, which just so happens to be sim racing, and to finish under the nighttime sky. Unlike Spa, the Eifel region has not provided us with the weather, as in rain, but we have had snow yesterday, even though it was a bit of a flurry.
Yeah.
But
it's definitely having fun. And I mean, looking at this action on track, like if these guys aren't having fun, then like, you know, what's wrong? This absolutely incredible action, and yeah, I wish I was in the rig, and you know, just not quick enough to keep up with these guys.
I think, as John Hindhaugh once said, if you don't love racing, you got a stone for a heart. But yeah, coming into the last hour and 50 minutes, West Competition Racing, a difficult run for the number 33 crew in the BMW M4 GT3, following behind Corvana Gaming. Triton Racing now in on lap 130 for what looks to be their penultimate pit stop of the race. Now, from my perspective, what this says to me is that the pit stop strategy for Williams Esports has been quite crucial. We saw on the last pit stop phase that Triton, they blinked on the first set of pit stops being done. Then what they did was, well, Williams had to go to Dara McCormack, push. Then the same thing happened when Igor Rodriguez took over from Tico van der Velde. And then, again now, the back marker traffic, Steve, from your experience as a sim racer.
As a back marker?
Well, it's a back marker, but it sometimes can spell trouble, can't it?
Yeah, I've got a lot of experience as a back marker, so I know exactly how that feels. And yeah, just stay out of trouble and try not to get in the way of the leaders and ruin anyone's race. But you know, sometimes it's easier said than done filtering through the traffic. But Alex, is it all right if I give a shout out to the SGP SOP team? A little bit of a shameless plug.
Oh yeah, the Simracing.GP and Symphony of Pistons collaboration. I mentioned that earlier.
I just want to say thanks to the guys from SOP for collaborating with us and doing. It wasn't the season that they hoped it would be, but they're having a great race now, and good luck, guys.
I mean, like when with invitationals, and I've commentated on them before, and it was nice to see a bit of a, you know, like Harvey Two-Face from Batman. You got the good side and the bad side, but this time you got SGP and SOP, which is really, really good. Rocket Sim Sport have had an absolute blinder here today. They haven't had quite the season that they would have wanted, but I know that Chris Buncombe and Jensen Button will be happy with the efforts in the final race. And the liveries, Steve, the liveries, the colours.
Yeah, it's
just mega.
Obviously, iconic colours in the Jensen Button colours or the Brawn colours.
Yes.
We talked about the Brabham. This looks good. Oh, it's going to end in tears. And the Brabham's gone wide.
Moment for Brabham. That was coming towards turn 8. So there we go, and there's even drama. We're just hearing the virtual Amalfi. They've got Sebring, I think, at the moment, and someone's just had a massive off. Nevertheless, you folks want to watch this, I hope. You should be. And don't forget, on social media at ADAC head to the ADAC SimRacing Expo. Social medias on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. If you are here, hashtag SRE22. Geeks Energy. You know what? It's so cool with the paddock. Like we saw it like a Formula One team getting ready for like the final race of the season, like these guys were, and then this morning with Paul doing the paddock walk, that air of electricity.
Yeah.
And Paul just went, I've got goosebumps. I said, you're shaking. You're filled with adrenaline. And doing it at home, yeah, you kind of get the sort of like the inkling, the feeling that it's going to be pretty good, but then when you get there, you're like...
Yeah. And you can feel everything tense up a little bit, especially as the race has gone on. I've been going back behind the screen to the paddock just to sort of get a feel for how Dan and Mike and the production team are coping. And you can just think it's getting a little bit more tense now as the time's rolling on. So, yeah, it's hopefully no dramas, but yeah, it's good fun.
Indeed. So very shortly we should have, once he's finished... Yeah, no, I know. I'm just waving to him. Oh, cheeky. I mean, this is brilliant. Like, the banter that we're having here at the moment is just absolutely personified. I mean, of course, you know, you're going to experience something different. We're going to have the ADAC Digital GT500.
Yeah.
You got to speak to the legend that is Frank Bieler.
I did, yeah.
Just to be sitting across from him, how did it feel?
Well, incredible, to put it honestly. I've watched Frank Bieler in person win BTCC races in person.
Yes.
So it was incredible to be sat there talking to him, shaking his hand, and I love again another absolute legend of motor racing getting involved in sim racing. We see it with Brabham, obviously Bieler Racing, Sean Lacey, etc. So it's great to see the legends really getting involved with this.
You know, I still remember when he was clean shaven back in the day, and when he used to partner John Bintcliffe, who used to be a magnet for David Leslie on a regular occasion when he was running with Nissan. I mean, it's just so fantastic to have all these wonderful. You know, when you look about the amount of teams that have come in through, like, say, RHE with Romain Grosjean.
Yep.
You know, we had the all-star races, like even Sebastian Vettel got involved. So did Emo Fittipaldi.
It's only going to continue to grow, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just awesome. Well,
it's
Steve,
only going one way. Thank you very much, Alex. Thanks for having me.
No
Good luck
problem
for
at
the rest
all.
of the race.
Yes, indeed. So let's bring my partner in crime, my BFF here on commentary, Mr. Paul Glover. So 1 hour and 43 minutes on the clock remains. Paul, grab yourself a seat, mate. Keep your eyes on that screen over there, and also there's been quite a few things developing.
Right.
But are you feeling refreshed,
I am,
reinvigorated,
yeah.
ready to go?
I had a sandwich, and then I had a Dunkin' Donut.
Oh.
Other donuts are available, and then I had a Mars bar. And I had to go buy. I thought we'd had some water over on our stand, but we didn't, so I had to then go and rush back and go and get a bottle of water. So yeah, trying to stay away from the
really
fizzy
good to
drinks.
chat.
I'm going to try and enjoy myself tonight at the party this evening. So
Yeah, well,
obviously you can't because you've got the GT500 tomorrow.
I'll come out and have a couple of beers.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I'll be watching, bead-eyed, making sure that you behave yourself.
Well, actually, it might not be a couple of beers. It might be a couple of small spirits.
I'm on board with that. I am on board with that.
You know what? Because one of the things I find, folks, it soothes the throat.
And my throat is feeling a little bit raw right now.
Like a badger's tail. I nearly said the other word that's associated with badger. I'm not going to say anything.
So close.
And Adam D, don't.
So have there been any further penalties been applied since I've been away?
There's been quite a few, but we've had the updated scoreline.
Right.
Williams are leading by 13 points.
Okay.
And we're an hour and 42 away. There are going to be some amendments made, but a bit further down the field there's been some issues behind the scenes, but the teams have been informed by race control what exactly the procedure is. So Triton have pitted. Well, they're coming through the Vidal chicane, heading to Hyundai N, and with the server now being at 8:23 p.m. You know, we're an hour and 40 away. I mean, this is where it's really going to get close. Triton crosses the start-finish line. Now, where is Williams? Where is Williams is the more prudent matter I need to know about right now, because they were 65 seconds ahead. There they are. I think they might still be in front. We're going to wait for the timing to just amend itself accordingly. But 133 laps completed so far, Paul. It's, you know, I think, and look, on the M4 GT3, on the right-hand side, the exhaust was red, smoking
I love
hot.
that about
I love this time.
I love those visuals you get here, and it really, those kind of details really come into their own when the sun's gone down. When the sun's gone down. Anyway, right, another song reference you probably don't know. It's a dancey tune. So obviously since I've been away, I can see that Team Racing Point have got past Veloce.
Yeah, I mean, well, Veloce did have some dramas a little bit, well, I mean, we saw it, didn't we, where they were sending it up the inside and then all of a sudden all hell broke loose. But yeah, Team Racing Point have really been quite consistent in terms of their lap times. I mean, they're running in the 155s, and now the gap amends, and it's 10 seconds for the lead between Williams as two West Competition Racing flashing the lights. That'll be at Rocket SimSport, but Rocket SimSport have done a fantastic job They're currently in P8.
Yeah. That is some way they've done really well there, haven't they? They really have made some great progress. How is there only an hour and 40 minutes left?
Time flies whilst you're having fun, mate.
And you're eating a sandwich and a donut and a Mars bar.
And I managed to grab a small amount of lunch and have a bit of a breather, catch up with a friend of mine.
Yeah.
I have to give a shout out to my friend Peter Schmidt, ex-team Fordzilla driver.
Chatting to my Logitech friend over there.
No, you know what I'm going to do? Shout out to everyone in the sim racing community. Thank you for joining us.
So my first experience at the SimRacing Expo, I used to be part of the staff membership at Race Department, and we organised a trip of like 30, 40 people, Russians, Germans, Brits, Scots, well, English, Brit, you know, Scots, all over, Italians, and we had a cracking weekend. I became really good friends, over the weekend with everybody, but particularly a guy from Lisbon, not Lisbon, Porto even. And it's great, and we still have the WhatsApp group, and sometimes it still fires up now. You know.
Yeah.
Community is what it's all about.
And you make friends for life.
Yeah.
That's the kicker.
Yeah.
And
it's great when you meet those people face to face as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when we met up earlier on this week.
Yeah.
I was just like thinking, you know what? Brilliant.
I'm exactly how I am online.
You are?
Yeah. A lot of people aren't. I don't think, sometimes. Some people have like a...
Sometimes you find out more about their character.
Yeah.
And that's why LAN events are around. And that's why this is... You know, I've had some great conversations with Michael Bowser, the head of Corvana. And the funny thing is, being the case of, you know, as an eighth German by descent, being able to converse with him in his mother tongue.
Yeah.
And for me, that just shows that sim racing knows no bounds. It doesn't matter about who you are, what nationality you are, what your bloodline is, how many languages you speak. We all speak the same language.
Yeah.
That is the love of sim racing.
Yeah. We all here for the same thing as well, so we all immediately have that connection. So Brabham Esports there, right on the back of the West competition racing team.
You know what? Steve Worrell just admitted to me that he actually he nominated me for the VCO Simmies.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah. I mean, you know what the funny thing is? And I'll be completely honest here, folks. The Simi Awards, a brainchild of VCO CEO Florian Hasper, is fantastic. And it's so nice to know that when you see people who go, I voted for you.
Yeah, that's nice.
And to get that firsthand from the horse's mouth means a lot.
Yeah, that's nice.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful feeling. But anyway.
But yeah, I mean, like going back to what you said, obviously we only met the other day, and you know, you've been very. This has obviously been my first kind of broadcast like this. You've been very supportive and everything else, which has been really appreciated because it's helped settle me into. You know, there's a lot of expectation of doing this, and I normally just have a webcam, not a proper TV production
like
camera. In front of me,
and
you know, and talking to a camera, doing a paddock walk and things like that is all a new experience for me. So thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It's my pleasure, mate.
Absolute pleasure.
The thing is, the sim racing community, no matter what your role is, I mean, for the last 3 days, I've been here in the commentary position. I've been out in Hall 9 nerding like a kid in a candy store. The only thing I haven't done yet has been on that stage behind us. That's going to change tonight, because Luke Crane has already got his resi. Matt Simpland, du hast das nicht. Hast das nicht jetzt. You don't have that yet.
So the gap is now 10 seconds then between P1 and P2. Are you surprised by that?
Yeah, it was 65 seconds when Williams pitted.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, it's great that, you know, I was speaking to Michael earlier, and he said because Nadine his wife is part of the organisation here at Corvana, and he said, yeah, Nadine's been telling me all about it, like how it's all going. And I said it's just been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
And, like, you know what's even funny? You know how there's such a small world? One of my friends from the karting world is in Hall 7 at the Retro Classics Bavaria, and he's asked me to go and visit him.
Over there.
Over there.
You're pointing in the right direction. You're going wrong direction. I
was thinking exit stage right, and I forgot the stage is behind us. So if we were facing the stage, we'd be that way.
Yeah.
Then that would be a completely different dynamic.
It would, yeah. But you wouldn't see our lovely faces, of course.
Yes.
Rather our cheeks.
Well, you turned the other cheek at me just a moment ago.
I did. Yeah, yeah. I've been working very hard at the gym, so you know, I want to show it off. Talking of working hard, I was talking to Jardia actually about his new fitness regime, because he's a man that's really kind of getting into, you know, up in his fitness game, and he's looking good for it as well. And he was telling me the other day, I think was it on Thursday I spoke to him about it. I think it might have been, and he was telling me that he's trying to because he said like he's trying to find healthy stuff to eat, and I'm like, look, my trainers told me just enjoy the weekend, right, and just get back on it when you come back. Yeah. You know, but he's looking great. Like, you know, and kudos to him for doing it.
I'm really pleased that he wants to get back into real racing too.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know, the thing was, is the sim racing was an outlet for Jardier when he couldn't actually do. He couldn't actually do real life racing. So, you know, he's won things like the Virtual GP Championship that's been in partnership for the last few years. I have to give a shout out to my buddy over in the Czech Republic, Lukáš Redl. Hope you're well, buddy. I know he's probably watching as well. But I think coming on to the SimRacing Expo itself, you know, we both had the privilege to, you know, to see everything being built from the ground up, and to be just a little cog in the wheel. It just feels so much special, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Being a little bit special, and it's great. And you know, from this event also I've seen a lot of networking going on.
Yes.
You know, people building these relationships that can then develop and bring the sim racing community something bigger and better. I think people sometimes think of like Simracing.GP as like some big conglomerate corporation, but we're not. No. We're like, I think in all there's about 10 people that work for the organisation, but heading that are two people, Dan and Steve. I've got his name there briefly. Don't tell him.
Oh no! Oh, hang on! I just saw a touch. Rocket Sim Sport just got a little bit of a touch from the car behind. Oh, and it was a good thing I was keeping an eye on that screen. Bleeding hell. And that was, I couldn't really make out whether it was Brabham. Oh, they got a touch from Get Closer Racing.
Right.
And that is not a battle for position. What Get Closer Racing do not need to do now is not only compromise their race, but Rocket Sim Sports. And that just goes to show how hard these drivers are.
But you and Steve were talking about back markers, weren't you, on the stream? Because I listened in a little bit.
And I said there were trouble. And that just proves my point.
Yeah, but Steve said, you know, I'm often a back marker, which is true. So yeah, so we got more information coming in from race control soon, I think.
I've got some stats.
Yeah.
Okay, listen to this. Currently, 4 of the teams who qualified through the 2 races could be picking up prize money. And that's out of the top 20. And that includes BGR by OBS Racing, WPS West Competition. And how's about this for a bit of a story? Simware Pro by VDES, who are not competing, G2. We haven't mentioned them all race.
No.
And they're not competing.
No.
Because what I'm now going to do is tell you all who is not competing out of everybody that is actually here at the moment. I'm going to put my drink over there, sorry, I don't care. I don't care. So, SDL Esports Race, number 5. SDL Esports Logitech G, not competing. Vipperman, Simware Pro, Burst Esport, BMW G2, Virtual Drivers by TX3, no Carbon Sim Sport, no Race Anywhere, And then we had Racefield FTW Racing Team and Racefield 2. And again, West Competition Racing. I'll be completely honest here, Paul. They don't really need to get involved with this. And I'm not going to be the person saying, oh, they shouldn't stick their nose in their business. They do not need to facilitate anything untoward, because if they do that, they incur the wrath of the stewards.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the stewards come down tough on them if that happens, mate. You know it. And you're right. It's the whole adage of risk versus reward. Unfortunately, I think to your point, I think there's too much risk, because all you're really going to get if you do anything you shouldn't do, you're gonna cause mayhem, and you're gonna get penalised for doing so. So yeah, I know we'll be providing some more interesting facts and figures shortly. I don't know why Dad's shouting at us though.
No, he's well, because the fact that he's having to fill out the pro trophy with the decisions that are being made reference relevant incidents. And
there's a lot of moving pieces, isn't there?
There always is. There's always quite a lot of cogs in the wheel.
Yeah.
And we know that for a fact, because we're just the ones helping to tell the story. But also the fact, we have to say a big thank you to Luke for being able to help us out a little bit.
Oh yeah, much. First time commentating with Luke as well. So
you know what? He's a total legend, that guy. Because I think it was quite funny when I was messaging Luke on Twitter.
The move's being made on the West competition car.
That is going to be Brabham Esports.
Yeah.
And into the next left-hander they go.
And the sim, sorry, not the sim sport. The Jensen Button team, I've forgotten their name. Rocket Sim Sport, thank you. I've had a moment up ahead as well. It looked like I had a bit of a slide. But the Brabham guys didn't make the move past. So West Competition keep that position for the moment.
Yeah, exactly. So at the end of it all,
I mean, it's proper dark now. I mean, it's not going to get any darker, is it?
It's not as pitch black as Kyle Army 6 weeks ago, eh?
No.
And that caught a shed load of people out. And I did mention it before, didn't I?
Yeah.
You've got to be on point with this. You've got to make sure that you hit your apex.
Oh yeah, there are lights here. I completely forgot there are lights a certain part of the circuit. So
yeah, I mean, it's mainly like, say, you got the ACC banner there.
Yeah.
And from that perspective, oh, hang on, I just want to see who's on stage. Ah, the legend that is Mr. Niels Noyox.
There you go.
I'm going to be watching that back later, and I hope you all do too that are watching with us right now. But with an hour and 27 minutes to go, Williams Esports is leading now by 12.1 seconds, Paul.
That's a decent gap, isn't it? That's a decent gap with an hour and 26 to go. That's going to be tough to get that back. And we've got the top 8 on the lead lap at the moment as well. Top 9 now, Rocket Sim Sport.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So
it's just one of those things where you just think
that's quite a lot. That's quite a lot of teams that have been lapped, isn't it?
Yeah, there have been. There have been. I was just trying to check on how many there are.
So P10 onwards, 1 lap behind. Down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite something. That's quite an impressive performance.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they possibly lap up. Well, if the car's got enough waff behind it, it's got enough speed to do so, and also the tyres. And to be honest with you, when I had the opportunity to sort of like get out for a minute, you know what I wanted to do? Decompress and stay away from screens, which is the right thing. So I think, honestly, this has become... No, I was having a really good chat with Steve, and he was like saying, we didn't realise it was going to get this big. And then to be here at the Expo.
Yeah.
And I said to him, well, question for you, how was it meeting Frank Beeler? And he said, it was just incredible. You know, British touring car, DTM and Le Mans legend. He's won Le Mans himself. So to have him involved in the sim racing sphere actually isn't that bad a thing. But now we're getting really into the pitch black. There's Yaz Heat being closed in on. That's GTWR Go setups. I'm going to now see who is behind the wheel of said car. And that is going to be Michele Barella. So 2 teams out in force here for GTWR.
The top 3 are in the 154s at the moment. Veloce are also in that group. I mean, Veloce are now 7.5 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Team Racing Point. I mean, they've really kind of left them a little bit in the dust, haven't they? Are you surprised by that?
Yes and no, because I mean, you've always got 2 sides to every coin.
Yeah.
And you don't know whether you flip it. Is it going to go on heads?
Yeah.
Is it going to go on tails? It's just such a. I'm just going to take my coat off again.
It's come off. It's come on. It's come off. It's come on.
Thank you very much, mate.
You want to probably pull your arm through that. There you go. That would do it.
Thank you. Got to make sure these cables are hidden from view.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of it all, you know, to get to this point now, 1 hour and 23 minutes away, we're now going to concentrate really on the racing action, because Williams Esports now have a 12.5 second lead over Triton Racing. Unicorns of Love look to secure 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, look, nearly a second faster the last time round.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
So 154.2 from Williams, a 155.1 from Triton. So yeah, I mean, look, it's clear at the moment that the Triton team haven't got the pace. That may change in the last hour. You just never know, right? You never know.
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened.
And in any kind of racing, they normally invariably do.
Exactly.
So the thing is, it'll be €2,000 to the winner. Oh, that's a bit close. GTWR Go setups. Should have just sort of backed out of it. I was really going to burn them there, but I thought, no, I'm not going to do that. Don't need to do that. They'll realise that they've made their mistake. But with Triton Racing 2nd, Unicorns of Love number 14 in 3rd, Team Racing Point, Veloce. As Luke is just coming... hello, mate. Just having a look over my right shoulder, and still... Yeah. So they can mask our wrinkles.
nothing gets past Luke, does it?
You know what? I love the guy to bits. I mean, to finally get the chance to work with him as well, with him being one of the hosts. Oh, Geeks Energy. Now, didn't I say the darkness was going to start catching people out? It's now started.
We see that Yas Heat battle for P7 is on at the moment as well. Like, they're under a second behind the GTWR Go Setups car, so that's worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah.
As a bit of a gap there. That could open up a little bit. It's close. But last time round, Yas Heat were a little bit slower. So yeah. And then say we've got a couple of gaps. We're looking at Unicorns of Love Car 2, who, since I've been away, have cleared their 15-second penalty.
Yeah. Yeah, and at least the good thing is I will be joining Luke and Matsit on the stage. It's been a few days coming. Corby got the honour this morning. I've got the honour this evening.
Oh, nice.
Well, I mean, the thing was, this is how busy it's been. I messaged Paul saying, can you be behind the stage at 10:35 this morning? He went, yeah, sure. Then I had to phone him because I got pulled from being on the stage this morning with Corby, Luke and Matsit. It's like, no, you're doing paddock. I was like, oh, okay, fine. So don't worry, you'll be actually able to see me on the stage for the very first time this weekend. And it won't be the last time, I can assure you of that. But yeah, I mean, what can you say about Grid Finder? Not had the best of luck.
No.
I bet you they're still going to be, Tom and the crew are all going to be smiling.
Well, yeah, because they're still in it. they're still there, right? So they've not given up. They're not planning on giving up because they want to see this event through, and that's the same for a lot of the teams that are racing this weekend. Okay, they might not be experiencing the race that they wanted to experience, but they're still in it, and that's ultimately what they're here for, and they want to finish the whole thing.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I think getting to the end of each race in its own right is an achievement in itself, and they will just sort of like go, you know what, we didn't have, let's be completely truthful, we didn't have the best results, but we had a laugh whilst doing it.
Yeah.
And that's what it's more important about, you know.
Yeah, and also when I was talking to someone earlier on, and I forget who it was. One of the teams, I'm really sorry, they were telling me about their troubles that they'd had, but actually felt it brought the unit closer together because of it. Like, they've all worked together and they've actually come together as a unit. Yeah, they face challenges, but I guess that's what happens, right? It makes you feel like an underdog, and people feel like that they then become a closer unit because they're all facing the challenge and overcome those challenges together.
I mean, in terms of LAN events, you know, this being my first one, I was speaking to Steve about this earlier. You know, to be, as I said, a part of it. And we're here to entertain you.
Yes.
Sorry.
The viewers. Yes.
Yes.
It's rude to point, though. It's rude to point.
Do you remember where that was from? Some others who haven't. Sorry, I'm showing my age.
Film and music references throughout. I love it.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the way that, you know, looking back, you know, 4 hours and 42 minutes ago, the start, Darren McCormack was just obscene.
BGR have done well to get back up to 15.
Considering the fact that they're over at the Logitech G stand.
Yes. Oh, so apparently, as Tech kept launching turning on the LMP1 car twice, and caused the team needed to crash because it's so loud. Oh. Yeah. They started up, I don't know why you'd start up an engine inside a building, but that's what's happened a couple of times. So, so they've got a lot of distractions there, because there'll be people, like, it's not like you're in your own booth where you kind of cordon off. So all things considered, and they had that technical issue in their first pit stop. They've done well to get back up into 15th. Well, they were nearly last.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. But it's nice to see that there are there are teams like them.
Yes. Well, that's the idea behind the community qualifiers and other things as well. Like, get other teams that aren't necessarily gonna consider pro, give them an opportunity to partake, and I think it's great. And for that reason, it's been an absolute brilliant. An hour and 16 minutes. I feel like I'm waiting a little bit. I feel like I need like a caffeine injection or something, straight to the veins.
Get it in my system.
Yeah. If anybody's listening that can source me a cappuccino, please do. I could do with something, and I think standing actually might also help with that. So let's do that. So yeah, we've got to stand for the last hour, haven't we? Really?
It is a given.
Yeah.
It's a given. I'm just moving the chair away so at least I don't fall head over heels, or the other vernacular.
Doesn't look like there's any penalties incoming anytime soon. So
yeah.
There might be some that need looking at, but all good on that front. We've got some lights being flashed on screen.
Rocket Sim Sport that was.
And then we've got Grid Finder. Battling with Unicorns of Love 2.
Yep. UOL, always the darling fans' favourites of the sim racing.
Oh, darlings.
Oh, darling.
Oh, darlings, yeah. Lights being flashed. I think the Grid Finder 2 are being lapped, or trying to be lapped, and the car behind us let them know that he wants to get past. So,
no.
Do you know? Oh, no. That's the Triton Racing team.
I think they've had to resign themselves
to
to second.
Oh my. So, so what happens, right, is sometimes these leading cars have zero patience, right? They weren't behind Griffith for very long.
Yeah.
But then the problem is, if you're not alert when you are a back marker, you've got a faster car behind you, they then take risks to get past because they have zero patience. And unfortunately, that's the case there. Penalty incoming for Triton. Clear cut. Clear cut.
Yeah. Or, as most of us like to say, an old slam dunk. I mean, from that perspective, you know, it's just interesting how the sky up above always.
I mean, luckily for them, Unicorns are 51 seconds back, so it's not going to affect their position.
Yeah.
When it eventually comes in, because it will come in.
Yeah. No, exactly. Right on board with BGR owned by OBS World. So for those wondering, what is the split between the respective finishing order in the standings? 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo. Well, let me duly inform you. The winners win €2,000, second, €1,250, third, 1,000, 800 for fourth, fifth, gets 700, 600 for sixth, seventh, get €500, €400 for eighth, 300 for ninth, and from 10th all the way down to 20th, it's €200. Excuse me.
That's all right.
Thank God I muted when I did that. But your highlights of the race so far, I mean, it's got to be, I would say, it must be like seeing Williams and Triton just really
having an immense battle, yeah, definitely. And also, Veloce making the progress that they've made as well, it's got to definitely be a highlight for me. BGR, again, making the progress they've made, considering the issues they've had. It's a highlight for me. They're not so great. So, I mean, obviously there've been moments from the Unicorns. I love the team, both cars. You know, but racing happens. I mean, we've got Rocket Simsport here behind Yaz Heat, who are also under pressure from the Kramer Racing esports team. So, Porker versus BMW. But we've seen a lot of Porsches versus BMW battles today.
Well, we saw a lot of ponies last night. And look, there's a 4-car Mustang train behind the leader.
Yeah.
How many?
Yeah, I saw that. I heard all about that. Here we go. BGR making moves as well. So they're on the Team Bellas Esport A team, the 563 Audi. The BGR chasing down the 68, chasing down in the 68 Porsche. That gap has slowly been eaten away. And last time around, they were on a pretty similar lap time, to be fair. So both a lap down on the lap leaders. But all things considered, BGR should be very pleased with what they've done achievement-wise today.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. Stand-up performance from them, but let's see if there's going to be any more.
So I'm not sure. Are we broadcasting the final hour live, or do you know?
Oh yes.
I haven't looked at the schedule. I think you sent me the first part. I didn't have the second part. I never looked.
Oh, sorry, dear.
It's okay, darling. It's okay.
Love you too.
We're definitely having a beer tonight. Here we go, a bit of a replay for us. So this is the incident we saw with the Triton Racing and grid finder into the final chicane.
I don't think he hit the racing time at all.
No.
Not at all.
No. So there's going to be. I see there's a warning incoming for car 100, which we know who they are. They're on our competition. Yeah. Yeah, the incident between 8 and 10 hasn't been looked at yet. No. But you know, if you're just putting it out there, if you're new to sim racing, or even if you're a veteran, you know, if you want to have a go at stewarding, many communities need stewards out there.
Or if you want to do what we do,
we always need broadcasters.
We always need voices.
Yes.
You know, like the amount of people that go, oh.
I mean, people think it's a glamorous job.
No.
It's not.
I've done it for 6 years. My 2 words, is it glamorous? Hell no.
Oh, the rocket car just made a move, and they got wild things, or they were very close, or they swapped round, and something happened.
Well, Brabham closing in on West Competition Racing in the number 33. Oh, did Brabham get the over-under?
West Coast still ahead.
If that was the case, it would have been a doozy.
Okay, I think the stewards are starting to take a look at the.
That
they're also manually entering some instants as well, so that's interesting. But yes, I just heard Jeff Graben's Formula 1 Grand Prix game being mentioned on stage there. That's how I got started. That's a great game. But before that, I used to play Rebs on the BBC Micro when I was a kid.
You want to know what the first ever driving game I had was? You remember the Amstrad with the tape deck in it, the C464? There used to be a game called Road Blasters.
No, I don't know it. Yeah.
Well, it was basically like a futuristic apocalypse.
Okay.
And you've got a car that has got blasters on it, and you have to go through with the little red spheres to get your fuel.
So like a kind of a first before Carmageddon came along. You remember Carmageddon?
Yeah.
And Twisted Metal. Do you remember that? Yeah, love those games. Yeah, I love anything with wheels, basically. So you know, that's how I think I found my way to enjoying sim racing, but not just partaking, but I enjoy being part of the production. I mean, and talking rubbish for 6 hours. So we've had the odd break, but you're looking tired, my friend.
I am, mate.
Are you feeling it now? You're feeling it a little bit. We got 1 hour and 7 minutes to go. If somebody who's listening to us could get us a coffee, it'd be great. Just give us a bit of a kick.
I think it's just like, you know, when we've again, I have to give a shout out to Terry, Dan, Adam, James.
Yeah, everybody behind the scenes.
Everyone behind the scenes, you know, without that crack team of commentators.
Yes.
Oh, hang on. Right, moves happening. Team Ballast Esports, I think it's just been passed. Yes, they have. Team Ballast Esports just been passed by BGR by OBS World. And you know what? Suddenly, I'm awake.
They got to chase down the other Team Ballast. Well, no, they got past both of them at some point because Team Ballast Esports behind. A and B is behind, sorry, they've just got past A.
It's the BGR meet and the Ballast Esports sandwich. Well, there we go.
Back looking at the leaders of the race, the Williams Esports team.
Yeah, and you know who's behind the wheel? Mr. Rodriguez. Vai galera, vai Brasil. I'm sure. I hope Tony Canard will probably watch that back and he goes, "Hey."
Oh, that's interesting.
Go on. Oh, yes. That's another thing we haven't talked about. Being a silly when it comes to ignoring blue flags.
Yeah.
So who just got the warning?
8, which is Gridfinder, who were the ones that got hit by number 10.
Oh.
Warning for number 10. For avoidable contact, so no penalty. Are you surprised by that? I'm surprised by that.
I'm surprised the grid.
I mean, I know the guys, and I'm going to tell them that I think that's wrong, but later. But
to be honest with you,
they got more data than us.
No, how I understand it, yes, the driver that is the one that's being passed should get out of the way. But it's also, and you're going to probably more than likely, you know what's coming, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
The car that is behind, the faster vehicle, is the one that has the responsibility to do the pass clean.
Yes.
And fairly.
Yes. Too right.
But
Too
you know
right.
what? They both have got warnings.
Yeah.
So they probably called it a 50-50 on it on that one. But
Yeah.
it's
I'd
sort of
imagine the
cancelled
team
it out.
manager's gone running down, because the team manager can talk to the stewards. Race control.
Yeah,
Race
exactly.
control.
Exactly.
And that's the thing, right? That's the ability about being on site. They can just off they go. Dan and Adam are probably sick and tired of it by now, I'd imagine. They'll be like,
Dan's probably just
go away.
Dan's probably saying, "God, I want a beer."
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
something stronger.
Yeah, if I could have a beer now, I would. But yeah, unbelievable. It's been a great event all round.
Oh yeah.
And we've seen.
And at least you can hopefully make sure that you speak to Steve in the morning, say, "I'm not using that microphone, I did enough yesterday." Well, at least the good thing is, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have Corby back on commentary with me for the ADAC GT500. You never know, you might want to have a little pop-up here for a little spell if you like.
Oh, I could always help you, yeah. I mean, if you have to ask Steve whether I could be excused from other duties, but yes.
I'm sure now that we've managed to get him up here, I'm sure he won't mind at all. We'll both give him a little dig in the ribs.
Give a dig to the ribs, yeah.
But again, you know, at the moment, the panel talk that's going on, you can, hopefully, after you finish watching this, there's a current panel called When Your Hobby Turns Into Your Job. And they've got Low Fuel Motorsports, who've just partnered with VCO for Flex Stream, that has just had its first round, funny enough, last week. Renvelton, SimGrid, and also the legend that is the one, the only SimRacing Popometer himself, Niels Neujoks.
Yeah.
And you know why? Because as soon as you mention what his channel is, everyone knows it, because the Popometer is effectively what David Coulthard said is the seat of your it's like basically right in the bottom of your backside. But now we're going to go to a replay. Now this is our large competition with Simulation Esports. Oh, what's going to happen here? Well,
I think it's an overtake.
That was an overtake.
I think that's the one that I spotted.
It was the one that you spotted.
Yes.
I was wondering whether it might have been possibly Arnage go through in Simulation, give him a yeet.
There you go. I'm just.
Well, I mean, at least at the end of the day. Right, what have you spotted?
No, I'm just keeping an eye on what BGR are going to be able to do now, because they've got the SGP team ahead. It's quite a gap of 19 seconds. Oh, Team Ballas Esport A are into the pits.
Right,
we are near that window. I mean, there's something we've probably not, because we're talking about so much other stuff that we haven't really.
Well, I mean, we're now going to get
into the final. We're into the sprint now of the endurance race, aren't we?
Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, wherever you are watching from around the world, thank you for remaining with us. Or if you just joined us, we're heading into, in 90 seconds' time, the 6th and final hour. And what's more, the final hour of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy
no more
by
rounds.
Simracing.GP. And at the end of the next hour, we will crown our champions. Williams Esports have kept Triton Racing, Paul Glover, very, very honest. They were level on points, but based on countback earlier on in the season, it meant that Triton were leading the way. But it all came good in Kyalami when they switched to Porsche. And you know what's even funnier?
My jokes?
Right, look at it this way. Over the 5 rounds, they've used 5 different cars.
Yes.
Audi, round 1. Round 2. You remember what they used then?
No, no.
It was
Your memory's better than mine.
Yep. Oh, hang on. It's final warning for the number... Oh, Triton's just got a final warning. Is that number 10 I've just spotted?
Yeah.
Final warning with contact with number 8.
There's a final warning for blue flags for 8 as well.
Yeah. If I remember correctly...
I didn't read the end column.
Yeah.
I just want to, I think, I know we've got an hour to go. I wonder if the Kramer team in 8th are able to catch the GTWR Go Service team They were half a second quicker the last couple of laps.
It is possible.
Yeah, I reckon it's possible they could catch them. It's only 3 seconds, but we are entering the pit stop window, right? So anything is possible. Williams Esports, the fastest lap with a 1 minute 53.742.
33 thousandths quicker than Triton. Triton had it for the first 2 hours.
They
Williams
did,
red.
yes.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Bang. Straight in.
There you go. I mean, look. I mean, they're a professional outfit. You wouldn't expect anything less. Than
well, Williams Esports. Okay.
Yeah.
Get this. It is 5 from 5 different manufacturers. So this round, it's the BMW M4 GT3.
Yeah.
Last round, Porsche 911 GT3R. Spa, Ferrari 488 GT3. Bathurst, Honda NSX. And round 1, the Audi R8. And what a fairy tale this is, that the drivers that are due to become the champions have raced in all races in different cars. You know what that says to me? The total mastery of adaptability over 5 races. And when you think about it, that's a total of 30 hours worth of racing. We're on to lap 155 of this race. And at 5.148 kilometres, that is nearly 800 in the bag. That's about 500 miles. And also, we have to say a very, very big hello to Mr. Johnny Ashley from Owned Racing. Hello, mate. Saw your comment in the chat. Sorry I didn't respond earlier. He's always been wanting me to work for him at some point, I think. Goes, no, do it like Alex, do it like Alex.
Do it like
I think Johnny must be my super fan or something.
Few cars going into the pits, Alex. Now, as we're headed into the last 57 minutes of the race. I noticed there were some cars higher up the order that have also entered the pits. So Rocket Synsport being one of them, and the car is obviously going to start falling down the order. But Arche have closed that gap up a little bit to Team Racing Point.
Yeah.
So you know, like you're talking about earlier on about the setup of the car, and maybe having a more balanced up so they can go stronger towards the end of the stint.
I was waiting for another musical reference from Daft Punk there. Harder, better, faster, stronger. There you go.
Harder, better, faster. Yeah, very good. Yeah, Daft Punk.
I thank you.
Showing our music prowess. Is that the word I'm looking for? You know, we know our stuff.
Knowledge, yeah.
We know our stuff. We've been around too long. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So the leaders yet haven't been in, but I'd expect them in the next 5 minutes. Would you say for them to clear theirs?
Yeah. Well, I think the thing is, if
you could extend this as much as possible for the last stint, you could really turn it into a sprint race.
There's going to be some lifting and coasting happening now, and the good thing is now the back markers can be used as, you know, like literally towers.
Yeah.
And that's going to be quite crucial. I mean, especially going through Advan. You could be going through that at 6 gear, 230 clicks easily. Then if you've got a car in front of you, you're probably going to be using 75% throttle rather than 100. So, and I just saw sparks fly from the Arnage competition car going over the chicane. Big time. Now we're going to get the real...
Getting greedy.
They're getting greedy with them curbs.
Yeah.
WPS now in the pits.
Eat those curbs, baby. Eat those curbs.
I like me a bit of curb, sorry. But we are now under Nightfall as Arnage competition.
Oh, have a bit of that.
Have a bit of, whoops. I didn't mean to turn it that quickly.
Titan, you know, pushing a little bit on the edge, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah. I mean, it's just been absolutely incredible. You know, you started off with Terry at the first of the qualifying races.
Yeah.
I mean, has Terry been in touch with you, like saying, I'm really gutted I couldn't be there?
Yeah, well, he's also getting married, so he's got other things on the go, so...
happy nuptials, buddy.
Yeah, I think he's getting married over in India, I think. So I think the wedding's out there or somewhere. I can't remember where exactly. I hope I haven't got that wrong. But he's getting married on board.
I'm sure he'll correct you. I'm sure he'll correct you.
So, yeah, I don't know if it might have been Africa, it might have been India. Let's go back through my messages and double check. As I say, my memory's not the greatest, but yeah, congratulations, Terry, on your big day.
Yeah, all the very best from us all. We mean that, buddy, from here.
Yeah, it's fun. It was fun commentating with him on the qualifying rounds.
Oh, and also, Adam D and his missus soon to have a baby in the next few weeks as well. We can't forget about that, because I remember Adam talking to me. We had a Discord chat after one of the broadcasts, and he said, I'm really gutted I can't be there because I've got to be on standby for this in case it drops.
Yeah, there are certain things that are more important than sim racing, right?
Exactly. And look at the glow from the exhaust.
Oh, I love it. Love it. Love it. Love all of it. Garda Gaming into the pits now as well. So starting to see a few more sort of clearing their final pit stops for this 6-hour endurance race, and I'm sure we'll be back live on the full stream for everybody to watch the climax of this this race. But Triton now in from P2 into the pits as well. Yeah, the battle for P1 is kind of ended, really.
Well, yeah, Triton's now pitted.
Yeah.
So the good thing is that if Williams can use a nice little bit of a lift and coast strategy, if they have been saving fuel, they've now they've got to push. They'll have to push for the next lap, 2 laps, and try. I mean, the thing is, they've got enough of a window. They'll have enough of a window with Triton now. Triton might decide, well, the temps are cooler, the tyres are absolutely shredded to pieces, put a new set of boots on. Because you can refuel. A pit stop in ACC is going to cost you 30 seconds for tyres, all 4 boots. So you can
Team Racing Point are getting closer to Yas Heat as well. Veloce have fallen off Team Racing Point.
And now we've got a battle on for 10th place. Rocket SimSport. Rocket SimSport up the inside of the Simracing.GP and Symphony of Pistons collab that has been going on all season.
Because they just recently pitted, that's why they're back, back there.
But they've been running as high as P7, P8. So a really, really good job for the team in what has been a very, very difficult campaign. But to clear it off, clear off this part of this chapter with a top 10 finish here at the Nürburgring would be a pretty nice feeling.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So kind of brings things nicely to a nice climate. And the Kramer Racing esports team 977 are now also in to clear their final pit stop of this race today.
And that's Triton just up ahead of Rocket SimSport. So Triton themselves will be. I mean, the thing is, Rocket SimSport, Triton don't have to worry about them. What they've got to worry about is how hard is the driver that is currently behind the wheel now pushing? And that's the question that you've got to ask, because at the moment it's Mateusz Duszkiewicz that's behind the wheel of the car and is bringing the car home. So from this perspective, there are some drivers. Samuel Falk has replaced Mikhail Stasenko. And
Geeks Energy Sim Racing Black have got a drive-through.
Track limits. Straight away, the tiredness, the mental and physical fatigue is starting to set in. So we are going to have those drivers that will be on that 3-strike rule.
There'll be some sure that are near it, close to it. I mean,
I'm sure that if we speak to Williams, they'll probably say, yeah, we were probably on the limit too.
Yeah.
But you cannot afford to make that mistake, because the drive-through is going to cost you, what, the best part of a minute here at this particular circuit? Easy.
Yeah.
Let's say, for instance, Williams have got, at the moment, they've got Igor Rodriguez behind the wheel. And I would imagine they might get, if they get Dara McCormack or Tinko, then the team will start the race here. They've handed it over to Igor, who's had successful shoulder surgery, and despite that, has still been able to compete in this race. Team Racing Point now closing in on, and you know what's even funnier? Look what we've got here. I never thought I'd say this. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the top 4 in the championship. The top 4 of the championship, finishing it off in the final race of the season. But Racing Point is right on the
over the back of
coattails.
Yas Heat now, aren't they?
Right on the coattails.
Yeah.
And Yas Heat at the moment have got Samir Foch behind the wheel. So,
yeah, this is inevitable. This was going to happen.
I know. Yeah.
Seeing the pace of the Team Racing Point.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got the guys now and the Team Ballas Esport B team chasing down Koana Gaming. Heading down into T1. They don't look to make a move.
Yeah. So now the question, the €64,000 question is when, not if. When are Williams pitting? And the biggest question I want to know is Dara McCormack going to bring it home? Because you know what, that youngster from Ireland has been absolutely on point.
Yeah, he has.
Pole position separated by 2 1,000ths of a second, the closest qualifying we've had, and it's come down to the final round.
Yeah.
He took the first in, and now from my perspective, it's not Williams to win, it's Williams to lose. As Yas Heat make a mistake, Racing Point are through with 48 minutes and 10. Yeah, but you know what? I think Samir missed the pit entry.
Right.
I think he missed the pit entry. That's why he went wide. And I was just like thinking, how on earth could you do that? All I'm going to say is, if anyone might remember, Jardier getting yeeted into the entrance of the pit lane, and the WTF moment happened, which was absolutely hilarious. And even Jardier himself had to laugh at it. But there is Unicorns of Love, the number 14 car. Winners back at round 1 at Circuit of the Americas. And at that point, they look to be the hot to trot favourites.
Yeah.
But it all came asunder. A brake pedal failure for Dennis Schoeninger at round 2 at Mount Panorama put them on the back foot. Team Ballas Esports B in the 163, currently rounding out the top 17. Closing in on Corvana Gaming. And Corvana, well, I don't really want to... well, I still remember when it was... They definitely played, well, someone with them played a mean pinball. There you go. Roger Daltrey, The Who, ladies and gentlemen. But Corvana, you know, they were using the Ferrari back at Spa. They got punted. They got pinballed off both sides of the Kemmel Straight. And then they had more dramas at the top of Radion for equal measure.
Yeah.
So...
yeah, we saw, as I referenced earlier on, we saw a lot of issues at Radion in that race. So that actually caught me by surprise of how regularly we saw cars kind of ending their, not their races so much, but you know, ending that way into the wall, and it's catastrophic if you lose it there, unfortunately for them. So, but yeah, just 46 minutes to go. And the season is done. It's no more. Finito.
C'est fini.
This is it. That's where it comes down to. Williams Esports still with the fastest lap. We're 1 minute 53.742. So, yeah. It's like they've just been, since the second half of the race, just been a class of their own.
You know what? Now, when this concept got developed, you know, Steve admitted to me that he had it in the back burner, had it in the back pocket. Contacted Michael at Corvana, said, what do you think of this? And so the revised professional trophy, as we now know it, was born. But I asked a question, and I said, maybe we could do something like this. Everyone's got to qualify for their spot next time. No invitations, you get in on merit. And you know what? What will that mean? The teams will have to work for it.
Yeah, yeah.
And what do you guys and girls think? What do you think? How the professional trophy for 2023 should evolve? Get your comments into the chat. DM us on social media, because after this is done, we've got one more grandstand finale, and it's the big one. It's the ADAC GT Digital GT 500 tomorrow morning. We had to move that forward because of obviously the 24-hour esports series. They've got a race starting tomorrow. We've got the eNASCAR exhibition race going on. There is someone, we don't know who it is, who is going to be racing from this location. And we've also got our game show tomorrow.
Not right here, I'm hoping, no?
Huh?
Not right where we're standing.
No. No. Not at all, not at all, not at all. But Williams, I have yet to see in the pits. I think they've been doing that lifting and coasting like I was talking to you.
Yeah, yeah.
I think they have been.
Extending their stints.
Well, I think the thing is, because when they let Triton go, that was the biggest selling point. And the reason being is that...
It was their plan.
It was their plan, it was their strategy.
Yeah.
Conservation. Conservation is key.
Yeah.
And, you know, when they will know, because being in this open plan environment like we're talking about, you know, one of the teams can go around and just have a look.
Yeah.
Because you can't hide at a LAN event.
No.
No. And then if you get the old Panto chant of he's behind you, and then, oh no, he isn't. Yeah, look behind you, mate, he is there. That can happen. But the teams will have understood that that is part and parcel.
Yeah.
Because people will look, I mean, like, when I was, I have to give Mike Yow a shout out because he actually got me involved in some respects too. Good afternoon, the man, the myth, the legend. Just said hi to Mr. Florian Hasper, the man behind the virtual competition organisation. He will be on stage tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock with Christoph Seibel, with the very exciting development of the Vicarus project, set to be a game changer in the world of esports and sim racing, where it will be a race car garage where a Munich car design studio works with a sim racing entity to bring the next generation, and we're talking no holds barred design. And are you excited for that?
Yeah, that sounds epic. That sounds good.
And I've known Florian for the best part of a decade. The man's an absolute, you know, what he's brought, him and his team, has been absolutely game-changing. The ERL, the ERWC. Also, don't forget, next week, VCO Pro Sim Infinity. And they've combined, and this is what I like, where they think outside of the box, do VCO. We've thought outside of the box with how we've changed the Expo since last year. To a new location, 15 to 16,000 square meters, including this 6,000 square meter hall here. Okay, the hall has been busy. Hall 9 has been busy all day long.
Yeah.
And just because of the fact, like, you know, when we've gone off, it's like, walk through, it's like, bloody hell.
There's more room to expand as well. I mean, this place is, I mean, you can't understand how big it is. And that hall that the Expo's in, there's still a bit more capacity to use up there. But comparing it to 2018,
yes,
the stands are able to be bigger. They're able to show more.
Exactly.
And it's really been a great event. And also, from a travel perspective, I know that the big thing with being at the Nürburgring was it was the Nürburgring and there was GT World Racing going on. There's Nordschleife, but here the travel's so much easier.
I think also because of the fact it's December, it's Christmas time, and no, I'm not going to make a Cliff Richard reference, even though I personally did. But the thing is, at this time of year, you have the traditional German Christmas markets. So if you're over here for, like, say, a whole weekend, what you can do, if you haven't done this year, you've been a fool not to, because I didn't know what to expect to come here. When I got shown the renderings for the stage and the
Yeah,
commentary box,
yeah.
and I knew where I was going to be, I was blown away first of all. But the initial designs, the initial renders, never do it any justice.
Sorry, can I ask you a question?
whatsoever.
Have Unicorns of Love gone into P2, or have they just not pitted yet?
Hang on. Unicorns of Love.
When
did
did
it
that
again.
happen?
Has
Oh
there
no,
been-
they have pitted. They've literally just pitted. They've left it really late.
Who have? Unicorns.
Unicorns of Love.
Williams still haven't pitted, have they?
No, they have now. They're in the pits now.
No, that's them there.
No, that's Williams Esports we're looking at.
Yeah,
They're in the
no,
pits
I was
now.
just saying. I was
Yeah.
just saying that Williams haven't done their last.
No,
pitch
they
yet.
haven't. No.
No. You know what?
They're still coasting.
They are coasting.
Yeah.
You know what they want to do? They want to maximise
The last half an hour, get the maybe even find a fastest lap time. Put it out of everyone's reach.
Well, I think they're going to run Igor Rodriguez.
I mean, that's impressive, actually, that they're still out there.
Yeah, now they pit. Right.
Now they're in.
I am now going to...
Now they are in.
So Triton are making their way through into what is going to be turn number... Yeah, it's going to be a little bit further down there. It's going to be round about... yeah, he's heading towards Goodyear at turn 8. So Williams still in pit lane, but for how much longer? Because Triton at the moment have Mateusz Duszkovic behind the wheel of the number 10. Got to be very, very careful coming through the Michael Schumacher S's. So just under 38 minutes to go, Paul. Mate, we're not that far away from the final checkered of the season.
We're not. We're not. We're not at all. We've got 37 and 42 minutes remaining now.
Yeah. Right, let's see.
There's still a few battles sort of around, but it's, again, the pit stop's done its normal thing where it's kind of just sort of spread things out just a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm keeping my eyes on who is now. Hang on a second. Right, there has been a driver change, I think, because I spotted the initials MCC. McCormack is bringing it home for Grove, for Williams. And now, folks, 37 minutes on the clock remains. The race to not only the final checkered flag of the 2022.
Look at the gap now.
Well, it was 37 seconds. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna bring my memory back to something. The VCO Grand Slam finale a handful of weeks ago. Team Redline did a number on everybody. They short-fueled that Lamborghini like nobody's business.
It's down. It's 15 seconds.
Well, that's about right then, because
I thought it was higher than that at the moment, but it's ACC doing wonderful, wonderful things.
yeah. So with 36 minutes and 15 seconds to go, we're down to crunch time, folks. Williams Esports now are just a handful of moments away, as there's a roar from the crowd. Thanks to the last panel of the day, and a big thank you to our guests up there. But there is Unicorns of Love. And quite recently, Paul, what we did have was the fact that the top 4 in the championship standings were the top 4 in the race order.
Yeah, we did, and no surprises in some way, but sometimes you a bit like other motorsports, we like a bit of a mix-up from time to time. But
yeah.
The gap between Williams Esports and Triton following the overtakers has opened up quite some way, but let's see, there's 35 minutes left. It's a big ask to close up a 15-second gap.
It is at this point in the race, because we saw for quite a long time Triton and Williams trying to outdo each other on the strategy. Triton got the upper hand, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But Williams were masterful in their execution.
Indeed.
And they do say that theory is one thing, practical is another. It's a bit like a science experiment. You don't know how it's going to pan out until you go for the, you go for the plunge and you see how it all
It's
pans
the same
out.
when you develop a car, right?
Exactly.
You do things on a computer, but actually when you get it out into, and even
Yes.
things in a wind tunnel, but actually when you get it out onto the track, it's a little bit of a different thing, really. It's sometimes hard to replicate and simulate what's really going to happen.
Yeah, so Dara McCormack for Williams Esports now in the saddle of the 124 BMW M4 GT3. We're now on to lap 168 of the iconic 5.148 kilometre Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit that has been in operation for 2 decades in the current configuration. Ballas Esports B rounding out the top 17, not too far behind them. It's been a struggle all race long here, Paul, for West Competition Racing in the 33 Beamer.
It has. They've had a pretty eventful race. Is that a nice way of putting it? An eventful race.
More than spicy. I think they probably thought...
Yeah, you wouldn't say it was a korma, would you? You go for a madras?
Or you might go for a hot tamale, maybe something like that. Changing it up a little bit, you know. But it has come down to this moment. And for those here at the hall, I actually made a very, very good observation.
You did? Or I did?
It's to do with the fact of how, with what Simracing.GP decided to do for the championship, not to bring in any kind of balance of performance, open car choice.
Yeah.
And this is where it gets interesting. Up until this point, we've had 4 different winners from 4 different manufacturers. The drivers that will be more than likely our champions in 33 minutes' time have driven 5 different cars in 5 different races. Audi at the opening round at Kota.
Yeah.
And I was trying to remember the second one. It's been a long day. But they have driven 5 different cars. They won in the Porsche at Kyalami. You know, it's great to see that it shows how adaptable you can be. And we see that in a lot of sports nowadays. We used to see it in racing, like in real life racing, where Sterling Moss would go and do a sports car race, and they'd be back in Formula 3000 or Formula 2000.
That's right.
At the weekend.
Yeah.
The very next weekend.
Before there were like
weekend.
30-odd races for a season, you know, like before things got a little bit too much. That's because that's exactly what they used to do. They would go and race in other classes of races throughout the weekend, throughout the week, and it wasn't just all dedicated to Formula 1. And you're right. I mean, I would struggle jumping personally. I would struggle jumping from one car to another, but that's why they're pro, and that's why I'm just a hobbyist.
And that's why we're spectators right now.
Exactly, indeed. Lovely shot on board there on the rear spoiler.
And also a wonderful trackside shot too, as we're into the deep of night in the Eifel region at the Nürburgring. On board from the left side of the 163 Chain Ballas Esports car, the 163 Audi, still being hustled along by the number 33 BMW of West Competition Racing. In about 6.4 seconds adrift is the number 42 of Brabham Esports. And how's it looking towards the, well, how's the top 10 looking apart from the top 2, well, the top 3 there, Paul?
Well, not too bad as we've got Williams Esports leading the way, followed by Triton Racing in P2. Then we've got the Unicorn of Love car number 1, followed by Team Racing Point, who are the team, I think, for us who have really kind of shone today with their performance. Oh, and then we've got the Veloce team following up there, and then we've got the WPS Racing team in P6. GTWR Go setups in P7. In P8 we've got the Kramer Racing Esports team. Then we've got Rocket Sim Sport in P9, and rounding out to the top 10 we have the Yas Heat. And it's been an absolutely wonderful event. There's been some fantastic battles out on track. There's been some incidents which, you know, could be a little bit avoidable, but you know, the stewards have been actively, proactively dealing with those situations, and we've seen a protest being submitted and also, you know, a decision being overturned, and that's why we have like Steward in here, because sometimes, you know, decisions can go wrong, rightly or wrongly. So
okay,
but we're into the last 30 minutes now. That's it, 30 minutes.
Right then, we've got some highlights over the past few hours. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a recap of the 5th and final round. Under the sunlight, we got underway here at the Nürburgring. Early doors, we did have some toing and froing, but it was Darren McCormack for Williams Esports that led the field. Yaz Heat coming into a little bit of a scuffing match with the 100 of Arnage competition, and there was a little bit of afters. West Competition Racing, it was the start of a race to forget for the number 33 BMW crew as they got turned around entering into the pit lane. There's more, you can see the replay from the overhead. A big thank you to the replays powered by Heusingfeld. And more dramas, this time for Corvana Gaming. Again, not having the greatest run. Flo Bauer from last year's Community Trophy winner, one of the drivers in the squad. Even the number 42, and that was not exactly the most gracious of spins. Yaz Heat and also Yeet Esports having a little bit of a moment. Even Williams came into strife, and not just them, Triton Racing also had dramas. GTWR, and then, oh well, that was a bit of a scuffing match again with BSR, BGR by OBS World. Kramer Racing were on the comeback trail. And then another moment here between Yaz Heat and also the number 4 car of Unicorns of Love 2. Wild Things also didn't get carried away, but they got caught up. You can just see how much people were squeezing each other. And more dramas here, this time with BGR by OBS and Simulation as the Porsche runs wide. Triton Racing even had their own fair share of dramas because they battled side by side with Williams Esports with 4 1/4 hours still to go. And they would not relent, they would not give up all the way through the next few hours. And even Brabham Esports making sure that they were showing good intentions. A young team in the esports world with a bright future still to come.
Great livery too.
Ren Velton also bringing the colour alongside Grid Finder. They were embroiled in a battle going into the left-hander at turn 6. West Competition again getting their elbows out, but this time it would be against the number 4 of Unicorns of Love 2. And then this drama, Team Ballas Esports A and also Simulation going off at the Vidal Chicana. And then Unicorns of Love 2, more contact, and the number 4 gets a turnaround, having touched the Porsche in front. And then more, again, the replay, Simulation. It looked like it was more of an Audi Quattro than an Audi R8 going off. And then decided to exit stage right into the pit lane. And then this moment here, that was the second. And you know what they say? Bad things do come in threes, and that has certainly happened to West Competition Racing. Yaz Heat and I think it was WPS Racing Team. Brabham Esports even had a moment cutting the chicane by outbraking themselves a little bit. And then this moment for the number 14 car. That meant that Unicorns of Love 1 knew that their title chance would pretty much be at an end. Then this moment between the 2 cars, Veloce getting a touch from behind and an assist, a big old tank slapper and a great save from Jardier. And then this was when the real battle began for the title. Williams Esports getting jumped, well, basically having Triton Racing powering past on the left-hand side through the pit stop phase. Door Esports clattered into Arnage Competition. This has been a difficult one for the number 100 crew. Also like their pink, just like Unicorns of Love. Triton Racing also having dramas going sideways, and then that was the moment that allowed Williams Esports to retake the lead, coming out of the chicane and into the Hyundai N-curve. It's been also a good showing from the likes of Wild Things Racing by Colex.GG, and also the car that just passed them in that highlight, Rocket Sim Sports. more dramas for Cabana Gaming going side by side with Gridfinder coming out of the chicane and into the final corner, and then the number 4 stuck its nose in. You can see the replay here, powered by Hoisingfeld. Cabana Gaming squeezing Gridfinder to the outside. The number 4 car just barnstorms its way up inside, clatters into the wall, then clatters into the Audi. And then Ballas Esports going side by side with BGR by OBS World. The number 68 has been the standout driving team of the qualifiers, of the 10 that made it in, and then a great switchback going through Goodyear. Once again, the pit stop shenanigans were on between Triton and Williams Esports. Brabham Esports also having more drama. This time it would have been towards the outside of turn number 6. Yaz Heat trying to turn in, and that was against, I think that might have been Triton Racing, judging by the colour livery.
Oh.
More dramas, another chicane cutter, and that was Geeks Energy SimRacing Blue, very reminiscent of the Gulf Racing colours there on the Porsche. Yeah. And then more dramas for Triton Racing, who were then given a final warning by race control. BGR again sending it like Danny Rick up the inside through into Goodyear. And Arnage competition going up the inside of Simulation with a nice clean overtake through the first corner. And still more dramas as the 85 went through. But 23 minutes, 45 seconds. We're on lap number 174 of this 5.148 kilometre circuit. Paul, it's been a very, very long journey.
It has. I had to fly all the way here.
Don't you start. See, I mean, you know what? It's great because we're still keeping our sense of humour, even at this point. You know, we're dog on side. Everyone behind the scenes that has made this happen. We have to say a few thank yous first of all to Steve, Dan, Adam, the entire team at Simracing.GP, our broadcast team, Mike Yao, Steve Crowley, and David Christie. Then we also have to say a big thank you to Steve actually jumping on here. You have to give a shout. It was so good that we both had an opportunity to work alongside the legend that is Mr. Luke Crane, with him being here on comms. That's really good. Terry, Daniel, Adam, James, you've all done a great job this season being part of the commentary team. We have to thank every single one of the teams, every single one of the drivers, the staff that have made everything possible here for this event to take place on site. We ain't finished yet because we've got the digital GT 500 tomorrow. There you see, we've got a nice little... Now this is the beauty of the booths. We can actually see the ornate switchgear.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't get that on the webcams, do you, when they're remote?
No, you don't.
No, there's some great equipment. If those who are on site, you haven't walked around what we call the paddock behind the stage. And to look, obviously don't interfere with any of the driving that's going on, but you know, stand from afar, you can see the amazing equipment that some of these teams have got. Some more than others, of course. Yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love are really doing some great laps at the moment. They're in the 153s. But then again, you know, the likes of Williams Esports and Triton Racing don't necessarily have to push that hard right now. They've got a nice cushion. There's a couple of potential gaps as we got. We're looking at Yaz Heat right now, and the 149. They're chasing down the Rocket Sim Sport, who are now P9. So that gap's just around half a second. So you'd expect in the next 21 minutes that a move may be possible. They've had a couple of scrapes of other cars, haven't they, the Yaz guys? So yeah, it's possible we may see another one momentarily. But last time around, Yaz were approximately half a second quicker. Oh, they've just got past. Look at that.
Oh, right.
Something happened. I was looking at the time, looked up, and the move had been done.
Bang. There you go.
Don't quite know how that happened.
Bang, and the dirt is gone.
Bang, and the dirt is gone. Now we're doing advertising. So we've done films, music. Now we're doing adverts.
And we've done NASCAR.
Right, okay. We're bringing all the references in, aren't we?
Yeah, it's it has been an absolute hoot.
I think the new fastest lap has just been set. Am I wrong in that? 1:53.655? Is that?
McCormack's on fire. Yeah, that's the quickest lap yet. 1 minute 53.655. That's up by just over.
My eyes weren't deceiving me. Okay.
No. I saw the time go purple, and I was like, you know what that means? That car has been fueled light.
Yeah, of course. They came in rather late, didn't they?
They did indeed. I'm going to take a sit down because I need to make some notes on these
Okay,
cars.
absolutely fine. I'll remain standing if that's okay. I quite enjoy standing when I commentate.
No.
It's the first time I'll ever feel tall, so that's always a win on my part as well.
Yes, I don't have the Richard Hammond complex today. Finally. I'm only kidding, you know that. But at the moment, looking at it, Unicorns of Love have got Tobias Pfeffer, who started in the car. Williams Esports, Dara McCormack, who qualified and started in the car. Triton Racing, they have got, at the moment, it is not Dominic Blyer. Dominic Blyer qualified the car, but then did a double stint. So Mateusz Tiszkiewicz is the driver behind the wheel, bringing the car home. I cannot believe this has... I feel like I've done 12 hours of commentary rather than 6.
But that's because you've been in this position many times already this weekend. There's been a lot going on.
Yeah, there's been a lot
going on in the
yes,
arena.
There has been. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm looking forward on Sunday afternoon to create some content for SimRacing Unlimited, who have been also providing coverage of the Expo this year, with myself working with Yannick Hauerstein, who's an avid sim racer himself. But then at least people can come and have a laugh at my expense, and I don't care. I'm that tired, I'm past caring at the moment.
But yeah, it's been a great championship, and like you say, you know, teams been able to, when I first heard, is that the Enarge team?
Yeah, Enarge competition.
Yeah.
That was off the circuit. Next stage left, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
That just goes to show that I have said this, and I haven't said it that often. It's the mental and physical aspect of the sport that a lot of people who don't understand sim racing. You know, we're going to have some sim racers that are going to be wanting to get, you know, that'll be hydrating quite a lot. You know, what they do, how they train. I mean, the amount of commitment I hear of when I speak to some guys.
But I was talking to esports driver the other day and asking them about what is their practice regime, and it's basically every day, really.
Yeah.
You know, they'll set a day aside for a bit of fun every so often, but it's regimental. It's being structured. It's their job. It's their career, and they have to be disciplined. About that, and I think it's fair to say that we've seen an uptake in the esports arena when it comes to sim racing, especially over the last couple of years, and long may that continue. And there's some great talent out there, and as we saw in qualifying, it's very hard to separate them. You know, we're talking tenths.
We were talking thousands, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. Yeah. So it's close out there. It's close out on the circuit. Obviously, in a race environment, it's slightly different. You've got other challenges you have to face, back markers, looking for consistency, and knowing how to share the black stuff with other racers, and that's fundamentally what allows you to remain intact, to take part in these events. So very, very important. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that Williams Esports in the second half of this race have just gone up a level, and unfortunately for Triton, they've not been able to meet that.
Yeah, I mean, with regards to Williams, the consistency has been. You know, wins don't always win you a championship. Like, say, if it's a 10 or 12 race, race campaign for a season. In a championship like this, the consistency is just as important.
Oh, fastest lap, sorry. A 1:53.5.
Tobias Pfeffer, you little animal. He's behind the wheel of the number 14. So what was that? 1 minute 53.595. Dara, get your finger out, please. No, I mean, to be honest with you, Unicorns of Love, always, apart from being a fan favourite, the biggest thing that they also have going again, not against them, but for them, is pace. You know, you want a qualifying lap. You know, you just have to say to, like, say, Michi Tauscher, we know you can do it, and that is just proof in the pudding more than anything else.
Yeah. Indeed.
So we are very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 15 minutes remain on the timer for round 5, the 5th and final round of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. And in late June, the first of 2 qualifying races, one at Donington Park, then the following week in early July, we went to, well, it was Monza, then Donington Park, my apologies there. But then we went to Kota, the mountain, Mount Panorama, then to Spa, then to the place in Zulu they call my home, Kyalami in South Africa, and now here in the ADAC SimRacing Expo's home here in Germany. Oh, bit of a touch there. We're now going to go to a brief commercial break. We'll be right back. Okay, still the racing continues. We are full throttle, pedal to the metal, with about 13.5 minutes to go. I mean, Paul,
yes.
we said at the top of the broadcast when we started doing the paddock walk this morning at about 10:40 that we couldn't pick a winner. The winner has reared their head and shown them who shown us who they are.
Here.
And West Competition Racing. 13 minutes to go. Back into the barriers goes the number 33.
Yeah, but there was a car in the back. I didn't quite catch who it was. It was off the track initially, and then there's been
that might have been the number 7 of Corvana Gaming. And look, no headlights functioning on that car. No headlights for West Competition Racing.
Oh.
It's like they're driving blind, I'm afraid. That car's seen better days.
It has indeed. That is most unfortunate. With just under 13 minutes of the race remaining. It's not a great way to bring it to a close, unfortunately, for them. But I was about to just comment about BGR by OBS World. We're right on the back of the SGP team in P13. So they've really done a great job after their initial technical issues. Yeah. The BGR team could have easily just thrown in the towel, but they didn't. And they kept going, and they're on a rig at on the Logitech stand as well. So they're not in the paddock. They're surrounded by a lot of noise over there, and they're honestly doing a sterling job. So yeah, I think if there was a drive, you know, a team of the race award, I think I might give it to them. I know Williams have been, you know, outstanding, but
you know what? I'm gonna throw another one into the works. Team Racing Point number 85. I really have to give them a shout out.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they've been amazing as well. So yeah, maybe we give 2 awards. But yeah, some great stuff from both teams. You know, especially the BGR were right at the rear of the pack at one point, and they've kept going. They've got the right kind of mentality. And they maybe get P13 before the race comes to a close.
Yep, and it's not that far away. We started getting the build-up at 10:40 this morning. Here we are now, just past 5 o'clock in the afternoon here, local time in Germany. It's side by, now was that Brabham making a move? I think it might have been on Team Ballas Esports. And here's Corvana Gaming, so they go sideways, and they come into the path. Oh, they've just they've come across the track. Yeah. That's the redress. And all of a sudden, West Competition Racing.
Takes out 2 cars in the process, unfortunately. I didn't see who the other car was.
Well, in the words of my good friend David Christie, you hate to see it.
You do. There's not a lot you can do. You're just a passenger at that point, unfortunately, especially when you've hit the grass at speed. So you're just going to slide along. But we're back looking at this battle here now for P13. And the BGR by OBS World team looking to gain a final position and improve their final standings by 1, of course.
Yeah.
We can all do maths, can't we? I certainly just about can. Oh, they've gone in. They've made a late lunch there side by side.
I hope Steve Worrell is not having kisses at the moment because it's the SGP SOP.
No,
there was a little bit of a bumper rub. That was a bump and run, I think.
Yeah. Oh, there's mayhem now behind because the faster cars are coming across them.
Now, didn't I say earlier on today? The night time was going to bring trouble, and we're 10 minutes to go.
You did say that.
And it has gone whoops.
Yes, I can see that car number 7 does have a 15-second penalty.
And that's for the redress. That's for the redress there, I think.
I'm guessing so. Yes, I will take a little look. Just
right, who is behind the... now, I can't tell whether it's Florian Bauer or Samuel Hatz that's behind the wheel of that car. Whoever is. And Corvana's just had a shove from Grid Finder. So it might have been Grid Finder they might have collected as well, so there was a little bit of afters.
Right, okay.
Might have been. Hang on a second. Yeah, the front bumper and the front cowling on that Audi is not 100%. Yeah, it looks like the front headlights have got a little bit of impact damage on it. And now the 71, here comes Randvelten up the inside. And Corvana keeps out of the way.
So they got car number 7 got an unsafe rejoin for...
That's what I meant for the redress, yeah. Out of control. So
yeah, for hitting 33.
No.
Yeah, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Contact with 33. But for the instant where they hit the other cars then, obviously they didn't get a penalty for that.
Well, it was probably because it was part of the same incident anyway.
Probably,
so,
I'd imagine so, yeah.
But 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Wow.
There's our race leaders. 181 laps in the books. Now on lap 182, Dara McCormack from Williams Esports qualified the car, put it on pole by 2 1,000ths of a second, and now they are literally...
We should have set ourselves a challenge. We should just drink as many beers as they've done laps later.
No, you will have organ failure with regards to that, mate. You know that, I know that. Might be the combined total of how many beers or how many drinks are consumed tonight, yes. But that's another story altogether.
Indeed.
As long as we don't have fuzzy heads in the morning.
So the West Competition Racing team have made it back into the pits. So you can see them in there now.
Yeah. So
got a feel for them on that.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, it was an unfortunate incident, but as I said, the night time brings a little bit of chaos.
It does.
And when the number 7 car of Corvana Gaming went through that corner at full pelt, I kind of thought that back end so squirrely that is not going to be controlled. Well, they'll try, but they won't get it under control. You could, you know, try and turn into it, put the brakes on as hard as you can, using the full force of your left leg, but it doesn't always do you any good.
True that.
So, what are the lap times that Williams are running at the moment? Let me just have a quick look. 1 minute 54.1. So we've got 6 minutes and 45 to go. I think we've got this and another 3 laps to come. So that will probably put us on about 100, 186
when
maybe.
Did Williams get the fastest lap back?
Have they?
According to what's on screen here.
Yeah, they've done a number on the Unicorns of Love. Dara McCormack, 1 minute 53.565, 3 100ths. As if it wasn't enough to rub salt in the wounds by taking the title, they're going to take the fastest lap and pole position. And you know what this means? That effectively effectively that means it's the Grand Chelem.
Yes.
So they've done the clean sweep.
They've done the clean sweep. But there's still 6 minutes to go, so you never know. Somebody might grab that off in the last 6 minutes. Anything is possible, right?
As the late Murray Walker said once, something happens in motorsport, and invariably it usually does.
Yes.
God rest his soul, that man. An absolute legend in commentary circles.
Indeed, yes.
So, again, the statistic. So it was the Audi at Kota, the Honda at Mount Panorama, the Ferrari at Spa-Francorchamps, and the Porsche in Kyalami. Williams Esports, 5 minutes and 25 seconds. I know if I can feel my ears burning because Seb Hawkins and the rest of the crew are nervous. But to see them here on site, we are going to get a very, very different reaction, because you'll hear something erupt. It'll be one particular box in the paddock,
yes,
and it is well deserved. Triton Racing have done everything, and I mean everything in their power to keep going, to keep Williams Esports on edge.
And they did for a large part of the race
they were still leading the championship after Spa, but then it was Porsche, then it was the Porsche that really helped Williams Esports take that lead, which was 9 points. And now, with 100, and now we're on to lap 184. Total distance run by the leaders, 947.23 kilometers, which is just under 588 miles. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head into the final 4 minutes. We'll be right back to bring you to the checkered flag here at the Sim Racing Expo. So 3 minutes, 40 seconds remain. Alex Goldschmidt and Paul Glover with you here. We've been here for the majority of it, Paul. You know what? As much as we loved it when it began, we're sad to see it end, my friend.
We are, but I'm also looking forward to maybe finding a mattress somewhere to have a little nap. So it's been fun, but it's also, you know, taking its toll on me this whole weekend. But yeah, it's been absolutely incredible event, incredible scenes, incredible stage, incredible setups with the drivers out there in the paddock.
Yeah.
It's been incredible meeting some of them. We've got, you know, a view on the feed right now of one of the teams.
That'll be Kramer Racing, I believe.
Yeah, so, you know, it's great to see the community come together. And it's great for people to be here watching, and also those at home as well, which has been a fantastic championship and a fantastic event today at the ADAC SimRacing Expo.
Unicorns of Love 2, currently sitting in 19th position, not being an easy task for the sister car, but there is your race leader, the 124 Williams Esports BMW M4 GT3. Reminds me of the days when Robert Kubica won the Canadian Grand Prix a year after his very, very significant accident at the very same circuit. It's bringing back a little bit of a history full circle. 2 minutes to go. And now what we're going to go on to will be the final lap of the final race of the final round of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by Simracing.GP. Out of the final corner, the 186th lap now starts.
Okay, the leader is on the final lap now.
Final lap has been called. Final lap has been called. It's been a masterclass from the trio of Dara McCormack from Ireland, Tinko van der Velde from the Netherlands, and Brazil's Igor Rodriguez, not able to attend the event, but has still been able to compete remotely. The pit stops have been brilliantly timed. The strategy has been nigh on masterful here, Paul.
Indeed it has.
This is the way to close out a title. You
Yes.
do it in the right way. You go clean, you race hard, you race fair. There was some paint swapping between them.
You go fast.
And Dara McCormack is the man to do that.
To bring it home.
So we stay with the 124. And when the professional trophy started, on the 26th of June this year. The anticipation, the waiting was finally over when we got here to the SimRacing Expo this week, here in early December. And now it will start to sink in, not just with the drivers, not just with the team who are on site, Javi Guerra, also Seb Hawkins, because Darren McCormack, Tinko van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez, and also the other team, the other members of the team, Moreno Sirica, Louis Naza, Daniel Pastor, and Alessandro Bico. One more corner remains, and ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure to pronounce for 2022, the professional trophy champions, it's Williams Esports!
Leader has finished the race.
Well done, guys, absolutely brilliant. Professional outing today, absolutely fantastic.
And we have to say commiserations, battling right up until the end. The trio of Dominic Blyer, Max Wojcner and Mateusz Tyszkiewicz, Triton Racing, are gallant runners-up. They took the win at Mount Panorama. They've been at the sharp end of the field. They come out of the final corner and take second position. And who could have thought of this? Unicorns of Love took the opening win at Mount Panorama. Not Mount Panorama, Kota. Mount Panorama, drama saw them drop way down the order, but they fought back as we knew they would. And not only is it first and second in the championship that take the top two in the race, it's also they secure third in the season. They're further 21 seconds behind. But Williams Esports, and what I want to see now, well, actually, that wasn't Darren McCormack, that's Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel. It looked like it was McCormack, but, well, there you go. But that's it. The season's over.
It's done.
It's dusted. Mate, come here. Yeah, I mean, from that perspective, to see the race finish, the season finish the way it did, Paul, was the right way.
It's class as we see them on feed now. You know, they brought it home. A professional outfit.
Now the laughter starts.
Yeah.
Now the laughter starts. Well done, Williams Esports.
Yeah.
Brilliant job, bringing it home in the right way. And that's why they are good at what they do. I've been at their facility, you know, now having had the opportunity to meet the team. I mean, I've met Seb before. And now, tomorrow.
And look, congratulations being offered.
By Yas Heat.
Yes, it's what you love to see, right? It's what you love to see.
Exactly. So, from that perspective, that is it. There are your champions for the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.GP. It's another title in the bag for Williams Esports. You know what? I think we've had so many thrills and spills over the course of the 5 rounds and also the 2 qualifiers. We have to say thank you to everyone that has been a part of this championship. And it means a lot to the sim racing community. Now Tinko van der Velde gets out of the seat. And you know what was funny? When I mentioned earlier on this weekend, big hug there, handshakes ahoy, and Unicorns of Love. That's sportsmanship. Yeah. They're here, they're in person, and that's what it means to them. But now, tomorrow is the big event. Now we have the ADAC Digital GT 500, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning. And it's going to be a flat-out sprint at the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza for 500 kilometers, around about 2.5 to 3 hours. There's the rest of the team there.
There's not enough of them.
Louis Naza, don't go on the beers tonight, Louis. You've got a race in the morning. But that just goes to show, you know, Unicorns of Love have done a fantastic job. They won the opening race at Kota. Mount Panorama didn't go their way, but they fought back. And that is what you call fighting spirit.
Indeed.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a moment's time as we get underway with our official presentation for the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.GP. We'll be back after these messages.
What a pity, right?
I don't think they're ready.
So many,
I guess we take the trophies then.
You could buy so many beers for 1,000 euros.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
They'll be here in a minute. They will be here in a minute.
Yeah. Wait with
Unicorns of Love, they've been around maybe for the last 18 months within sim racing, but they have grown hugely. They've come from nowhere. Unicorns of Love are a big esports organization, but had never done anything in terms of sim racing before the last 18 months. And wow, they have taken it by storm, especially ACC. Probably the best team on ACC, I would say.
Okay, that's definitely a call, I'd say.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably you're right. I love the name, and it's so likable, like from the very first second, right? Like they can't be assholes. Did I say that?
Well, they haven't showed up on stage, so I don't know. I'm not too sure on that one.
Let's see.
I guess we get to pick up their prize money. So here we go then. I'll announce it one more time then. So P3 in our championship, the Simracing.GP professional trophy goes to Tobias Pfeffer, Michael Tauscher, and Dennis Schuniger of Unicorns of Love.
Once again, here they are.
Yay, thank you.
There you go.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Well done.
Okay. Wow. Guys, congrats.
Thanks.
Congrats. I thought about giving you the trophies first, but no, I have some questions. So first of all, where do I start? Over here? How do you feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. To be P3 at the championship and now on the race, just crazy. And yeah, the event is really nice, so I enjoyed.
Okay, so how did you enjoy the race then?
Yeah, it was really tough. The Porsche was not the best car, but yeah, it was at the end enough for P3, so yeah, I enjoyed it.
Okay, how was this special situation that you were all here, like with all the other teams?
Sorry?
The special situation that you were all here, like right on spot with all the other teams.
I mean, it's nice. Like, yeah, it's just amazing when you see all the enemies you always compete against the whole season, and then you see them, and yeah, with all the team together, too, it's just amazing. So
yeah. Okay. Anybody of you want to like send some love to anybody or say a word? Or do you just want to get your trophies now and party?
I'd like to say thanks to UOL, because they're doing an amazing job every race. I can't be happier with my teammates or my manager, Michael and René. They're always doing a great job, so big thanks to them, and I hope we have some great success in the future.
Yes, I think so. I hope so too. Perhaps from you as a manager, just a small word, like how did you see the race and all the season and everything?
To be honest, for the season I'm a bit disappointed because, of course, we lost a lot of points in Bathurst by our brake failure. But I know they're always doing their best, our drivers, so Williams was just better today. And I'm very happy with their performance. I mean, we are here on the podium, so that's what we want. We want to give our best. So I'm happy with the race, but not with the season. Also, I'm sweating a bit because I was driving myself on the second car today. Also, not the best performance, but yeah, I think overall with this race today on the stage, we can be very proud of our drivers and ourselves.
And I'm pretty sure there's going to be another season. Give it up for Unicorns of Love. Congratulations. Yes. Please stay here for the photo later.
Get some pictures.
Yes, of course.
Let's do it one more time. Let's give it up then. P3 in the Simracing.GP professional trophy, Unicorns of Love. Perfect.
Great, guys. Thank you.
So in P2 for 1,250 euros, it is going to be Dominic Blyer, Max Woitner, and Matthias Tajskovic for Triton Racing. Hopefully.
Hopefully. So.
There they are.
There they go. Round of applause for the guys. Congratulations. Congrats.
There you go.
So, here come the trophies. And I come with the questions, of course. How do you feel?
I feel a little bit stressed, but pretty good.
Pretty good.
We were aiming for the win, but we didn't succeed, but P2 is good anyway.
As Luke said, you were pushing and pushing and pushing like the whole race and did a very brave job, but it didn't work out in the end. So are you somehow disappointed, or is it okay-ish for you considering the whole season?
Would you like to repeat?
Of course. You were pushing the whole race, and in the end, it was enough for place 2, but not for place 1. So are you disappointed, or is it okay considering the whole season?
Considering the whole season, it's okay, but it's difficult to not to be disappointed after a fight like this. But as I said, that's racing. That happens. We'll come back stronger.
Stronger is nice when you make this second place, so you're going to be probably first place then next season. Is that what you're aiming on? Of course.
I hope. Yeah, we will see next season. So yeah, I hope we will improve in terms of teams and the pace, and I hope next season we will fight for that. So.
Okay. So is there anything else you want to thank somebody or tell something?
Yeah, I want to thank to the team and my teammates Max, Mateusz, and Jakub, who is home now. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. You as well? Have you anything to add?
I mean, I would thank the team for providing me a rig so I could practice on it before the event itself. It helped me a lot to get in the groove here. And yeah, I would like to thank my teammates, Dominik, Mateusz, and Jakub, who's not here with us, unfortunately. And yeah, I think that's it.
Good. Then give it up for Team Triton, please. Congratulations, second place. This is your opportunity for photos. Oh yeah, that is of course for your team manager. Take it with you. Thank you, guys. All the best to you.
And finally, after qualifying P1, a very strong performance indeed. One of the OGs of sim racing these days, Williams Esports. Now, still, after the pandemic we've had, coming out the back of it as one of the best teams in the world. So the three drivers, Tinker van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez, and Darren McCormack, taking home €2,000 and the championship. It's Williams Esports.
Give it up. There they go. I have some trophies for you. Perhaps you start over here. One. Yeah, one for you, one for you. Oh, whoa. That was close. Sorry, mate. You good? Okay. Wow. Great reaction. It must be a race driver, right? So how do you feel, guys? You're number one.
I'll go for these guys first.
I'll go for these guys first.
Amazing. Really good race. A lot of fun. And thanks to these guys, we can do this. And yeah, it was really good.
How has it been, like looking back at the whole season? Like, how do you feel now, and how would you like sum it up?
It was just we executed everything perfectly, to be honest, in my opinion. Over the whole season, there was like small mistakes, but nothing really big that costed us a lot of points. So yeah, we did a great job, maximized performance, and I'm very happy.
Very, very consistent. From your perception, same?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. We did everything perfectly. Nailed the strategies. Both Igor and Tinko did everything perfect. So I couldn't ask for better teammates, really.
Okay, and then come back to you. Is there something you want to add?
Just very proud of the guys. I think it was a good event. You know, they've had a very dominant season, but it all came down to today, and Triton definitely kept them keen. So I think they did a good job.
I think so too. Does the audience think so too? Then please give a warm round of applause for Team Williams Esports. So nice. There's one more trophy for you. Yes. You can also keep that one. And then please, that's your opportunity for photos. Smile, guys. You won the season. Great.
Congratulations, guys. Well done. An incredible day's racing, a long, grueling day's racing. And again, I will say thank you to Alex and Paul for their 6-hour stint of commentary. It was absolutely incredible. Behind the scenes, we've got Mike Yao and Steve Proudley in the gameplay production area. For race control and server management, Dan Terry and Adam Burks. SGB Stream themselves, it was Marcel Kula. And thank you to all of our partners, but especially to our drivers and teams. Without any of those people, these competitions do not happen.
Yes, and also thank you so much to Luke Crane, who can speak incredibly fast. It's amazing. It's always a pleasure to be on stage with you. Guys, we call it a day. That was the Saturday of the ADAC SimRacing Expo, but we're going to have Alex on stage.
I think Alex is coming on stage. He's not done talking.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Evening,
there he
everybody.
is. Alex, give it up for Alex, making a 6-hour marathon of commentating.
Well, and also the paddock show this morning as well from about 10:40. But, yeah, Luke, firstly, it's a pleasure to be alongside you in the box earlier on, mate. Real good pleasure. I mean, the past 3 days have just been crazy, filled with adrenaline, late nights, early mornings. We're all here at the well, just after the crack of dawn. But tomorrow we've got the grandstand finale, haven't we? The GT 500. 34 of the best teams. You know, Unicorns of Love. We've got Team Redline here. We've got Biela Racing, Monza. But I gave this man a little present. You're going to get one now as well. Courtesy of our friends at Heusingfeld. A bottle opener.
Oh, wow.
And a keychain for your car.
That is so nice. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, the thing was, everyone likes a bit of free merch, don't they? Do you all like a bit of free merch when you get the chance?
I think that's a yes.
That's a yes.
Yes.
But, I mean, to be honest, to be part of the commentary team, the lead commentator, but also nerding out, you know, I can't help but do that. I mean, I did that the last couple of days, but to be up there on the stage, being a part of the SimRacing Expo, I just have to say a big thank you mainly to Danny and Marcel for calling me earlier on this year saying, we want you to be a part of it. And now to actually be alongside you guys here on the stage is mega. We've got some great machinery alongside us. I don't really need to talk about that. I mean, that's enough from me, but it's been a hoot today. Roll on tomorrow.
Well, yes, great stint today.
Thanks so much. Thanks for the words and also for the presents. Nice.
No problem.
Guys, then finally now we call it a day. It was great again. Thank you for joining us right here on stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 22. Tomorrow we are going to have a game show. That's going to be fun for sure.
That's not the most important thing. We've got the GT 500, one of the most historic sim races of all time.
Yes.
And we've got some e-NASCAR around Daytona. So it's going to be complete carnage. But yes, you're right. We've got a game show. Yes. I have no idea what to expect, but I'm sure it'll be fun all the same.
Absolutely. So make sure you join in. At 10:15 we start right here on stage. See you then. Have a great night, guys. It was fun with you. Bye-bye.